We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution. The wind.
Here's the 2021 tour so far.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution. The wind.
We had our biggest fleet to date with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Battle win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kaipi. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's a bit livelier, a bit quicker to depower, has a little bit shorter bar stroke and a little bit quicker turning.
He also adjusted the aspect ratio, resulting in increased power delivery and more responsive feedback at the bar. Material tension has been tweaked on the flex struts to move the draft back, resulting in quicker and more complete depower, smoother turning, and more vertical lift in jumps. By dropping a further 15% in weight, the usable wind range has increased, and the Rebel SLS boasts impressive power generation in light winds, with no lag on the upstroke, or when the kite is turning low in the window. The Rebel SLS is the choice for freeriders and big air enthusiasts who want the best gear to take to the skies, while the intuitive, user-friendly nature and incredible sheet-and-go instant power continue to make this a favorite of kiteboarders of all levels.
Having a new Rebel in SLS with the Pentatex materials unlocks some potential from this kite. Boosting super high and the hang time is just insane.
Flight 99 bridle lines offer a thinner diameter for reduced drag, and every construction detail down to the stitching has been revisited to maximize performance. The adaptive tip allows you to set up the Rebel SLS for your session. The soft bar setting gives you a softer bar feel and quicker turning speeds. The preferred setting for hydrofoilers and lighter weight riders. The hard bar setting offers a more solid feel when boosting and gives better bar feedback. This setting is suited to riders doing spins and air-style tricks, and the preferred setting for twin-tip riding and bigger riders. The canopy is our exclusive to duotone Trinity Tex, bringing you the best in performance and durability. The MaxFlow pump system with 50% gains in airflow gets you out on the water sooner. The Rebel has long been the benchmark for big air and free ride. And now, loaded with SLS technology, the supercharged Rebel SLS from Duotone Kiteboarding takes this award-winning platform to another dimension.
Do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind. We are in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind. We are in a
Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was full power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite Beat. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was full power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite Beat. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was full power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was full power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a
Ready? Okay, let's go. All good. Let's go.
Welcome to the 2022 Lords of Tram event here in the south of France. We are in Les Baccarès. It is round one of the Big Air Kite League, and boy, are we going to have some action for you today. I'm Lewis Crathen, and we are in a box up here. I've got Julian Wynn next to me, Aaron Hadlow, 5-time world champion, who's joined us. The doors are banging. It must be 50 knots here. Let's start with you, Julian. You're a local rider. Yep. Where are we and what sort of conditions have we got here? I mean, we've got double hats on and everything. What's going on?
Yeah, so today the wind is pretty strong. As you guys can see on the live, the water is white. It's smoking yesterday. We hit it 60 knots. So today is going to be sick.
And we're at the first time we're at a new spot for the Lords of Tram. We've moved from, I believe, your hometown of Le Gousson.
Yep.
And tell me a bit about Les Baccarès.
So Baccarès is quite a small spot, but the wind is super strong. We have a little dune right before where the riders are jumping, which makes a little updraft with the wind. And so we have good gust here. It's a super sick spot.
And there's our first kiter on the water. I just want to get some thoughts of you, Aaron Hadlow, when you've been coming here for, I'm going to guess, as to well over 15 years, this area, the Lucat area. Tell me a bit about the conditions from your experiences.
Yeah, I've had some pretty tough times here. We've been, coming here since I was a really young grom, when I was, over 15 years ago for sure. Used to come down here in the van and actually kited around this area as a young kid and really experienced those gusts for the first time, where we didn't have so much deep power back then and it was a real struggle. Since then, we've been over to Lucat doing freestyle events, and I've ridden this spot before as well and done some big air here. It's going to be a real challenge for these guys in these winds at this time of year. The wind is quite cold, it's dense, but there is some really good updraft, so we've seen some huge jumps coming up here. And I think today is just going to be full of solid action, but it's challenging. It's going to take time for people to kind of warm into it and get their feet.
Well, whether or not they'll warm into it, I'm not sure, Aaron. I mean, we're looking at sort of 0 degrees here of wind chill, to give you an idea. So like I said, I've got a double hat. I don't know how many. I've got 2 coats on. This guy, Julian, next to me, said he's got double pants on.
I have to.
It's that cold. And on the water, I can see out there now, it looks like Jason van der Spuy, who is one of the 3 riders only, not from Europe, here at this event. Rumour has it that he's come from South Africa with only a 3-2, Julian.
Yes, with only a 3-2. The 2 South African, they came with super thin wetsuit there.
And there's a jump from him. And you'll notice that you'll have his live data coming in from Surfer, the Surfer app, of course, one of our partners here. All the riders using this, choosing to use Surfer. So we've got all of their live jump data, which is great for us to refer to. He is going to be in one of the first heats. But let's just quickly talk about the format here, Julian. Things have changed a bit from what you might have expected before from the BAKL events, because we have a 1 rider only. Why is that? We've got 1 rider only in the zone.
So basically, we have 4 to 3 riders that are going to ride together at the same time. They have a lycra with a matching color and a flag. When the flag comes up, they have 20 seconds to jump. So 20 seconds is not that long. You have to get the good gust and to have a good strategy. So different format. It's quite a small spot, so they can't jump all together. And I think it's going to be a sick event. The wind is strong. It's a little cold, but we are going to do with it.
Let's talk a bit more about that then, and how they're going to get scored, these riders then. Obviously, the most important part to any competitor is understanding what it is they've got to achieve to get to the very top here. So the riders, as we know it, have got 5 trick attempts, and it's going to be their top 2 scores which count, which will be out of 10. But there will be, this year now, a variation score out of 5 as well, which the riders, I think, have been pushing for, so that they will see, different moves and not the same trick. So that's how it's going to work then. 2 of their best tricks are going to count out of 5 trick attempts, and they're going to rotate around, sharing the space. And on your screens right now is the South African Jason Van der Spy, who will start in heat number 1 with Stijn Mol and Josue Ferreira. And here he starts off then. That looks like it's going to be one of our first moves. That's just a straight mega loop to start off.
It's nice to warm up. Straight mega loops, you have to warm up in those conditions. It's quite cold. You can't just go there and send everything in 10 minutes. You have to warm up, get used to the conditions, especially for those guys that are riding now for the first time in bulk race. They've never ridden here. So you have to get the wind, feel the wind, and warm up.
Yeah, you don't really want to blow out here. It's so easy to do. We saw a day yesterday when we saw over 30-meter jumps recorded on our surfer devices, and it was, on the surfer app, and it was pushing 50 knots or more yesterday. The riders were really having to take it easy. None of them wanted to get injured. So I think that's now the third rider who's on the water for this heat 1 that I can see. We've got Stijn Mol on the slingshot, on the orange kite. What sort of sizes have we got out there at the moment, Julian?
I'm pretty sure Jason is on the 8 and Stijn is on the 8 also. And we have this little guy straight out of Brazil, Baby Shark as we call him, and he's on the 6 orbit. He only came with a 7 for the competition, but he said the wind was too strong. He has to find a 6 quick. So yeah, quite interesting to see what he's going to do with this little kite.
Yeah, clearly taking it easy then, these riders. The jumps are around 10 meters at the moment. And just to go back to that, the one rider from Brazil, he's the only rider from Brazil. In fact, he's one of 3 riders that aren't European here. As it's clear to me that the riders are starting to push it a bit more then, as Jason Van der Spy with a nice mega loop with a delayed back roll. Look at that distance he's covered, which we will see pop up with our surfer data here. So he covered 63 meters. That's that's quite amazing how far the riders are going. But looking at what I've written down from the fleet here, it's incredible that out. So we have 18 riders here, and 33% of the fleet are Dutchies. What does that say about how good they are at big air? You know, that's 6 of the riders. But what's really incredible is 83% of these riders here today are European. They're not going to be bothered at all, I expect, about this cold weather. It is cold, but looks like the riders are starting to warm up now and get into... Oh, that's a biggie from the Brazilian.
Yeah.
Wow. Massive mega loop, delayed back roll, clean landing. That's a nice move there from your friend Baby Shark.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see him sending it on a 6. It's super technical. It moves it super fast. So, yeah, super stoked to see what he's going to be up to.
Boogie loop then from Jason Van der Spy. First one to put one of them in. Oh, it's a bit of a butt check, unfortunately, here. And wow, this is really rapidly accelerating. They've got a lovely conveyor belt system going on here, which you can see with this lovely wide shot here. You're getting the full picture, which I like to see with big air, as our cameraman pans nicely to get into shot. It's Stijn Mol, who's accelerates up into the skies. Just a bit of a boost from him. And we still as yet need to know if these scores are counting. So we've just got into the rhythm here on the beach. It's been action stations. What with the early start of this event, we like to start early in a wind window. Last year, I think it got pushed quite far. The wind didn't play ball, but this year the wind seems to be good, Julian.
Yeah, yes, the last year the wind wasn't really on our side. We got 20, 25 knots, but today we got a real wind, real event. The wind is cold, it's dense, and it's super strong, so I'm super excited to see this.
There is the slam of our live stream booth door, which is opening and closing by itself. It's that windy. Oh, and it's another big mega loop coming in now. That looks to me as it's our Brazilian rider. Nope, I don't need water. We're being asked, do we want water? Do we need anything? We're just sitting here trying to stay warm. But on his way into the left-hand side, looks like Stijn Mol now with the... oh, no, sorry, that's Jason Van der Spy. Interesting to see the riders can go left and right at this spot. So that really plays into the hands of riders perhaps that can mega loop both ways. Maybe this variation score is reasonably going to feature. But as you can see on your screens there, you've got zeros for these scores. So I think the riders are warming up, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're warming up. They're sending it big already. We saw some late back roll, a couple boogies. So I'm super excited. Jumping 17 meters almost already. We have good gusts coming in now, probably 40 knots. The water is almost smoky. That's what we like.
So thanks for joining us wherever you tuned in from for this event. This is going to be quite an exciting start to the Big Air Kite League this year. And just to bring you some quite exciting news is that our ranked 1 champion isn't actually here. Not really exciting that he's not here, but it's exciting for the other riders, I bet. He's not around. Yannick, he couldn't make it. I think he's been ill, maybe had COVID, but he wishes his best to all the riders competing. So the rest of the fleet, a lot of the top names are here. It could be anyone's here. Who do you think is going to win this, Julian?
I don't know. I only saw Evan yesterday who jumped apparently from route 33 meters, which is super high. As you guys probably know, the world record is at 34, and that's flat water, so it's pretty impressive. So I don't know. I saw Evan. He's quite a good rider, but there's so many good riders there. So we're going to see who is actually putting it off for real today.
So let's talk you through those statistics and that data down to the left-hand side of your screens from Surfer, which you are going to see for the rest of this competition. You can track your sessions for free today with the Surfer app. And you don't need to be taking your brand new spanking phone out there as well. You can take anything. Something, well, obviously not a very old Nokia. You need to take a smartphone within sort of the last 10 years. It will tell you what phones are compatible when you look to get involved with this. And what's great about it is we're seeing our live data that's brought in here, and we see the live data of distance. The acceleration in the air is a nice statistic for us to use to see how much yank they got in that mega loop. Of course, we see the height and we get the G-force on landing, so we'll be able to see that just a couple of seconds after the riders land, unless, of course, they've gone massively underwater. It takes a little bit longer to get back to us, but hopefully we don't see too much of that. But now it looks to me like the riders are calming down, getting ready for the start of this heat, and just sort of, there's that moment of a tense nature. The riders are getting ready. They've had their warm-up. Aaron, some thoughts for you. How does it feel to be in your first heat of the day?
Yeah, it's always good to get it going. You always have the early mornings, getting your kit ready, making sure everything's in check. I used to like to have all my kites ready for anything, basically. Always have your spares. And in these conditions, you really need to trust your equipment, be comfortable with it. And I'm sure these guys are fully prepared and on their favorite setups. But yeah, it's the start of the day, and you just want to get that first heat out the way, get going, and I think that's going to be happening fairly soon. And first heat's always a tough one. You're the one trying out the conditions. You're seeing how it is for the first. Other people get to gauge what kites you're on and have a little look and see how it's going. When you're in the first heat, it's a bit of a different dynamic. You're having to kind of guess what's going to work for you and feel it out, and you can get a bit stressed to have to change kites before the heat if it's really not working for you. But the conditions here are so variable. I think if you're on the kite you're most comfortable with, I think you can handle it, then that's the one you want to be going with.
Nice shot of the crowds there for you to see. These ones are the brave ones, or just the locals that think this is a warm day, maybe. Just coming down to watch us. What a great view. Tucked up behind the rocks there. The beach really has come alive over the last half an hour. And it was a lovely start to the day, I have to be honest. There was no talk of starting at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. to try and run everything as quick and as long as we can. Sunday's developed really nicely now into a second day for the organisers here, so we're really chilled. It's quite nice to start. What are we now? Sort of nearly midday, and we're starting things here. So it's been a nice atmosphere, and we should have our first tricks coming in very shortly. Very mixed heat, this one now. Let's talk about this heat. We've got Stijn from the Netherlands, Josue Ferreira from Brazil, from South America. We've got a South African as well, Jason van der Spy. So this is probably going to be the most mixed heat of them all, with not many of these riders from anywhere else other than Europe. Who do you think is going to take this one, Julian?
I'm actually not sure. I saw Baby Shark riding yesterday, Josue Ferreira, and he was honestly riding super good. I also know Jason, obviously, that just actually got into the Mega Loop Challenge with the entry videos. I'm pretty sure he likes strong wind. He told me he wanted 50 knots at least. So I think he's pretty confident on his riding, and yeah, hopefully he takes it.
It's hard to know. It's the start of a new year. It's the start of a new era with big air kiteboarding. We have double loops both ways, even double contra loops. it's really an exciting place for big air kiteboarding, extreme big air kiteboarding, that is. And we really don't know what we're going to expect here. I'd say it's one of the most anticipated events of a very long time, what with that winter we had away. And this new movement that we're seeing in kiteboarding, I think we're going to see some very special stuff right here now. I mean, what a dream spot. It's flat, downwind of that nice sandbar here as we look towards the south where we're looking here now. There is the siren, which indicates to us that things are definitely about to get started. And I think the first rider to perform a move here is going to be Stijn Mol, perhaps. Here he comes on that slingshot on the inside. I wonder if there's as much wind there. There's a nice big boost. Nice mega loop with a delayed back roll. That's a textbook start if he can stick it. Bit chopped out. Controlled enough. I wonder, do you think he's going to lose some points for that landing, Julian?
I'm pretty sure he's going to lose a couple points on this. He had a little butt check. It's the first jump of the day, so maybe, hopefully for him, the judges will be good.
And, wow, now the wind really picks up. Just look at those white caps coming off on that water. It was a discussion we saw and just witnessed in the riders' briefing about what happens if the next guy gets another 10 knots than me. But it was dealt with quite well from the event organisers, it said. I mean, there's definitely another 10 knots. How windy is that, Aaron, on the water now for Jason?
Yeah, I would say there's some serious 40, probably to 50 knot gusts there, looking at how he's trying to hold on to that kite. But that was the thing the guys were saying, is that the wind's quite variable here. You know, you got 20 seconds per go to get your jump in, and there might be a bit of a struggle with the timing to get that with the gusts. But when you have a gust like this, I think you just got to take it.
And whilst we get ready for the next rider, which I think it's actually Baby Shark. He does have a full name, a Brazilian. We'll repeat again to you why these riders are riding one by one into this area. It's more down to the location and the wind speed and safety that we can actually get the riders rotating nicely. And we also want to give the judges the best vision of the tricks to get them focused. So scores coming in for Stijn, then it's a 4.42 coming in, scored out of 10 for that move. Maybe that, you're right, I think, Julian. I think he was scored down a bit. Here he comes then, Jason van der Spuy. There he is. Gonna have to zoom out there to catch him here, cameraman. He does so, and it's a nice mega loop with a delayed back roll. Can he stick it on this choppy downwind?
Nice floating. You can see that this wind is very dense. They can get good gusts, and sometimes it's your good gust, and it can be your worst also. So that's what we like about the spot.
Nice little banker move that, really. The mega loop with the delayed back roll. I believe it's the first one you learn really after learning a mega loop. It feels very natural to throw yourself into that back roll, and it's definitely why we see that move performed as a first trick a lot of the time. So nice start then for Jason. He'll be happy about that. It's the sort of move you'd be really annoyed if you crashed that, right, Aaron?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's only a certain amount of points I think you'll be getting for that, and it's just the banker, get a base score, see what sort of scores you're actually getting. Yeah, it's the baseline that the judges are setting at the beginning, and so here we go for the next trick. He's gone for the boogie. Kite was at a good angle, decent height. See the landing here. Yeah, pretty solid landing as well, so that will definitely be up from his first go there.
Yeah, I like that. I can see that being high. I mean, to get the scores, you know, working them out will take a while, but that's going to be, I think, well over 6 for me. I really liked the kite angle. I liked how he didn't fly the kite right up to 12 afterwards. Julian, nice move from him there, Stijn.
Yeah, nice move. Getting your kite low is actually quite difficult because it can drop you pretty quick, and it's also you can also show that you know where to put your kite and how you want to put it. So well done for Stijn.
The Brazilian rides in, left foot forwards here, searching for the gust. Oh, look at that gust hit his kite as well. You saw that kite at north just luff out. Here he comes then, Baby Shark, searching for his second move. And he goes for a boogie loop as well into the second front roll. Not amazing height and landing, but it's a reasonable trick for this young man. How old is this rider, Julian?
I think he's something like 15 years old. He's super young. Like I know he came straight out of Brazil, no warm clothes. We had to buy everything for him with the stuff from Lord of Tram. So yeah, it's pretty new to him. I don't think he's been riding a 6 much in Brazil.
And wow, so Stijn has already got a 9.14. High score, Aaron, for a boogie loop. But a boogie loop is an advanced loop, but it was a very powerful... Oh, sorry, that is the total. Thank you, Aaron, for pointing that out. So just a 4.72. Apologies for that. 4.72 for his boogie loop. Here comes Jason van der Spy, the South African.
Not quite
With,
getting the
just
height
didn't
yet.
quite get the gust maybe on that one. And that will reflect in his scores that come through here from the Surfer app. It's only a 7.9 that time, and everything becomes quiet in the live stream booth as the wind just drops 10 knots or so. You see the kites moving up and down a little bit more, but it is the calm before the storm, isn't it, Julian? That's the way the wind tends to work around here.
Yeah, literally, the wind is quite gusty here, but it's not. It's long gust. If the gust comes, it will stay for 3 minutes. So yeah, if you get the gust, you're lucky. We see now Stijn going for a nice mega loop, getting the height here. Is he going to stick it? Coming in with a lot of speed.
Very controlled that, and he got the crowd off their feet on the beach there. He certainly did find the gusts that you were just talking about, Julian. Yep. That is definitely the highest loop of the day. It was, nothing special attached to that move, but I mean, he went out the top of the shot there. So let's see how he's rewarded with that for the height and the commitment. There's 17.4 meters then. So that's the difference we're seeing if these riders can hit the gusts here. So nice big move for him.
That's what the guys are going to be looking for. You could see there from Jason's previous one where he just was lulled out, and then suddenly when it kicks in, this is the experience that the other guys will get on the beach for the second heat as well, being able to see what's happening. So here we have the Brazilian rider coming in. It looks like he's got a bit more of a gust this time. This is his third trick, but he's got a big gust on the 6 meter, I think. Let's see how he controls it. Perfect landing. So that was also a decent height. He's using that gust to his advantage.
Now all eyes are on that distance. 95 meters coming in from the metrics from the Surfer app. That's nearly 100 meters. Imagine how long that takes you to sprint. Just done that in one big mega loop. So it's really going to be about utilizing that chance. And I think this is fair. I was listening to that rider's briefing just now, Aaron, and thinking, well, you do have 5 trick attempts, all right? You might not get the gust on your go, but the chances are quite spread that you are going to get your go, because 2 of your best tricks count, remember. So can Jason van der Spy improve one of his other tricks? It's a boogie loop with a grab at the end and a bomb out. He got dropped out of that. He really did get dropped out, Julian. How does that feel?
Yeah, when it happens to you, you always end up like a mess. It's always you good in your trick and then the wind drop you a little bit. You can see now the wind is super strong. You can see at the back, Baby Shark can't even stop on his 6. The water is smoking and it's super strong. So we're going to get some nice action now.
Wow, now you used the term there, Julian, that the water is smoking. Everyone was talking about it yesterday, and I kind of questioned what they were perhaps smoking to have said that, but it's true. It smokes off the water here. When the wind gusts really accelerate, it is unbelievable how this mist comes off the water, and it really gives you an idea of how windy it is. Unfortunately, though, for Stijn, he hasn't really caught the gust that he would have liked there. So it's all about learning where the wind shifts are, where the wind is in the bay. Where you think it's windy one time can be totally different. To me, the wind looks very much like it moved and shifted north, a bit more towards the north in that direction now as we look at just the way that it's coming back to the beach there, Stijn. Does that happen here?
Yeah, the wind often switch direction, yeah. It doesn't switch completely, but it turns. It goes from north to east to west. And so, yeah, it's quite difficult. You can now see Baby Shark that's at the back, quite struggling to come back on his little 6. I don't know how he's handling those conditions already.
Bit of a pause then between us speakers here, just watching as this heat hits its sort of midway point. As the wind just looking to settle itself, and the riders are taking their time to reposition themselves. They know they only get 20 seconds, really, but we're moving at a nice pace here, and I think that's something that the race director, Cedric, really sort of made clear with the riders is, look, if it can't exactly be 20 seconds, we're We're going to keep an eye on that. Here comes Baby Shark then, as another door slams downstairs. Whether it remains on the hinges, I do not know. Here he goes. Left foot forwards in here as we reach outside the box. But you get that perfect view that we have here. It's going to be a mega loop with a delayed back roll. Clean landing.
Not quite getting the height on this one. You didn't catch the good gust. We can see the wind is strong now, but you also need to feel it. And yeah, hopefully I'll get some better ones now.
Yeah, you can see the small kite it's a little bit more difficult. When you have a bigger kite in this kind of wind, you can use the gust and still get something in the lull. I think with the smaller kite there, if the wind is down, you just really can't get that height. And the speed at which it's turning, I think they're looking at kite angle here, the judges as well a little bit. So Jason van der Spuy trying to improve.
Yes,
that was a big one. I think that was
nice
good.
little tail grab.
See his landing, a very floaty landing. A lot of the riders have been saying about how dense and gusty the wind can be, but on the landing you can still get these heli loops on the way down and get the gusts on the way down for a soft landing too. But yeah, I think he's going to definitely improve on his last boogie loop score there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful boogie loop. That was nice and big. Really got the height. 17.5 meters. That's what I call a boogie loop. 100 meters, nearly 98 meters. He was traveling downwind, and at 69 kilometers an hour, that yanked him through the air. And a kind of nice little G-force there, just 4.1. As the next rider up is Simon, which I believe... Oh, that's a big one! As the door slams again downstairs, he's really getting comfortable with the height, sending them with just a straight mega loop. So it'll be interesting to how that scores to Jason's, but that was a biggie.
That was a big one. You can also see the landing is quite tricky, and he is now almost got the best score. Almost sticking to Jason.
I think the first guy to get over 20 meters. So what this does, I think, for you at home, and certainly us here, is really puts in perspective how big you have to go 30 meters. I mean, a 20-meter mega loop is the benchmark of what I think the top guys like to class as a really good mega loop. So we're starting to see that in the early heats here now, as in comes Baby Shark. What's going to be his, I think his last move. Looks like a triple front roll, or 2.5, and he liked it with a mega loop as well. So a nice technical trick for him. I think he's going to struggle with the height factor with that smaller kite, but he's certainly done himself proud in this first heat.
Yeah, as you can see, he jumped 9.7 meters. There's a 11 meter difference between the last jump. Yeah, the gust is really important in that spot, and hopefully he'll get a good gust. Jason coming in now. Nice and powered. Nice doobie loop.
Well, there's that little bit of float we were telling you about that he just caught on the end of that move there. Any of you pilots that might be watching, you airline pilots, we were talking about the dropout on some of the landings. Probably the best word to use for that is microburst.
Et pour les Français qui nous suivent, on parle aussi français dans le live. Donc, je répète, les riders ont 20 secondes pour sauter. Ils ont chacun une couleur de lycra et une couleur de drapeau qui les match. Ils ont 20 secondes pour sauter, 20 secondes pour être X. 20 secondes, c'est court. On a des bonnes rafales. On a avoir 45 nœuds. On est à Barcarès, Lord of Tram 2022. Et pour le moment, on a eu des sauts à plus de 20 mètres déjà. Donc, ça promet.
So Jason there just riding in towards the beach now. It's still showing just, so 6 tricks has come up. You can see 6 in brackets for Jason. So it very much looks like the riders are winding down now from that heat. And I was told that they get 5 trick attempts. For some reason, Jason's got 6 on his. But that was a pretty exciting first heat. As the sun comes out here now. Well, we haven't seen so much of that this morning, Julian.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to see some huge mega loop today. We've seen already in the first heat some biggie, more than 20 meters, 20.1 from Stijn. So, yeah, super excited to see what's to come.
So on your screens then, you can see these riders in order. And I actually agree with that as well. I think we've got Jason at the top there. Remember, we don't have a variation score in yet. So we've got Jason van der Spuy, who just tops that one from Stinmol. And your friend, Baby Shark. He has a real name, though, no?
Yeah, I think his real name is Josue. but I like to call him Baby Shark. He has T-shirt and stuff that says Baby Shark at the back, yeah?
Oh, wow. He's like proper committed. He's a brand.
Yeah. Committed to the name.
Maybe he could team up with Carlos Mario and be Bebe Shark.
Oh, that would be sick.
So heat number 2 coming up shortly then. Clement, Hout, Zoon, and it's a big rider as well. Giel Vlugt, who is currently in our top 5. One of the riders that has really been taking the big air division by storm, inventing that double loop. He is going to be looking to win this for sure. That's what he will want.
Yeah, we have now a little delay between Heat 1 and Heat 2. We're going to go through a quick publicity, and then we're going to come back to you now.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and freeride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner.
And we're back. And the riders are... Oh, God, that was a massive loop from Clement there. And these warm-ups, this wind is really accelerating now. I'm not sure if you can hear this booth that we're sitting in, but I mean, we are all wondering if we're going to be still here if these gusts get even stronger. Must be 50 knots hitting the water now.
At least.
Yeah, that's how big Clement just went. And was that really a warm-up?
I don't know. If that's a warm-up, I'm excited to see this heat. They've been jumping both 17 meters just to warm up. That's crazy. So super stoked. So in this heat, we have Clement, French guy from Brittany, riding Riee. We have Zoon, young talent from the Netherlands, I think. And we have Giel, which is a new upcoming legend. He already did so much for kiteboarding, so super stoked to see what's coming.
Yeah, and we're not messing about here at the Lords of Tram. As we got caught straight out the shot. The cameraman can't find him. He's had to go wide in the end. And then another big boost in this heat. That's going to score big. I think this is maybe up to the 20-meter mark, as we'll see with your statistics down in the left. Bottom left-hand corner by the Surfer app. So no messing around here at Big Air Kite League. Round 1, 2022 at the Lords of Tram. You've just joined us, if you have, in heat number 2. Wow, what a time to join us and watch this epic action. Aaron Hadlow to my right-hand side, 5-time world champion. Julian next to me, local rider who knows this place really well. And we got some epic action. Here comes the man of the moment then, Giel, with that yellow and black 7-meter Ocean Rodeo. Not the biggest call. He will not be happy with that. Aaron, tell me about what just happened.
Yeah, this is classic from this spot. Really got done in the lull there. He was coming in full speed and it looked like he had a really good gust at one point, but maybe in that corner it just dropped or got really unlucky with the timing. So yeah, not what he was looking for his first go, but he has another 4 attempts to go. And I've been really impressed with what he's been doing lately. It's nice to see innovation. That's something I've always loved to bring to the sport. And he was in some double loops and S loops, and he's really taking the big air side of things seriously and up in the game. Here in the booth, we just can feel the lull. We were just getting blown over a minute ago. And here's the second jump from Clement.
Nice landing that. Yeah, he had to work hard to get that landing. That was a double front roll with a mega loop. And he actually went around half at the end, so it's a 2.5. But he really had to work hard for that landing. And he started well, Clement. He's really a power rider. Really likes to go for his moves powerfully. Not sure what size he's on. He's often on a 7 in Cape Town. I think that's his favourite size. So he'd be really happy with the conditions today, but this is a tough heat, and it's tough heats all the way through with the level and the caliber of riders that have been attracted to this big air kite league, which is, you know, it's bringing the top riders at the moment. And what a start to the year we're getting here. This is really a special and a privileged moment to just be here to watch what we're going to, I think, see. We're going to see maybe the first ever double kite loops as we focus our attention now onto Jan. Here he goes with a boogie loop of his own. There he is in the white rash vest. Lots of hoods being worn by these. Nice, tidy landing. It's not going to be a huge one, that, though, Julian. I think that's only going to be in around the 10-meter mark.
Yeah, as you can see, only a 7 meter. And his first jump was 20 meter, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a big difference between the gust. You need to really find the good gust and also to feel it. It's also part of the competition, I'll say. So, yeah, super sick.
So, yeah, just looking at these riders, how they got on last year. You know, there's no mugs in these early heats. Jan, he finished Jan Zoon in the top 12. He was 12th last year. So, you know, he obviously knows what he's doing. But our eyes now are on the man that finished 4th. But in many eyes of the world is pushing things at the front of the pack right now. Here's Giel. It doesn't look like he's got wind again there for me, Aaron.
He's still going to go for it.
And he's gone for a double. Oh, he's bombed out on that. He's got a bit of stand. This is not the perfect start from here. And he throws his hands up in the air, Aaron, as if to say, every time I'm getting no wind.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And it's hard to gauge, really, to be honest, from the beach. But when you go for these smaller kites, I think you just always risk that happening. And there's enough lulls that, you know, that can happen to you. And like I said before, if you've got a bigger kite, you can hold on to it through the gust, but you can also at least get some bigger base scores through the lulls. So that's a gamble he's taken, but I think it's going to pay off. There is enough gusts throughout the timing of the heat that he should get 1 or 2 to get some big scores, and he's consistent enough. So here we have Clement coming on his next trick attempt. The same's happened to him, but he's added something technical into it. But that was a harsh landing, but that can happen here. Just as you can get the gusts on the way down, you can also get the lulls. And again, with the smaller kites, they're very unforgiving.
Yeah, this is a good example of the difference between the lull and the gust here. Is he had to work his kite to get going there. Jan Zoon, the man who finished 12th overall last year, comes in left foot forwards then, heading towards the north. A nice board edge on this lovely flat water, which they tell me isn't so cold today. And yeah, he just aborts that mega loop there. He didn't feel it. And it's definitely something you can do with a mega loop. You don't have to be sending this kite round on its journey in your mind before you've even left the water. The more and more experience you get with this mega loop move, you can make that decision with your kite almost quarter of the way around the window. And he backed out there. So just avoiding any potential injury or anything. Just wasn't worth it. So what's happening with the wind here, Julian? You're a local. Why is it dropped like this?
I don't know. It looks like it's coming back now. Riee is maybe going to get the gust he was waiting for. We can see he looks a little bit more power on his 7. I don't know why he's riding a 7.
His hand's gone up in the air again. That was the hand of a flailing hand of a man that suggests to the race director, look, it's not windy enough. He's on a 7 though. That's the problem. As he's going to throw something. He's pumping that bar in and out like an iron worker. He's coming back left foot forwards now. That kite is going up and down. Are we going to see something here? He probably wants to get something on the board now. Bit of a gust coming in. Yes, he does get a high. Oh, he's gone for the double. Whoa. What a landing. There it is, out of nowhere. The first double loop we have seen, I think, in kiteboarding.
In the competition.
There it was.
Yeah. I'm quite interested to see what score they're going to score him. It's the first time we're actually seeing this in competition, so it's a whole new dimension now. And yeah, we're going to see his score popping up soon. Surely been better than his 2 points.
Aaron, where did that come from? I thought we were just about to see his third trick, maybe, where he doesn't get the wind. I was thinking about what to say for him, and then boom, out of nowhere. I think it was a boogie loop with a double kite loop.
Yeah, I think he's just he's a smart rider. I think he's really taken advantages of what he has there. Of course, he saw the gust. He knew his kite can do that. And I mean, if you're going to take a small kite, you got to use take the advantages of having the smaller kite and the speed. So he's gone for that. It was a medium-sized jump, but you're able to put the 2 loops in, and that will give him the extra score.
7.6. And we have Clement now with a big kite loop board off, getting nice and high. Is he going to stick it? Yes, coming in with quite a lot of speed.
Yeah, and he's got the locals cheering him on the beach. I just want to point out as it disappears quickly there, the 5.4 G-force from Giel's move there. He really had to absorb that one through the legs as he just got underneath that kite with it, double kite loop. As they tell me, it's all about getting that thing back up to the top. But Clement there with a nice signature sort of move from him, always over 15 meters, nice and powered. The crowd liked that, and for me, those two just starting to edge away now. So that big score then from Giel, I think is a fair score. And on your screens right now then is Zoon, who's looks like a contra loop for me, that one, with a front roll, very nicely controlled, big distance. Good move, that one. Julian.
Yeah, good move. Jan I actually saw him training this trick in Cape Town, and I saw him also crashing quite a lot, but now looks like he got his trick, so he still stick it, and I think that's what he was looking for.
Thanks again for joining us if you are watching live throughout the world, wherever you are. This is the Lords of Tram 2022. It's round 1 of the Big Air Kite League in the south of France, on the southeast of France, and the Perpignan area, the Lucat area. We are in Les Baccares. And it is 30 to 40 to sometimes 50 knots here for this event. It's the crowd starting to cheer. You can hear them. You don't often hear this. They want something from Giel. It's something big, and it is huge. It looks like a doobie loop, nice and big. Interesting to see his kite live and how it works there, Aaron, out the window. That 7 does get nice and low. That was a nice move from Giel. He's going to be really happy he's got that in the bag.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see how this gonna score the difference between a boogie double loop and a actual boogie loop. We could see that Giel got a 7.6 on the boogie double loop with the extra rotation on the way down. Yeah.
I think it's going to score less, to be honest. We've seen a few of those sorts of moves at this event so far. I think that it is going to put him in top. Yeah, in his score comes now 7.11, and he'll be feeling a lot better about things. But can Clement maybe edge his way back in? He looks powered as he takes off into a huge boogie loop. And he's going to go some... Here we go.
There we have the first flying of the day. I'm sure we're going to get some more. The spot is so sick for this.
That was an aerial claim there, we did see. And wow, that is going to be one of the biggest distances of the day. Let's have a guess, guys. I'm going to go 130 meters. What do you think? How far?
Apparently it's 102, but I'm pretty sure that was a little bit more because he just went across the spot.
Sorry, Aaron. The guess is it's just that quick. The Surfer app has come in with its score, and it takes a couple of seconds to come in. Of course, if the rider remains above the water. So these things are really heating up here in heat number 2 as the riders are down to their last moves, and it's going to be Zoon, who's he's only 0.3 away from. That's not going to be high enough. Bit of a bomb out there as well from Jan, so I think it's going to be hard for him to get into the top 2 now, Julian.
Yeah, and as we can now wait for Jan to get his sport back, we can now compare the scores of Giel. So the 7.63 is a boogie double loop, so that's quite new into the kiteboarding industry. And we can see that also a boogie loop, but that's 5 meters higher, can score almost as much. So what they're looking for is height, firstly, because we're in bigger kiteboarding, we want height, we want distance, and we want power. Giel now coming in, doesn't seem like he's quite getting the gust. Yeah, I think he's going to turn around, maybe try wait for it. It's quite tricky. They only have 20 seconds to jump. So Giel coming on the right side now. Yeah, sick. We can see that Riee is first, Clement is second, and Jan is third. Riee is missing a trick. Is it the last one? Boogie loop with a nice delayed. Did he just wave to the crowd when he was actually doing his trick?
Yeah, I think he did. And interesting for me, he knows. I think he knows the scores are okay for that as he just rides out to the left as our new riders for the next heat get ready for heat number 3. yeah, interestingly, he does like to ride quite heavily towards the left. He really uses up all of that extra space on the flat to get in there. But a great start for Giel. Clement's really demonstrated he's got the moves as well. And Jan not too far away. So that was heat number 2. And let's bring you the information for heat number 3 coming up very shortly, which we know will start when the rider's flag has been raised.
Now we have Cohan warming up for heat 3 of round 1. I saw Cohan riding yesterday and he honestly went massive. We can now see warming up jump, getting a gust already and just floating. You can see how easy it is for him, only one hand on the bar.
Next riders then to bring you in heat number 3 will be Timo, Boersema, Luca, Ceruti and Cohan van Dijk.
Yeah, I spoke with Luca yesterday and he told me only bring a 3-4. So I hope it's not going to be too cold because the water seems really cold.
Well, it's definitely one of those places outside at the moment. I mean, bearing in mind that we've got, if you just look at us 3 in the live stream booth, one of us has got double pants on, I've got double hats, we've got double socks. Doubling up big time just to stay warm. So out on the water, anyone that's got anything, I mean, even a 4-3 is not enough here. We're talking people need 6-5s as you get a nice shot of the crowds that really braving it. I mean, this action's just so good though. They don't feel the cold.
Yeah, you can see they're almost all wearing beanies. I don't know. They all probably went skiing and bring the ski stuff to you. I know some of the staff are actually wearing ski goggles, ski pants, ski jackets. Really tough conditions today.
I got to be honest, it was a very easy trip. I've bought some kit as well with me, maybe to get a ride in. It was very easy to go for the cheaper snowboard option on this trip. I certainly wasn't questioned about that. Quite like I am sometimes going to warmer climates like Cape Town. But anyway, let's bring our attention back to the event here. We now have
a yellow flag, so which means they are busy deciding.
I think it's a judges thing. I think they're just getting the variation score sorted and they're just making sure they're ready. I think the race director will be happy about the pace that he's moving through this competition. Remember that this is a bit of a new format. Nice little overlay there. So round 1, heat 3 is coming. But new format in that it's one rider tricking at a time and they're looping back round in a conveyor belt system. The idea being to give the judges the best focus on the riders. So we don't have multiple riders landing at once, and it's better for safety. This is also a small spot. Here comes that 50 knots that we talked about now. Take a look on your screen to that orange kite now. He is having a physical battle with that kite, which looks like a 6 or a 7, to even stay in the water. So, whoa, some big gusts. Aaron's face just lit up as I looked to him. So this is going to be one hell of a start. There goes the horn indicating the start of heat number 3. And the blue flag of Timo has been raised as he enters riding on a port tack. Left foot forwards with what looks to me like a 6 or a 7 Nash. Nice big loop to start things off. It's the classic mega loop delayed back roll. I believe it was named the spring roll for a while, but that name never really took off. Aaron, can you give me any information? No, you don't want to talk about that?
A scream roll.
The spring roll.
Oh, a spring roll.
Yeah.
I never heard this. Nah, so Timo with a good yank. He really got pulled by his kite. You can see that he traveled 92 meters on his first trick. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was. And it's nice that it was caught on a big G-force. So it was quite a big landing as well. 7.6 there on the G scale. As coming in now then, it looks like Luca.
Luca Ceruti, the Safa, coming in.
That's big.
With a big double 8 back roll, triple 8 back roll floating.
Oh, no, he just couldn't take it. I really was excited to see how big that was. This is going to be over 20 meters for me. 21.3, only 94 meters. It looked longer than that, but that was the biggest mega loop delayed back roll we've seen by a mile so far. And this guy really impresses me, Julian. He's been going about his business quite calmly out in Cape Town, always riding, always training. And I'm going to put it out there that he's my dark horse for this event. I really think he's got the vocabulary of tricks. He's got the height and control, and he's got the right attitude as well. I think he's really committed. And I think we're going to see big things from the North rider, Luca, who unfortunately doesn't get a score. He did get rewarded for that score. Wow, heavily.
Yeah, we can see that Cohan is now coming in for his jump. Cohan, a good rider also. Laid back roll, not quite getting the gust. Second rotation, sticking it like a cat. I like this.
Yeah, that was a big landing. It indicates to me a rider that prefers to maybe be right foot forwards, the way he pivoted round on his left foot and just dealt with that landing. That could have easily been a big blowout, the way he dropped out this guy there. So we're just going to put that down for Cohan, in my opinion, to just didn't find the gust. Yeah, he's not going to be using that trick to score in his best two scores, ladies and gentlemen, that will count. It's your best two scores here out of your 5 trick attempts, and there will be a variation score given out of 5, so a maximum of 25 will be given to these riders. Variation score comes afterwards, but here's Timo.
Yeah, here's Timo coming in for his jump. We can see the wind is strong. Not quite getting the gust. Doobie loop. Yeah, not quite getting the height on this one.
No, he certainly wasn't claiming anything to the crowd in that move that we've seen quite a few of so far. And in the distance now then, we can see the snow-capped mountain of...
I think it's called the Canigou. So, yeah, you can see that there's snow on the mountains in the background. You guys can't really get it on the live, but I'm telling you, it is beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, so the wind is super cold. It's coming from those mountains with snow, so it's really dense, really cold. And yeah, it's nice wind to ride in.
Do adjust your TV sets if you do want to see that mountain. You will see it. But meanwhile, coming in, this is going to be big. He's hit a massive gust here, is Luca. And he just couldn't put it together. You know, you really do want to be set for these mega loops. He knew it was coming in big, and he'll be gutted that he's landed. He will have wished he was the next rider in there, because these gusts, you know, the word I like to describe, if I could use one word to describe the Tramontane, it would be violent.
Yeah, it's very violent, very... It's super strong. It just pushes your car. It just takes you with it. And yeah, we could see he was coming in hot with a lot of speed, and he didn't quite get the takeoff, because you need so much physical conditions to handle this.
Cohan van Dijk, mega loop with the delayed back roll. He's going to get lots of distance on this, and another very skilled landing there, as it really looked to me quite a battle in the air to pull that move together. He got a heavy gust after he'd completed the loop. Wasn't too bad on the way up, 11.8 meters there, but Cohan's having to work hard now, as we see the white caps absolutely going berserk, and the smoke.
And the water is smoking. That's what we like.
Yeah, I mean, when it goes like that, it looks like it's crept up to 50 knots to me. I mean, we're not just saying that here. These riders, grown men and sometimes, you know, kids, stocky kids, taking 6 meter kites. And I didn't really find the gust there, I don't think, Timo, but he's landed in clean moves.
Yeah, I like the style of late back row, super inverted. It looks like a reversed boogie loop kind of trick. I like it.
It's crazy. I mean, you go from 50 knots like that. We just spoke about it. You know, let's just put that in perspective. Luca Ceruti, very good rider, coming in on what looks like a 6 or 7. Couldn't get it together to send, you know, what would have been an absolutely massive move. And then the next rider's almost gone down to 30, 35. And it's tough. So here is Luca again. He's got a better opportunity here to perform something. That's as good as he could have done that move there. So it's a big loop with 2 more rotations. I like to refer to the doobies as sort of slamming that kite round on the second one, but it's all about translation. So it's going to score okay for him, I think, there, but not massive, but he needed that on the board.
Yeah, it's going to score okay for him. We can see that his best score now is a 5 from 9.7, even though he got the highest trick of the day for now, but he couldn't quite get the landing. The landing is quite choppy, and it's super hard to get the gust and to manage the gust, so hopefully I'll get a better score soon. As we can see, he just got first. Nice from Luca. Timo coming in. Cohan. That was Cohan.
Yeah, Cohen's not finding the. He's not getting maybe a bit of luck. He needs a bit of luck here, Cohan. He is, one of the riders here that's actually the highest ranked from last year. He finished inside the top 6. He was 6th, not far away from the top 5 actually. So Cohan gets, he's rewarded with that high ranking from last year in that he started this heat in the 3rd. He could start 3rd. So he could watch the other riders. He will be able to react to the other riders. Here comes Timo. Looks like he's got some gust here. That's a bigger loop from him. I think he was going for a boogie loop there and perhaps maybe got stuck on the way round.
I'm pretty sure so, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you need to avoid a trick rather than crushing it. You need to get some scores in. Yeah, his best score is a 5 and his not worst score because it's also super sick, but 4.7. So hopefully I'll get a better score soon. We can see now in the white it's Luca. As you can see on the screen, he's quite powered and he's on the 8-meter orbit. Jumping. Oh, what?
Wow.
Wait, what was this?
So that was the first. We're seeing a lot of my firsts here. This isn't a children's storybook. This is the Big Air Kite League, and we're seeing first moves at the Lords of Tram 2022. First time ever seen that actually ever myself, and it's in a competition. It was a back roll mega loop, a double mega loop.
Was it?
Yeah.
It looked like I don't know. It looked like a S loop.
Just the way he went into that first mega loop was textbook back roll mega loop, and he just kept pulling it to me. Like I don't often see an S loop go that low. So how are they going to score this? It was 15 meters as well. It was no little tiny one. So this is going to really shake things up here. I think it's going to keep him highly at the top. This has got to be over 7.5 for me.
Yeah, we can see now Cohan coming in, and Luca is probably super stoked there at the back from his double loop. Cohan coming in hot.
What must be going through Cohen's mind here? He's getting the runaround from these boys. Although he looks like he's stuck a nice clean move there, very stylish landing. He's going to be. We're going to take a look at the heat ladder in a minute just to see how important it is for these riders to maybe skip around here. I haven't taken a look at that. We'll be bringing that to you shortly, but I'm still waiting for that score to come in from Luca's.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see to compare the score and against Giel. I know Giel got a 7.5. Yo, we got Timo now with a nice doobie loop. Extra rotation on the way down.
Yeah, and this is it is showing that there's been 4 moves from Luca, but I don't think they've included that top score in his best scores yet. Personally, I can't believe that double. So I think the judges, they don't get much time because the other riders come flying in, and this isn't looking so good for Cohan right now. Aaron, you must have been in this position, or probably not actually. But what do you suggest he does?
No, it's definitely, there's times where you're up against it and you're down to your final move, but it's still very close. You got to remember, it only takes one big gust, big move, and you're getting through, and you can put yourself back up into those first places. But yeah, Luca's got a pretty solid lead. Cohan would need something around a 7.5 probably to get back up there, but that's definitely within reason. There was another big move there. And I think there's definitely like a high level out there at the moment in this heat, and but because it's close, it can all change on the last trick, and that's something to consider.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a replay of that last move. It just looked a bit of an odd rotation. I think that was actually a delayed front roll after the loop, which is very rare to see. You don't often see that. It's not the most natural of rotations, but sometimes if it feels right, you just gotta go with it. But here we are then with. Cohan is coming into the box here.
Cohan is powered. You can see it. He's now getting the gust.
Luca's score just came up. We'll talk about that. And Cohan takes a blaster. Bit of a cane of that. He never got the lift. And Cohan's going to have to settle for a bit of a tough first heat for him. Heat 3 then for the man that's ranked highest in this one. Luca's score coming in at 6.67 now, Julian.
Yeah, 6.67. I don't know. We saw Giel before with a boogie loop, double loop, and he got scored 7.5, although it was 10 meter high, and now Luca went 15 meter high, and it's 6.67. Yeah, as you can see, guys, it's the first time we're actually seeing double loops. Maybe we need to get used to it. It's the first time in competition ever being landed. So, yeah, need to get used to it and hopefully I'll get better.
Yeah, I felt that was maybe deserved more.
Yeah.
That was quite a special move. I mean, it's when the kite goes round twice, when you see that in person, that you're like, wow, they actually felt comfortable. And I think it's so exciting to even think about how we've seen this big change in big air kiteboarding, and certainly the kites now being able to loop, come back up towards 12 with good drive and tension is allowing for this whole new world of tricks where there's still tension in the bar for the riders to perform other moves. So the next set of riders are just coming into the box now as the crowds cheer on. All of them in the air there. You've just seen...
Yeah, as you can see, they're all warming up for heat 4 of round 1. We're going to go through a quick publicity and then we're going to come back to you for round 4. Here we are, back for heat 4, round 1. We have 3 Frenchies in this heat. So we have Marius Sanchez, which is a rider from the south of France. He's riding Neige. He's been in the Road of Tram since the beginning of Road of Tram. We got Antonin Rangin, which ended up second in last year's Road of Tram, Edgar, which I'm not presenting. You guys probably all know him. We have Marius coming in.
Is that known as a tricolore? Or is that something else?
Yeah. The tricolore riders.
Boom goes the door on the live stream booth as we get things going with heat number 4.
Yeah,
And that wasn't a move, I don't think. No. So what the riders can see, which tell them that they can go, I can fill you in on that now. You can't see that. What you can see on your screens there is Edgar Ulrich to the left with Antonin Rangin, very big legend in the sport for me, French rider, having a little chat, how's things going? Good luck. Their flags are raised when it's their turn to perform their trick. There is the siren on the beach and the blue flag has been raised. So that on your screens was Antonin, just getting a little bit of a glimpse for how things feel in the takeoff area. He'll now leave heading south again on a starboard with his, looks like he's got a rebel there. And passing him just on your screens now will be Sanchez Marius. Do you know much about this rider?
Yeah, I met him at Lord of Tram the first year. He's a super sick rider. We saw, I don't know if you guys maybe saw his double loop video crash. He crashed super hard, and that was honestly super sick. Kite loop board off, first trick. Is he gonna stick it?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't quite get the landing yet.
Cool, that was one of those landings where you're convinced that, you really had it in for you, the water there. He had it perfect. Something got stuck. He ended up just over the front. He's gutted about it. What a difference of feeling he would have had if 10 seconds ago he'd landed. Meanwhile, we go back to Antonin Rangin. The hand off the bar. It's an interesting style for me to release it. Back loop, a back roll mega loop into a second back roll. Looks pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, very controlled from Antonin. Well, Antonin is actually rode Kota, I think, 5 times or 6 times, if I'm not mistaken.
The most for a Frenchman?
I think so. I think he's the French guy that actually rode the most and got competed the most into Kota. So, yeah, he's now on a 7. We don't often see him on a 7. And we have Edgar now coming in. Edgar, one of the new upcoming legend, if I can say. He did double loops, S loops. He has his own style, and we like it. Back roll. Contra loop with the tic-tac. Sticking it nicely here.
That's a technical move right there. So that was front hand. Pulled on the front hand.
Yeah, front hand, back row. He went into a back row and then pulled a contra loop. So a contra loop is putting the kite forward with the left hand here. And between, when he's doing this, he's actually making the board spin at the same time. So that's very technical.
There's a lot going on there. And I saw that video from him yesterday, actually, with a back roll. board off with a contra loop as well, as we see just a classic mega loop with the delayed back roll, and it just sort of threw him round into another rotation there for Sanchez, so that really messed him up there. But just going back to just wrap things up with Edgar, really, because I just wanted to point out that all these contra loops really heavily pushed by Yannick, who's our current leader of the tour, who's unable to compete here. So best of wishes to you, Yannick, and really your presence is felt with all of this innovation that you've brought over the last years, as we just see Antonin there. He didn't really catch a nice gust at all, and he'll be upset about that as he slaps the water, in fact, gives it a little whack, like, come on, nature, give me a better deal.
Yeah, I can recognize this. I'm mostly like Antonin in the water. When it's so frustrating when you can't get your jump, you're ready for it, you go for it, you have 20 seconds, you've put in your man into places, and when the wind is not with you, you can only be pissed against them. And we have now Edgar going in the right side. First jump of the competition. Boot, loop. Nice and controlled. Getting the gust here.
He's going to get lots of hang time here.
Nice. Yeah, we can see us control. He even had the time to take a feet off his board. How controlled was that, Lewis?
Very controlled. I think it's. I think he rides the Evo SLS. I think he's quite happy on that kite. As the gusts now pick up, the TV goes rocking in the live stream booth. That was nice timing from Edgar. He got in at a really nice point there. He was able to show some real control to the judges. And he really adapted his move there. So, wow, here come the Whitecaps back in the box there. Great shot.
Check the water
for you
smoking,
there.
Lewis.
We got smoking water. Yeah, it's smoking. So, coming in now, it looks to be
Marius Sanchez.
Yeah.
Boogie loop. Nice. Nice and powered.
Nice and powered. Quite early committing that kite round. I think when it's really strong, you've got to get up there first a bit. But he got his kite down low. He's happy. Bit of a claim to the crowds. He was, the crowds have really come in full support here down here at Lords of Tram. We've got a wonderful supporting local area of Le Bacarez who are hosting all the team, the athletes. They're really proud to be hosting this Lords of Tram here in 2022. So we want to thank them for everything they're doing. But here we are in heat number 4. The first event of the year at the Big Air Kite League. We thank you for joining us from wherever you are around the world. It is cold here. It's 0 degrees wind chill out there. Double pants, double socks going on in the live stream booth as we see Antonin furious again. How can this happen again? It's happened to him where he didn't get the luck of that boost. And he'll be having to control his emotions now, Julian.
Yeah, that's the hardest. When he got a good first good entry trick, back roll with a delayed back roll. And so now he has 2 more attempts and he needs to get back in the game soon. We have Edgar coming up with the red lycra. I'm pretty sure Edgar is going to go jump on the right side.
Yeah, you can just tell by his body language there, Julian. Now you can see the hands on the hip. I mean, we do see some riders using that tactic to get a little bit of a cut-up win, but it just looked like he wasn't committing. So here he goes then, starboard, right foot forwards, looking for a takeoff. It's not hard to find one around here. Oh, wow.
Do be brought off with extra rotation. Not quite getting the landing here, but that was super stylish from Edgar, the French here.
I love how he's taking off both ways. I think that's really going to help his variation score, and there's no surprise to me that he's out ahead here by far with, I think, the highest score we've seen at this stage in a heat so far. But here comes left foot forwards. Sanchez.
Yep. Jumping. Kite loop. Not quite getting the landing here.
What's going to be interesting here for me is the distance that he covered. Now, if we look down there, we see only 38 meters. Now, that's really shows you just if you get the gust here, you're going to get up to 100 meters or more in distance, whereas he didn't really, Marius Sanchez, get that distance there. He didn't get quite the height, and so it really sort of affects your distance traveled.
Yeah, we can now see Antonin going to the right. You probably saw Edgar jumping nice at the right. He's probably going to go for a boogie loop. Nice second rotation.
I think he's going to be angry. I think he's going to land here and wish he got more. However, he did get a score on the board, and he might be looking at this heat thinking, I've just got to get second here. You know, sometimes you can look at things and think, wow, I can't catch that guy. He's gone berserk. I've just got to do my thing, and maybe that's what that last trick was about.
Yeah, we can now see Edgar coming in. Edgar leading by 4. 13.59, getting a 7.1 and a 6.4. Oh, nice front roll, control loop.
And the limbo landing. He took it with a limbo landing. Wow.
Yeah, and you could see that Edgar took now the board off with the fin, which add a little bit of difficulty into this. Super stylish rider, Edgar, always having the smile, always sending it hard. He actually has a freestyle background, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think that's very true to a lot of these riders now. Well, not a lot of them, but some of them come from freestyle and have used their abilities to go into this part of the sport. But he definitely is a very good freestyler.
Marius coming in. I hope he sprayed
He's
the
mugged it
crowd.
off. He's mugged that off here. And what's he going to do? Are they going to force him to take off right foot forwards? Or is he going to turn back round and think it is his last move here? He wants it to be a good one. He will be slightly over the 20 seconds, but I think he's going to get grace here. And what can we see from him? He looks a bit more powered than before. He may as well go tech on this. He's gone tech. Oh, and he just couldn't get the board on his feet. But I respect that. He really wanted to up it.
Yeah, he really wanted to get that score in. I think he knows that he probably messed up a couple jumps here. You only get 5 jumps and they're taking your 2 best tricks. 5 jumps can seem a lot, but it's really not. If you start your heat, you crashed your first jump, you're already in a bad position. So it's super important to get into your heat, get it right. They probably worked it way before, and we see now Antonin coming in with a nice loop, flying, nice late rotation, coming in with speed. Oh,
Took it. He took it as good as he could take that landing there. That is called a controlled butt check landing. He's covered a lot of distance there. He's done 88 meters, 83 kilometers an hour. That loop accelerated him, and that is more like it for Antonin Rangin. He'll be happy about it. He'll wish he could have got a more floaty landing, but sometimes it's not possible. You have to get what you're given.
Yeah, the wind has been quite shy in this heat. We didn't quite see Ghost here. We see Edgar now coming up. He's probably going to go on the right side. No, he looks like he's going to jump.
Oh, he's gone for it. Whoa!
Back roll, contra loop. Nice and powered.
I think that was a normal mega loop. I think that was a big back roll, double back roll mega loop. And he's going to have a big G-force on that. 8.3 G-force from Edgar. I hope he's okay. That was a big cane. 88 kilometers an hour. He just got yanked into that one. And I think he hit a big gust on that 7 meter. Aaron Hadlow's just back in from the beach where he's been supporting the Duotone International kiteboarding team. I'll pass over to you in 1 second, Aaron, as Sanchez just goes straight out of view. It's not even going to be, he's going to be close to Edgar here. But that was just for the crowds. Aaron, how was that down there?
Yeah, I've just been down right on the beach. I was down there at the takeoff area, and you got a really nice little corner there where you can get some speed into, but you can really tell the difference in the wind speeds and the gusts down there. You can really notice the height from down at that level, and it was it was interesting to see. There was definitely, you could see that Anton was not getting the gust, and it's really impressive from down there. We got all the crowd down there cheering people on, and there's a huge jump just go down here from Anton. If you really get you really get the sense of the feeling there. But it was nice to be down there on the beach. And
So I'm going to interrupt you here, Aaron, because we've got a bit of a sad sight that Edgar's just got out of the water to my left-hand side. That last landing, I mean, we did say the G-force come in at that landing from was over 8. I think he's got a foot injury, perhaps, and that'd be such a shame if he can't recover from that. He's just down in front of the live stream booth here. And I can just see him shaking his head. I think he's done himself in the feet, possibly there. They helped him out, though. It was one of them unlucky landings where you get dropped out, slammed into some chop, and there is a sense of, people look bamboozled by what they're seeing here. They've just seen a masterclass of kiteboard competition from Edgar. And then he's got off the water and he's being helped out the water. He is okay, and we've got a wonderful safety and medical team down here.
Yeah, we're going to go back to Edgar and going to put a little advert, and we're going to come to you soon.
2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show.
Welcome back then to Lords of Tram 2022, and we are here in the Bacares. It is round one of the Big Air Kite League, and in the blue rash vest, who's going to take a very tricky landing there, Simon Bruhn, the Deutschman, and 14.3 meters for him to open up his account here. Simon Bruhn, also a guy that's got the ability.
Yeah, he does.
Tell me more about Simon.
Well, I personally competed against Simon quite a few times, and he's a tough rider. I remember at Court Hawaii, and 2 years ago, I think, he took Nick Jacobsen out, and that's a pretty big move from a rookie. I think he got in with the entry video, and now he just comes and takes some legends like Nick Jacobsen out, so big potential. And now we have Evan Klijn coming in, the guy that jumped 23 meters yesterday. Is he going to jump as high today? Super high mega loop from Evan.
Yeah, that's a lovely move for his opening move here in heat number 5. And Evan is a guy definitely to watch. He's very comfortable in these conditions. He loves that kite, and he just looks like he can always find height with it. You know, 32 something yesterday, or 33,
I think.
33 as the wind gusts back up again now as the clouds move over us, giving us that feeling of cold, and really throwing a challenge out there to these kite surfers. As next up is going to be Andre Principi, another guy that needs no introduction really. He's up there pushing the sport at the moment. Last year he finished 3rd overall, so he'll be looking to try and win this year.
Yeah, and he's the actual Lord of Tram winner on title. He won last year, but this year is complete different. Nice. There's a lot of height here, a lot of floating, controlled.
Yeah, nice mega loop. The delayed back roll, the 1-footer, as Aaron Hadlow looks on in here, who's been down there on the beach, really putting in a shift, helping out the Duotone International riders. Aaron, it looked to me like a bit of a nod of the head. You were happy with how he started there. Did you have any words with him about his first move?
Yeah, he's been really up-and-coming rider recently, him and his mate Lorenzo, and yeah, I spoke to them both a bit earlier. He was really confident he could send some good tricks in here. He already mentioned the double loop, and so let's see what he's going to pull out in this heat. We got our next rider coming through. That was a little loop, not such the height with the big gust there. But yeah, back to Andrea. He's doing very well. He's done very good in Cape Town. He was out there. I was riding with him a couple of times. He's got the short line game. He's got the contra loops. He's got the kite loop board offs and the technicality. So he's one to look out for. Him, Lorenzo, for me, are two of the young kids on Duotone that are really starting to come up as well. So for me, it's quite interesting to see where they take it.
Yeah, we can now see Evan coming in super powered. He's riding a 7 meter. Getting super high, laid back roll. That was massive. Can you stick it? Yes, he can. Nice there from Evan. getting super high, 18.3 meters.
Yeah, it looked higher than that. It did look like a big one. And he knows what he's doing as well, Evan. He's often been up at the top end of these competitions. Finished 6th last year, did Evan, one of the 6 riders here from the Netherlands. They are taking a third of the fleet, the Dutch riders. They just know how to ride in strong winds. Up next, though, it's a nice boogie loop from Andre Principi. Lands cleanly, lots of distance. Going to be around the 80-meter mark, perhaps, I think. 70. And nice tidy move there from Andre Principi.
Yeah, we now got Simon coming in. I think he's gonna go drop on the right, maybe. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so we can now see the scores. Evan got a 5.7, sorry, for the massive late back roll. Simon coming in for a doobie. Nice kite angle, third rotation, sticking it. Not quite getting the landing yet.
Just a bit of an update that I have from you, from my sources. I have many. This one's coming in that Edgar is good. He's okay. He's got no pain, maybe a small injury, but it's the safety team really on point with that. You didn't see, but just down in front of us, they had him straight out of the water. It was just a bit of a hard landing, one of them ones where you get a bit of an ankle shock, I think. I can't confirm it was an ankle injury, but I can't confirm if he's going to be in the rest of the competition. But the word I've got here is that it's, everything's fine. As the wind ramps up again here in the booth, it's quite such an incredible place to be speaking. We're inside this live stream booth, but it feels like we're outside in some ways. And this could be big then from Evan, the man who knows how to boost over 30 meters. The cameramen widely zoomed out as he goes massive. He goes for the big mega boost. And is he possibly going for the big move of the day? I believe there's 500 euros. Oh, he hasn't crashed it. Does it matter?
Oh,
it's going to be high, this one, as he gets caught in the smoke. But 500 euros from Surfer for the biggest boost of the day.
Yeah, we saw last year at Cape Town, for example, Milan got the best, the highest score of the day, the highest jump of the day, and he got rewarded with the 500 euros from Surfer. So, yeah, you choose, you want to get in the podium, you can send it. And we have Andrea coming in now, nicely powered. Height, getting pulled off.
Good landing, that one. That was a tough landing there, and he wants to hear the crowd. He's saying, like, come on, we're putting it on the line out here. And these riders, they really are putting it on the line here to tell you how these could... Oh, I think we've got... Is that a deflated kite or not? Or is that just how gusty it is? Sorry to change subject.
I think the wind is cockstrong.
Yeah, he's just struggling to get back to his board there. Is Evan, who's going to have to get back upwind quite quickly. Yeah, he's really getting... He can't get back to his board, and he's got to get... You can't see that downwind here, but on your screens, you can see... it looks to me... Sorry, it's very dark, and we've got 2 riders on duotone. Blue Rash Vest is in the eye, so it's Simon that's supposed to go up next, but Evan's got a bit of a...
Yeah, he got a bit of a struggle here.
I wonder if something's tangled around his kite. So we're just telling you what we can see out of our view here, because all the flags are down, and so each flag relates to each rash vest for the rider. I think Evan's got a bit of a deal with his kite. He's desperately trying to fix his bar. This could be a devastator for Evan Klijn here, who looks to be one of the riders that's going to be pushing into the top 5 here from his results over the last years. But he's got a kite problem. He's got his kite back up in the sky.
It's tough here because when you crash, you often end up downwind, and then obviously that's if you hit a big gust and a big move, you're potentially in the way. So I think he was just lost his board. He was trying to keep himself not to go too far downwind in that huge gust, and now he's got his board back. It's clear, and now we got Simon coming in for his next trick. Now the downwind area is clear. But he's missed the opportunity to take that gust. Is there still some good wind there in the corner? He's still gonna go for it. He's gone for a
not
board
quite
off,
getting
but
out.
not so high. And yeah, he's missed the gust a little bit there. And you do have 20 seconds. If you're wondering why these riders are just going for the trick anyway, you have only the certain amount of time to make that happen. So yeah, these guys are going for it regardless. And then when the gust comes, hopefully in their next trick attempt, they're able to pull off something better.
Yeah, Evan I think he got quite a cold swim now. Eh? The water is pretty cold, and he looks like he was body dragging to his board. The jet ski hopefully bring the board back up.
Yeah, so he's made his way all the way back upwind here, Evan. And this leads to some really interesting discussion, which I want to have when we don't see the riders on the water, because that did put a hold or a holding pattern on the riders upwind. But here is Evan then, going for a big doobie loop. And nice landing. Yeah, he's going to feel stoked about that, because I tell you what, he really got out of jail there. He just sent a massive boost, just a jump, I think, with an eye on maybe the highest jump of the day in what was his third trick attempt. That was his fourth we've just seen. And he had a problem. His bar got stuck, I think. You didn't see that on your screen. Downwind here. They had to tell the riders, or they didn't even raise the flag for them. So because he was in their downwind path, they couldn't jump. And their wind was optimum. And by the time he got out the way, their wind was horrendous. So is there a case here, Aaron, that you could perhaps crash badly when not needing if the wind was good? I don't think so, but
Principi.
yeah, tell me
roll
about that,
kite loop
Julian.
with a late back roll board off, sticking it nicely. You can see that it's powered on his 7 meter. How old is he? 16. I think Andrea is 16. That's pretty impressive, honestly.
Yeah, it was a big move, right foot forwards, and looks like he's reacted very well to almost maybe being denied a chance with a good wind. Like I was just saying, there was a rider downwind in the crash zone, and the other riders don't ride. We tell the riders here. It's nice to see that working really well with this new format, as another rider from the next heat goes out getting absolutely nailed by another ridiculously high strong gust. But here we are then, the real business end of heat number 5 between Evan, Klijn, Andrea Principi and Simon Bruhn. And Simon Bruhn's still in this. They're all in this. In fact, there's only 1.46 separating these riders after 4 tricks. The last trick is really going to make a difference here. Of course, we have the variation score to be added to this, which is out of 5. And that was right foot forwards. And it wasn't the biggest. And it's a bomb out. He got rid of the board. So
nice little boogie board off here from Simon. Not quite getting the board back on. You can see he got popped out with his kite.
Done well to get the board off there, though, because he was gonna take an impact on the legs there. So unfortunately for Simon Bruhn, I don't think he's going to be able to get... He's not going to get a good enough variation score to push him up into the top 2. So the top 2, first and second here, is going to be very much about what happens in these last 2 moves. And the highest ranked rider being Andrea Principi will be able to go last. And coming up on your screens now on that core kite, here he is. It's Evan Klijn, the guy who's just got out of jail with that big boost that went wrong. And he's going to line up right foot forwards. Or is he going to sneak it back to the left? He's going to sneak it. He's sneaking it back in. We've seen this a few times from some of the other riders. The last trick of the heat. You know, it's going to come up this in the riders' meeting, I think, that we're over 20 seconds now, but he fancied another little go at it, left foot forwards. Has he been rewarded? Yes, he has. It's pretty good. Back roll, mega loop, with a board off variation, but he doesn't make it, Julian.
No, he doesn't. We saw him throw the board, but he didn't catch the handle here. When it happens to you in the competition, you're so bummed. When you miss that handle, you're always like, oh, no, I have to swim. I have to get back to my board. That's my last trick. You wanted to get variation here. Good move from Evan.
So we've seen some score updates there, and Andrea has gone up into first place, and he's still got he's the only rider with a trick left. So yeah, he needed that last trick actually. Evan looked like he needed that to get up into at least into second. So let's see what Andrea has. He's basically got a bit of a victory jump to go, but he loves the crowd. He loves to show what he can do, and he's going to come flying in here, left foot forward. he's just doing a pretty easy trick for him, I would say, these days.
Yeah, for
Double
him.
front roll contra, just doing it for the for the crowd in front of everybody. I think he knew he had that one in the bag, so yeah, well done to him and those riders out there. That looked like a tough heat with the changeable conditions, but yeah, nice one to watch. And I think up next we got a few more good riders that are going to come through. We got Jeremy Burlando. He's been riding well. He's good friends with Lorenzo Casati. They're both from training out in Tenerife. And then we got Jurre, Bruhn as well. So, yeah, it should be a serious heat again.
Okay, I've got the heat ladder in front of me. And it's changed very much from what I've seen last year. And I think it's worth talking about because this is what the riders are fighting for in the first round here. And it's very much, you really are rewarded for a good result. In fact, if you win your first heat here, you're going to go all the way straight into the semi-finals. So it really does make a difference to do well. That's skipping three rounds pretty much. Sorry, 2 rounds. If you're going to come second, hold on a minute. Some interesting stats have just come in.
Yeah, it looks like things have changed around on the scores. There must have been some score updates or something was going on there with the judges whilst some other extra scores come through. So Evan's actually gone up into first place there and won the heat. So he was able to pull off a couple of tricks there. Andrea in second and then Simon in third. So like Lewis was saying and explaining here, it will be Evan who skips the heats and he will miss out on having to ride again, save some energy, and that's quite important in conditions like this. Obviously, in these cold, harsh conditions,
And we
you
can
want to
see
be
Lorenzo.
really conserving that energy if you want to make your way up through the rankings.
Yeah, we just saw Lorenzo Casati now casually warming up with a jump and like 6 down loops or something. Honestly, this is impressive. The control they have in their kites. That's perfect for them. And we now have... Hello, you can now see us. You can now see it's windy. We're wearing beanies. It is cold. We try to bring a palm tree here, but it doesn't make it warmer, unfortunately.
Yes, we definitely are, though, however, in the best place on this beach right now. They're pretty cold down there, but they are not bothered at all as they're seeing some great action here at the first event of the year at the BAKO. It's the Big Air Kite League at the Lords of Tram 2022. Riders are just warming up on your screens then for what will be heat number 6. Now, we were just chatting, me and Aaron, about where riders end up in this competition. And one of the big deals that's just happened there then, or that we think, because we can't see Evan's variation score. We don't know this, but looking, if things stayed that way, as we just saw with those scores on your screen, Evan, Andrea, and Simon, if they stayed in those positions before the variation scores would come up, it would be pretty bad news, I think, for Andre Principi. He would end up, he would go straight into the quarterfinals. He would skip round 2, but he would go into the quarterfinals and he would drop what looks to me like in a heat 12, he would drop in potentially the heat of the winner of this heat coming up, which most would say would probably be Lorenzo Casati, which is, as you say, Aaron, one of his training pals.
Yeah, we saw a heat with them out in Cape Town this year, and they were just trading off each other. They got quite similar styles. They ride similar kites using the Rebel SLS in the smaller sizes. Seems to be working very well for them. They're really getting the height with this kite, and I think that's the style they're going with. Slightly longer lines, bigger bar, and yeah, they just got all the moves. Very technical, and it's interesting to see where they'll go in these kind of winds. I think they got the technicality. Things do get toned down a little bit in such strong winds when you're hitting these 50 knot gusts and 40 plus, but there's still some technical tricks, some height out there. But to see them two in a heat, I mean, everyone would like to see that.
And we have a heat 6 now starting. We're gonna have, how do you pronounce his name? Jurre. I don't know. Netherlands. Names from the Netherlands. Giel, Bruhn, Shirley.
I'm going to go Jurre.
Jurre.
Like
Yeah,
Jurre
Jurre is
Zoon,
nice.
but Jurre.
Yeah, nice loop, nice height here. You could see He was waiting to get nice and high to get a nice score in.
Yeah, do you know, I liked the way that kite looped then. It wasn't super quick. It was a very controlled, didn't look like it just stalled and went round the tip. That was my sort of mega loop. So that was a nice start for him. And here it looks like we're going to move on to the next rider then with the white rash vest. Or are these guys warming up? I'm just looking out of the window. And yeah, the white flag is half-mast. I don't know what that means. But if it's, I know. So yeah, we are on here. It's the score coming in. It was looked to me like maybe Jeremy was sort of like, oh, are we on? Are we really on? But he's got himself a second go into the box here. Either way, here he comes then with the orange and red. That looks to me, I don't even know what kite that is. Whoa, that's a massive mega loop board off. It's thrown him into another rotation as well. That's as good as you can land it. What a move.
That was huge from Jeremy. You could see the kite pulled him straight away, 101 meter distance and 88 kilometers per hour when in kite pulled him. That's amazing.
What a first move that was, and how well did that pay off to just have a little exit of the box and come back in. I'm not sure if that was part of his plan, but it certainly worked out for him. That's going to be a nice big banking score. That's got to be 6.5 at least for me. Yeah, 6.72. As into the box now comes Lorenzo Casati, starting off with a signature mega loop delayed triple back roll. I like that. That's one of his own moves that he does. Look, he's gone straight out your screen. That's how far he's gone downwind. But interestingly for me, only 50 kilometers an hour with that energy that really ripped him through the sky. And that's I think the judges are going to score that it wasn't as powerful maybe.
Yeah, I think the judges also judging the yank of the kite. You need to get pulled. You really need to get that kite through the wind window into the power zone. And yeah, as we were saying before, the riders were starting with kite loop laid back rolls, and the first trick to get confidence, you can see this guy just pulled a triple. And we have now a simple jump, didn't quite get the gust. So yeah, Lorenzo, first trick, pulled up a triple laid back roll. It's his signature move. I remember Aurélien Petro, the French guy that was pushing this trick. I think he went up to 4 laid back roll, and that was so sick at this moment. So yeah, super sick for Lorenzo, yeah.
Well remembered as well. It's always nice to credit those that were sort of coming up with those moves, and I always remember Aurélien doing that move and being the first to commit to that second spin. And of course, that is a lovely move there. It's going to bomb out, unfortunately. He's not really going to get it looked to me like a bit of a boogie loop. Yeah, I just caught that late, unfortunately, but he's not going to score at all, I think, unfortunately, there for Jeremy. I think that's Jeremy, yeah, after that banging first trick. So, yeah, Lorenzo did get a 6.12. It was not quite as powerful. Had a lot of technicality from that move we saw, which was a mega loop with a delayed triple roll, one of his signature moves, as it's gone quiet outside. What a moment. Someone take a picture of this moment or record it so we can play it back, because it's going to go any second now as the red flag is raised of Lorenzo Casati. Here he comes, left foot forwards, the exciting duotone rider. Here he comes, and he's decided no.
He didn't quite get the gust, yeah.
He didn't like it.
No, those riders are really looking for the strongest and the steadiest gust they can find, although they only have 20 seconds to jump. 20 seconds is quite a short time, like he has to jump now, otherwise his jump will not be taken in. You can see now aiming for the jump. Late back roll board off with extra rotation.
That's class riding for me. That is really class riding. He really stayed calm, and he was able to generate that. That was a decent move, and the wind is definitely dropped out there. Just look on your screens. There's no white caps there. He must have only had maybe 30 knots for that move, but he still was able to use his skill and his equipment to generate that height and lift. And we saw that from him in Cape Town, where the winds weren't strong in the final of the Big Air Kite League out there, and he's just as comfortable if the wind drops on that setup. So lovely move then from Lorenzo Casati. That's going to really put him out there now. Put the cat amongst the pigeons, we say.
And we have Jurre now coming in. Back roll. He was going to loop it, but he didn't quite felt it, I think. that's not going to score. I think he has to push it a little bit more if he wants to come back up with the other guys.
It's definitely one of them things where you can sit here and think, oh, just pull the backhand. You look like you got good lift, but you know that feeling when you've gone up, especially a back roll where it doesn't feel like you've got good good board edge on takeoff and you've kind of lost the rotation a bit. It's probably the smart move not to just send the kite when you don't know where you are.
Yeah, that's when you crush hard. I reckon for those type of tricks, you need to really feel it, really feel the gust. If otherwise your kite might not come back up. We have Jeremy now coming in, and he apparently felt it. Triple rotation.
Yeah, that was a good score.
Sick.
And it's so strange now. There is this moment of peace and quiet out there. As for sure, are we going to hear one of these doors just keep opening and banging on the live stream booth? But here comes the wind coming back now, and you can see it just looking a bit rougher over towards that rider. But wow, things are really moving on here in the last heat of our round number 1. We thank you for joining us here on the live stream in the south of France. I am joined to the left by a very local man that knows the area very well.
Yeah,
are you enjoying the event?
I'm enjoying it very much. I would have liked to ride, but I'm also enjoying being with you here, commentating this amazing event. Doobie, triple rotation, nice from Lorenzo. And yeah, as we see Doobie, I just remembered, Lewis, you actually pulled one of the first Doobies. And now you're seeing all those guys pushing it, adding board offs. How do you feel about this?
Oh, I'm so stoked to even say that I've done a move. I think for me was one that I like to think I brought into it, but just to see where, it's such a short-lived thing that you're like, oh, wow, I've definitely got something here. And then like 2 days later, someone's doing it with a double rotation and a board off. But I'm so happy to be here and witness what we're seeing in Big Air right now as we see a nice back roll mega loop. It looked like he tried a 1-footer and maybe just got a grab on it, but that's another
Let's
nice
call this
move.
a mini 1-footer.
Yeah, nice move from Jurre Bruhn, but no, I think this is... I look at these events now as Big Air events, and I just think they're an absolute celebration of this discipline, which in my eyes was, kept under the covers for too many years. And now here we are. It's become one of the biggest disciplines in kiteboarding, if not the biggest. And we've got so many dedicated Big Air events. And this Big Air Kite League is really showcasing the best riders and working and doing wonders with events like Lords of Tram. So I'm stoked.
Yeah, you can see now Jeremy is powered. I think he's riding an 8 or maybe a 7 meter. And you can see that he's quite powered. The wind is coming back in just now as we're speaking. You can see putting the hand in the water, trying not to get dragged up. And
Interesting.
we have Lorenzo Casati in first place with a 13.29 total. They have 2 jumps left except Jeremy Burlando coming in hot now, getting height, looping it. Nice board off after. That was stylish. Almost looked like he didn't loop it.
What a landing. What a helping hand from above that was on the landing. If you watched carefully on that landing, he just got that second lift about 1.5 meters off the water, and he must have felt great because he was coming in hot. He looked odds on to land, but that little bit of float really secured a nice move. He's going to feel absolutely stoked about that now, Jeremy Burlando. He's going into his last move. I think that was his 4th move. And that was a nice jump, 17 meters.
Yeah, and we have now Lorenzo Casati coming in. There's the strongest here. Hopefully he can take it and use it for his advantage. Back roll, not quite getting it, not quite feeling it.
And it is, like you say, it's a feeling. You got a nice wide shot then of the flags there. We could see his red flag raised, which is giving you a clear idea at home about what the riders can see. They know when it's their turn. I think this is really working out to be a success, this format. They're running smoothly, on time. It's good for safety. And we're really getting to focus, like the judges, on each individual trick so we can reward it properly.
Yeah, we have now all the riders with 1 trick left. We have Jurre coming in with a green slingshot. Hopefully he can get a good score in. Not quite in getting the gust here. You can see he was pissed off. He missed his jump. That's something that can really be harsh for the riders. You coming in hot, coming to jump, and the wind is not here, is not with you. So hopefully you'll get better and you'll do a better score in the next round. We have now Jeremy Burlando coming in. Augustus coming, maybe he'll take it. You can see kite is low, coming in, nice pop. Oh, not quite getting the height yet.
No, he didn't feel that. Oh, and he's got some work to do here. Can he save the kite? Oh, shame we missed that out of your screens there. But yeah, we need a name for that, where the kite sort of goes through itself and pops up. I wonder if his lines are crossed.
I wonder. Or would you still loop it with cross lines? I don't know.
Wow, that's a question and a half. That is, Julian. That's a. Would you still loop a kite with? Think of the friction on those lines. I don't know. Maybe if it was your last trick.
Yeah,
you'd have to.
I heard about James Carew, the strapless rider, in Tarifa, flipped his kite twice and still went for a boogie loop on a strapless board. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, it also works, but it adds some danger, some adrenaline.
Last move then for Lorenzo Casati, who's out in the lead at the moment and looks comfortably in the lead for me. And he will know, and this is the big drama so far to bring you here at the Big Air Kite League, that the winner of this heat, of course we have the variation scores to be added, the winner of this heat is going to find himself in the next round, and that is going to be up against Andre Principi. So one of those two riders will not make it to the final.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can both win this event. So we have now a publicity coming in between 2 rounds. We're going to come soon for round 2, and stay tuned for some more action.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and Pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS.
Okay, welcome back. Just myself in the booth now, as the other two have just appears to have relieved themselves for a couple of minutes. So we are in round number 2, and this will be Josue Ferreira from Brazil against Zoon. Both of these riders are fighting for their lives to stay in this competition. And I just wanted to re-correct you. Is that a word? Let's go with just correct you on my comments about the exciting drama, which is that Andrea Principi and Lorenzo Casati would be in a heat together. It is possible that they may be in a heat together, but that would be only after heat 12. The next round, quarterfinals, would see the second of heat number 5. Sorry, the first of heat number 7 will go in there, but it is the second of heat number 5, which, of course, was Andrea Principi. He would have to win that heat to go into heat number 15. It's the semi-final, which could see those two pair up, so apologies for getting that wrong. I've just had a message come in to me saying you're wearing 2 hats. That is true. I'd wear a third if I had one. It is minus wind chill almost, I think. Here you can see the smoke coming out of your mouth as we see. Oh, a nice delayed... bit of a delayed boogie loop, and you could see that just in how long it took for the surge to come through his body there. So we're going to get that data through from the bottom left hand corner will come to us about how that move worked, how much acceleration there was through his body. I think it already has come to us, and that was Zoon, 44 kilometers an hour. That yanked him with a 13 meter boogie loop, and that's nice. So just 2 riders on the water here who are both in round 2. There's only 3 heats in round 2, and I love this new format. Literally, we go straight into the quarterfinals after this one, then the semis, then the finals. So we're not far away from semis and finals, as in flying left foot forwards then comes Josue Ferreira, the Brazilian, also known as Baby Shark. And that is a mega loop with a delayed back roll with 2. And this is no mug off to the young man. This is a man that proudly wears the brand, I believe, I've been told, Baby Shark. Not to be confused with the other Brazilian Bebe Shark. So Baby Shark then gets his scores on the board, and I think that he's going to push Zoon here with that if he can get a couple of those more moves in here. You can see the trick attempts in brackets where it says last. That's showing you their last score, but in brackets is how many trick attempts they've had, and that's a nice big boogie loop again from Zoon, who looks comfortable with that move. And so the score coming in from Baby Shark was a 3.25. He's going to need to really push it to have a chance here. And this heat is going to fly by. So those of you that have gone for your toilet break looking to watch your favourite rider in round 2. I hope you have not gone for a number 2, as you may well miss your rider, as 5 trick attempts are given to these riders to remind you their 2 best scores will count, which is what you see reflected in the total column. And that's big. Oh, that's nice. That is exactly what he needed, Baby Shark. What a landing as well. Can't wait to see the G-force on that landing from Josue. 4.1, that's relatively low. So he's going to be stoked with that. I think that's going to, and it quite rightly turns back around then, does Jan, to sort of prepare himself for his move now. He's going to have to, he's not going to just sit comfortably in first now. So let's look at that total score. I think there's going to be a point in it after that. I reckon that's pushing over 4.5 to 5s, maybe for Bebe Shark, I want to call him, but it's Baby Shark. So let's see. His score has currently not come back in. There's Jan Zoon. It's wobbled him all right. Jan Zoon, all of you Dutchies will be thinking, come on, Jan, don't let this slip away, because that rocked him a bit, that big move from Josue. So only a 9.1 metre, just a jump. And I'm still waiting for that score to come in, as it doesn't come in from Josue there. It does say, you can see in brackets there, like I'm repeating, that it's telling you how many trick attempts they've had. But that doesn't suggest that actually that all the trick attempts have been put on the scores here, because I know that he's landed 2 moves. So Josue Ferreira's score is still not, it's going to replace that 0. And if my maths are right, he needs more than a 3.5. Sorry, a 4.5, just to correct you. And he's just been nailed by Gus. Look at the white water that's just starting to rip off there. It's forced him into a right foot forwards then, the young Brazilian rider. He's had to tack abort there. And look how much he's cutting towards the sand now and the small beach. That wind just shifted to the north. And it's not actually his go. It's actually Jan's go here, who's taken off with a massive mega loop. Wow, that is a big move. Can he stick it? He really needs to land this to have a real grab hold on that quarter-final, and he does land it for Jan Zoon. And he's going to feel great about that. Cool, that was quite some distance. So Jan, we didn't quite get his distance in meters, unfortunately, for that, but we're definitely going to see that score reflected. Look, I'm still waiting for that score from Josue. I'm not sure why that's not on your screens. But that's a nice answer back, actually, from Jan in the end. We are in the south of France, the southeast of France to be exact, just pretty much half an hour from the border to Spain. It's an incredibly cold place with that cold tramontane wind coming from the mountain. You can just make out in the background as coming in is Jan Zoon, who just pops into this big jump. It looks like this will be the last move of his heat. It's a nice mega loop with a delayed back roll. And on your screens, it looks like he's really walking away with it. So 5.98 came in for that big move that he just had. So I think it's going to be tough to pass him yet. But I still want to see that score from Josue. But just taking you back to how it feels. The air smells fresh, almost like you're in the snow. I mean, you can see the snow. The wind chills down to 0. You can see the air as you breathe out, as people are wrapped up in anything they can get. 2 hats, double pants. Is Julian, my co-commentator, who's gone out quickly for a break. He's wrapped up in everything, and I reckon it's the coldest conditions I've commentated in, and that's throwing a real challenge to the riders to have to compete in this, and the real Europeans that kite in the winter would find this no problem. That's big. That's a big boogie loop from Jan Zoon. And I wonder if the scoring system might be slightly out of sync a little bit here as far as the tricks that they've completed, because Jan Zoon, that is his 5th trick, I believe. And Josue has perhaps he didn't perform a trick and they've just scored him as a 0 for not being and performing his trick in time, and he doesn't know. So he's on your screens right now. So a bit of sun just passes down from the clouds, and it's one of those spots really. The clouds passes, the sun comes out today, for example. Anyway, how the spot looks, but generally it's actually what they like to have. The local organizer was telling me is and from experience, you know, we've been to the Luca for a very long time, from the early days of the event at La Franchi that hosted the Freestyle World Championships. It's usually a sunny, clear sky that really helps this tramontane, and this is known as a bit of a black tramontane, which is this violent wind. If there was one word to describe it, you would use violent. Certainly I would. I think that's the best word that I can think of in English. Intense would be another one, but intense isn't as descriptive. And there is the view on the beach there. So as you can see, the wind's just pulled back a little bit, about 35 knots now, but it's been gusting all the way up to 50. Some of the crowd returning now after a little coffee break as round 2 takes place at the Lords of Tram. And I think we're about to go to a commercial break. Which is exactly why I said I think, because I wasn't sure. But I don't know where these two riders are. I thought it was a good chance, to be honest. But I am not. I'm just up here speaking. So next heat in front of you then was Cohan van Dijk against Sanchez Marius. Cohan van Dijk has found himself in a bit of a tricky situation here, because he's not used to being in round 2. This guy finished inside the top 10 last year, and he just hasn't really got going today, I think, Cohan. From the Netherlands, finished 6th last year. He's very close to a top 5. In fact, he was 4 points off a top 5. But he finished very well at the end of the year, making his way into the final at the last event of the year in Cape Town, where the scores almost seemed very close. There he is on my screen. He's just going to come into yours from the left-hand side, down by the surface statistics. Here he comes. 3, 2, 1. 0. 0.1. How is he not in your screens yet? Oh, you're on a bit of a different angle to me. He's coming, don't you worry. And it just tells me that the wind might be slightly more north than before. There he comes. There is Cohan there with his bright orange kite. It's going to be a Nash v Nash this. It's going to be a Nash off. On the blue kite will be his opponent, Josue Ferreira. Sorry, it's Sanchez Marius. Yeah, it looks to me like Zoon took that last one, as I'm now standing up in the booth. Just looking at the flags, just waiting for it to be indicated which rider should start. And just for a second, the wind dies down. I can hear the nice sound of the chirping birds that have possibly migrated their way back up to the north here, expecting a warmer climate, and they never seem too bothered, the birds, but that's a freezer for those birds that have been down south over the winter. But you can hear them, and it's a lovely place to be this time of year. It's always nice to get in the van and drive down, or to try and drive to the summer. The early start, the further you go down south, and you can, I mean, even last week they had nice temperatures in around 15, 20 degrees. Did it feel like summer last week or not, Julian?
Yeah, it doesn't quite feel like summer yet, but it's coming, it's on the way. And apparently we have a slight problem with the heat scoring, so we maybe gonna have a little delay. But surely they'll put it back soon, and we're gonna continue this competition.
Well, we had summer last week. We had 15 degrees. And that's a great shot. Here's one that I wanted to perhaps show you. Hold on, where is this from? Yes, no, this is live. There's so many names on there, you almost think it looks like a complete list. But here we are in heat number 8 then, about to take place, which is Cohan versus Sanchez. Let's try and get that back up for you, because that was really nice to see that. And it's Cohan, as I keep saying. There's another door slam from downstairs, which indicates the wind is picked up once more. There we go. So here we can just show you this overlay. We are in heat number 8, Cohan van Dijk versus Sanchez Marius. And only one of these two riders, that's 50% of these riders, will be advancing.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Only you literally have to win this heat.
Yeah.
If you in round 2, it means that you ended up 3rd in round 1. Maybe you got unlucky, maybe you didn't land it, but this is the round where it all goes. If you want to continue, you have to win.
I said it at the start of this competition as well, and I said Luca is my dark horse, and Luca Ceruti, the guy from South Africa, he has found his way all the way up into the semi-finals with a possibly injured Edgar in that heat as well. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I went to see Edgar. I saw him. He was on his way to the hospital. It looked a little sore, so I don't think it's going to continue the competition. They were strapping him up and going to put him to the ambulance. I hope you're okay, and I hope everything is going to be good. I know this feeling. Last competition, unfortunately, was my turn, but now I'm pretty sure you're going to come back way stronger.
Yeah, and he'd done so well, Edgar, as well. He was absolutely... he didn't even need another trick. One of them unfortunate landings. So best of wishes to him. But those of you South Africans, if any of you are listening and wondering what's happening with the snow in the background and the kite surfing happening at the same time, this first Lords of Tram event here in Le Bacarez is got action-packed, because your rider, the South African, is in a semi-final, and he's got a 50% chance of making the final because his opponent, Edgar Ulrich, seems to be injured. He very much is injured. I don't think we've ever seen anybody go to hospital and come back and compete, so there's always a first. There's been many firsts here today, but there's lots of drama and action today, Julian, for sure.
Yeah, we saw some huge drums, some struggle we saw from some riders, and we can now say that Edgar is surely going to come stronger. I don't think he got injured very bad. It looked sore. He told me it was sore, but I think I hope for him it's going to get quick. It's going to come quickly.
So let's take you back to where we are then here. If you have just joined us, it is Heat 8, Cohan van Dijk versus Sanchez Marius, with both of these riders fighting to stay in this competition. On your screens now, you can see the brave crowd which have weathered this wind with their backs to the Tramontane wind, and they're trying to shelter down there. As the two kites on your screens are the two riders. With the white kite, it's Sanchez. The white rash vest with the blue Nash. With the orange kite, and it will be riding with the blue rash vest, is Cohan. So they're just starting to move off the beach now, which tells me that their flags are starting to be raised. But this is a tense moment for any competitor, Julian.
Yeah, that waiting moment is usually, it feels long. A minute can feels like 5. You're waiting, you get your heart beating, your heart rate is coming up. And yeah, we have now Cohan coming in. We heard the horn. So yeah, Cohan coming in, I think is on the 8. Such
an unusual position for him to be performing the first trick in round number 2. You know, like, here he goes with a mega loop delayed back roll, sent into a double and a lofter. Can he take it? He can, and that he's going to be happy about that start, because he must be nervous out there now. Yeah, surely it's going to be. Surely he is stressed for this heat. You have to go through. If you don't go through, the competition is done for you, and that's where you put all your struggles. So this is really one important heat for those riders. Very stressed. I think he's done well with that first move there. 5.06. Here comes Sanchez then. I don't think it's that windy on the water. I don't think he's going to go massive here. Yeah, and he doesn't really go massive. He's gone a bit more technical with a board off mega loop. So I don't think that's going to be anywhere over into the 4 bracket. It'd be lucky to get high threes maybe, I don't know, but I think Cohan will be happy because all those thoughts go through your head, Julian. You think, I have to win this next heat to stay in the competition. My equipment could break, my board strap could come out. You have to battle away those thoughts and focus on the job on hand.
Yeah. As we said, those riders are really looking for this heat. They're really looking to win this heat. If you don't win, you are out the competition. And the competition is over for you. So we now see Cohan coming in, getting a little gust, boogie loop, doobie loop, not quite getting the height here.
Yeah, so that's going to reflect in our data here from Surfer in the bottom left-hand corner of your screens. If you have just joined us, we've got this wonderful information. We've got the distance that they're covered, the hang time, the G-force, how hard they're landing, and also the yank that they're getting. So you can see there, only a 7.5 meter jump for Cohan, and some of the guys have been going over 20 meters so far. But who can maximize this? This heat could change if the wind picks up 20 knots, Julian. Anything could change.
Yeah, we have Marius now with a double boogie loop. Yeah, not quite getting the height. They're not quite getting those gusts in these heats. Hopefully they'll get it for the last jumps.
And he really was getting the gusts in the last heats. He was riding big.
And yeah, we now have a little update. And so Lord of Charm are making a TV series, which is called Barcares TV. So make sure to tune in into YouTube, all the social medias. And yeah, we have a wonderful team working on it. They released the first video yesterday. And we can now see Cohan coming in for a nice late back roll board off. Sticking it nicely, not too much speed. That's what he was probably looking for.
Yeah, he's starting to find his rhythm now, Cohan. And sometimes it's what you need at an event if you're really not riding well in the first heat. I mean, you don't want to be going into the early rounds, but if you can come through and achieve and get through those rounds, it really gives you a bit of a boost. And we've seen so often in many competitions gone by, even Kevin Lungret, King of the Air, this last year, he came through the early rounds and he got more time on the water and he felt more connected to the conditions. I've seen Ross Dillon before at the Mega Loop before he won through the early rounds. And unfortunately, he gets a board blowout for Marius Sanchez. So this is really now going into the hands of Cohan van Dijk. So he looks like he's dodged a bullet.
Yeah, that's also a tricky part. If you end up first in the first round, you go straight to semifinals, which means you're riding only for a second time. All those riders that we see now, they are going to climb it and they're going to come slowly to the top, ride more, get used to the conditions. You can now see Cohan with a big doobie loop and he wanted to go for the last rotation, but he almost couldn't. Yeah, he's going to get his board back surely quickly. And we now have Marius coming in. We can see his super power at the back. Check this. He is now in the gust. Yeah. Strong gust here. Hopefully he can take it to jump maybe. He has 2 jumps left apparently. But he's probably going to wait for Cohan to get his board back. You guys can't quite see it in the screen.
All right, Lewis just headed out of the booth for 5 minutes. I'm going to fill in. I'm Aaron Hadlow. I'm here checking out the event and filling in a little bit here at the commentary. Like you say, Cohan got a bit unlucky. I actually spoke to him down there on the beach after his heat, and he just said every time he went for his jump, he just got one of those lulls. Just super unlucky. But now he's back out there. He looks like he's doing quite well.
And you can now see the wind barrier here on the screen. You can see Marius. Yeah. No, he's not going to get the gust there on the left. Yeah. You could see it on the water. You could literally see the gust in the water. That's why you also need to look for a good gust, a long gust. And yeah, they're not quite getting it.
The wind's shifting a little bit, isn't it? It seems like now they're going right towards that cold snow-topped mountain in the background. Not doing the heat too good here, but yeah, looks like Cohan's got something on the left foot forward. He's working his kite a lot. He's gonna. Oh no, that's not Cohan. He's still searching for that jump then. I think he must have used his 20 seconds by now, though.
Yeah, but surely the judges are gonna let him. But he's gonna have to jump soon, otherwise it's gonna be Cohan's turn. Yeah, I think that's what's happening now. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can see the flag. It's gonna be Cohan's turn. Unfortunately, Marius couldn't get this jump. Didn't quite get the gust here. So yeah, Cohan's turn now.
Yeah, you might wonder why they're doing that, but it's to have some sort of time frame for the event. We can't just keep having it unlimited, but Cohan's got lucky here. Looks like he's caught the gust.
And you can see the wind direction actually, changed. You were right, Aaron. You can now see they were almost turning their back up to us. The wind has gone north or west. I'm not quite sure.
But you can also see the type of the wind change, because he hit a gust then, but it wasn't a lifty gust. You could see like a kite really just didn't bite into the wind. It didn't get behind him to give him that upwards momentum. He really went long, and just for the amount of power it looked like he had, he really just didn't get any height. But I think, now he's going to want to make the most of what's here. He's got a good gust. Straight out the screen.
Oh, nice.
But it was a mega loop.
That was powerful from Marius. We're going to see his core coming up and his height coming up now soon on the screen. I'm pretty sure 66 kilometers per hour. He got pulled by his kite here. Really powerful at back road. That's what we want to see. And I think it's the end of this heat number 8. Unfortunately, Marius lost a jump here. Didn't quite get the gust. And yeah, we have Cohan coming in. Surely for a jump for the crowd.
Yeah, there's quite a big difference in the score here. So even with that last one, he's got 8.5. I think he'll be hard pushed to beat Cohan, even with the extra points that might come in for the variation there. So yeah, it looks like Cohan's made it through. He'll be happy with that. He's got to take the long route through to get back up to the position he wants to be in, but it's step by step from here, and if he can just warm up into it, get his tricks going, get a feel for the conditions, then he's got every chance. When he's got the tricks, he can be a good contender for getting up there in the top places.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard to be and to have to go through all the steps during the competition, to ride at least 5 times to go if he wants to go to the finals. I'm pretty sure you've experienced that, Aaron. It's pretty hard, even in the mental side of it. You feel like you have a weight more than the others that actually came first and went straight to semis. So yeah, hopefully for Cohan, he'll get it back up and he's gonna go through as he wants it. And yeah,
he's gonna do one just for the crowd here. I think his tricks are up. Yeah, classic. Oh, he's got the uplifter. He's kept the board off as well.
Oh, he's coming back up.
Oh, look at this jump.
Cohan enjoying the flight now.
These are the jumps that you kiteboard for. I was in South Africa this winter and I had one session like that where every other jump was able to get these crazy uplifts, and it's actually one of the most fun parts of kiteboarding, and if you can get them, then yeah, it's the dream jumps. But yeah, like you were saying, the long route through and the heats, I have been there before quite some times. Back in the day when I was competing on the World Tour when I was younger, there was a thing called a double elimination. So you would get your position in a full competition ladder on the first time, and you'd have a second chance to be able to go through. So if you went out very early in the competition in the single elimination, I've actually been through, I think it was between 10 and 12 heats to get all the way back up to a final before. So that is tiring. And here in these cold conditions, just those extra 3 or 4 heats that you might have to do, can play on your energy levels. And even if you make it up there, those final few heats get very tough.
Yeah, for sure. So we have now Jurre and Simon Bruhn coming in for heat 9 of round number 2. I'm now looking at this crowd, getting a show, getting the warm-up from Jurre. They must be really cold there on the beach. I'm actually quite stoked in this little hut, this little wooden wooden house where we speaking now. We have a perfect view on the spot. We are in Bucharest, Lord of Trump 2022. We have wind, we have good riders. Edgar is all good, and yeah. Et pour les Français qui nous regardent, on va commencer le hit 9 du round numéro 2. Donc qu'est-ce qui s'est un peu passé ce matin? Ce matin, on a eu de bonnes rafales. Il s'est passé de bonnes choses. On a eu des sauts à plus de 20 mètres, des kite loops à plus de 20 mètres. Et c'est franchement impressionnant. Les riders sont en train de nous régaler. Il fait froid, hein. Il fait froid ici à Barcarès. Je ne sais pas où vous êtes dans le monde si vous nous écoutez. Mais il fait vraiment froid. On a un truc genre 3 degrés, 50 nœuds. Le plan d'eau fume. Et voilà, on a malheureusement Edgar qui a pris un peu un mauvais crash, un peu un mauvais atterrissage. Il a dû un peu tordre la cheville ou le genou, donc il est parti faire quelques checks à l'hôpital, mais il allait bien, je suis allé le voir, il avait le sourire. Et voilà, hein. Plus haut saut de la compète pour le moment, 21 mètres, Luca Ceruti. Et on a maintenant le hit 9 qui va commencer. So yeah, hit number 9 about to start, Simon against Jurre.
So that was the buzzer, and we've been having our TV shaken here in the booth with another huge gust. So it looks like the wind's kicked back in, and here comes Simon going straight in, using that to his advantage, and a big late back roll mega loop. Another rotation there, and that was pretty clean. That's a solid starter. I think after his last heat, he'll be happy to get something solid in the bag straight away. Probably around a mid-level score, something around the 5s probably, just because of the basicness of the trick, but still a solid one. Good height, good kite angle. And now let's see what... did we settle on a name for him? Was it Jurre? Jurre?
Yeah, let's call him Jurre. He'll come to us if it's wrong.
We'll have to get down on the beach and get the pronunciation, the Dutch pronunciation on this one, but we'll go with Jurre for now.
Yeah, Jurre coming in. Looks like he has the gust. Oh,
he's just gone for a big jump.
Yeah, that's what we were saying with Lewis. Sometimes you don't feel it. You're just not going to pull the kite loop. The gust is not the right gust. And yeah, you feel it. So sometimes it's better to abort, as we say with Tristan, the organizer of this event, abort the mission. You have to abort the mission sometimes. And yeah, we have Simon coming in soon. You can see his kite is flapping, and the wind is strong. Good gust. He's leaning back, and yeah, super strong gust. Hopefully he can take it.
Well, if he didn't have the wind in the last one, he certainly got it now. He's just holding an edge, slowing down, trying to keep some control, and then let loose in the flat water into the corner. He's gone for the board off, mega loop. Not the height we expected there with that entry, but I mean, it is like that sometimes. You can feel the power lower down with the kite lower, but when you actually send it up into the higher heights, then yeah, just sometimes it's, the gust is just not up there either. And you can really tell there is definitely some potential for some serious lift. You've seen a few jumps today where people have had 5 or 6 down loops on the way down, keeping them in the air, but sometimes it's the opposite, and you just can't get that extra lift that you need. So maybe it's settled down now a little bit, and we can have Jurre going for his second trick. To
and
get
now
some proper points.
Yeah, now Jurre needs some points if he wants to stick back up to Simon. He looks like he has a good gust now, good wind. Loop it. Yeah, that was a straight loop. He's probably gonna get a 3.5 on the score. At least he's getting his confidence back. I think that's the most important. He has still 3 tricks to do. It's only your 2 best scores that are actually scored and kept, and you have to have a variety score. So yeah, Simon looks pretty good into his heats. I think he planned it. He's just doing the trick he planned, and it's just working good for him. So he's now going on the right side. I think he's doing boogie board offs on the right side. Oh, small doobie. Not getting the height here. I think it's probably 6 or 7 meters.
Yeah, you called that right. That was the last trick. There was 3.81, and now you're another, not so big from Simon, 8 meters, not very far. It was a technical trick, but yeah, I don't think that's going to top anything that he's done so far. So he'll probably stay at 10.7 for his total right now. And now, we got the green slingshot coming in. he'll get a second score with this. Looks like he's got a decent takeoff. Back roll, mega loop. Good distance, good kite angle. So a couple of solid tricks. He stepped it up bit by bit from that first jump into his last one with a straight mega loop. Now he's adding the back roll into there as well. So step by step, he's got 2 more tricks after that to really step it up and try and beat Simon here.
Yeah. Jurre really has to. He now have 3 tricks left, or 2 if I'm not mistaken. So he has to get the tricks in. We have now Simon coming in out with a lot of speed. Kite up, sending it. Back roll, kite loop. Not really getting it. I think he's not going to change or replace one of his scores. He's still in the lead, so it's still good for him. But hopefully Jurre can now take that good gust that's coming in.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, you see them come in full chat, full speed into the corner, but at certain points, if you're edging too much or you're just taking a bit too much speed or you're a little bit too cautious, then you can see they just don't get the height up in there. So I think with this sort of conditions, you got to be fully committed to the jump. And with this flat water, you are able to hold quite a good edge and get a good takeoff. So let's see if he can do that now. His kite quite high in the window. He's got a good takeoff, but no, not this time.
You can see the frustration, eh? He was about to pull a loop, he was about to put his trick, and he couldn't feel it. He was about to take the board off, and you can see he was still in the air, shaking his hand. He looked pretty pissed off on this one. Hopefully he can get one last one where he can maybe go, I don't know, anything can happen, double loop. We've seen everything now. So hopefully Simon is now gonna go on the blue rush vest, Jotun kite. Kite loop board off. That's gonna add to his variety score.
Oh, he just struggled to get the board back in time there. A little bit more time and he might have been able to have a bit more time to prepare for the landing there, but he just couldn't get that back on his feet in time. So he's done well to have those first couple of scores in the bag, because that's really saved him in this heat. The last few haven't really worked out for him, and there is quite a big difference here in the total score. So it takes something quite special now for him to get up there. And unfortunately, he's just got a straight jump, and that's not going to do it for him. So I think we'll see Simon advancing from this one. But good job to both the competitors in this heat. It looks like it's been tough conditions as always, but we're moving on through the rounds, and let's see who we got up next.
So that was quite a different heat from what we saw before. The only nice jump now for the crowd, looping it, is that this doesn't count into his round. So we can now see that Simon is going through. Simon is doing a good competition. He's now going through round 3. I think he's going to round 3. So yeah, quite sick. And we have now Pipa that just come into the commentator booth. Pipa, how are you feeling about this competition and this wind?
What's up? Thank you for having me here.
No problems.
It's pretty cold. I expected it to be a bit warmer in the south of France.
Is it cold in the Netherlands?
It is. Now
Yo.
it's cold. But we had a lot of good weather. No wind, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But it's now looking super strong. Very good wind. And we have a nice view.
Yeah, a very nice view from here. It's way warmer here than on the beach. I didn't like to see this competition and just stay on the beach getting wind blasted here. We can see people are wearing ski goggles, ski gloves, ski beanies. I'm personally wearing 2 jeans too. It's very cold, and we now have E10 with Stijn, Clement, and Cohan coming in. First heats of round number 3. 3 riders are getting ready here. Yeah, pretty sick conditions. The wind dropped a little bit, but it's still strong. It's still coming up. You can see on your screen the nice mountains with the snow, which makes the wind super cold to come here. Yeah, we have Cohan, Clement, and Stijn coming up. Would you
I
go
know
in those
Stijn
in those
is-
conditions?
sorry?
Would you go out in those conditions?
Yes, I would.
Sick.
Yes. I think in Holland we have these stormy conditions as well.
Yeah.
So that's nice that it's not. We're familiar in it. I know Stijn and Cohan. They're good friends of mine, and I've been training a lot since I'm young with them. And they are definitely trained for these kind of conditions.
Yeah.
Stijn's riding slingshot. Clement is with Riee. Cohan is riding a Nash. I think this is going to be a really interesting heat. What are your expectations?
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a super interesting heat. All those 3 riders are huge senders, and the wind is coming back up, so you can now see the white caps. And we now have the competition ladder, and we can see that we are heat 10 of the quarterfinals of the Pro Division. First heat, whoever wins this go through semifinals and joins Luca Ceruti. Edgar is unfortunately out, injured himself on the first heat. The wind is coming back up. Our little house is starting to shake. Hopefully it doesn't fall off. And yeah, Clement looks ready for it.
I am
Everyone
wondering
looks
what
ready.
sizes they are riding. I know Stijn is riding a 8 meter, which is I think one of the bigger sizes I have seen today. The biggest sizes for sure.
Yeah,
I've seen mostly 7s.
yeah, mostly 7s today. Even for guys like Giel, who even in Cordova, I've seen them ride 8 meters in 60 knots, crazy wind, crazy conditions. And now they're riding a 7. So yeah, you can now see Clement battling his way out upwind to go and place himself for the competition.
French against Holland, so it's you against me.
Yeah, who's gonna win? You have 2
We have
riders,
we have
but
2
I'm,
Dutchies.
I'm putting faith on Clement then.
He's my teammate for O'Neill, so I like that. But the Dutchies, I think it's just a very cool heat in general.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say the Dutchies maybe have an advantage because they're always riding the cold. You guys never really get sun, do you?
We do get sun sometimes. Rarely, no. It's not that bad. Stijn's coming in for his first trick. Huge loop with a late roll.
Yeah, that was
sick.
good one. That's a warm up though. I think
But it's
he
nice.
was warming
for your
up.
first trick. Is it on?
Yeah, I'm
or-
pretty sure he was warming up. That's a good warm up from Stijn. Hopefully he'll get his way through. We now can see Cohan and Stijn both going upwind and go place themselves for the next round.
I think it will give him a good confidence boost
Yeah, definitely.
for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, it's always better when you can get those 2 or 3 first jump. No, it wasn't.
This is now the heat is on. I think.
Nice
Whoa,
late back roll.
huge late as well.
Yeah, nice late back
Sticks
roll
the
from
landing.
Clement, yeah. And we can see that Stijn got a 5.43. I'm wondering what Clement's trick. Clement did the same trick as Stijn, although I think it was a little less high than Stijn. Surely they will score him a little good.
Oh, they scored a 5.82.
Okay, maybe the loop was more powerful. And you can now see Cohan battling his way on your screen. The
He
wind's
gets
strong.
a huge gust.
Come on, Cohan. Nice.
Huge.
That's massive.
Loop. Oh, nice
a little bit
tweak.
of Kevin Langry.
Oh!
Oh!
Takes a crash on the landing.
Yeah, the landing is quite difficult. I don't know if you've ridden here already, Peeper, but it's quite choppy on the way on the landing. You can
Yeah, it
now
looks
see all
very
the white
nice.
caps, everything on your screen. Cohan and his cat on the water trying to get his board.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, rejoining you here, guys, just how quick the jet ski got over to him here. That was pretty impressive by the safety team here at the Lords of Tram. They know what they're doing because safety is paramount.
Yeah, safety is really important in those kind of conditions. You really have to get a jet ski. We have a jet ski and we have 2 boats available for those riders, ready to go fetch them if anything happens. Apparently, Cohan is good. He just needed his board back so he can continue the competition. And yeah, Stijn is coming with a lot of speed. Nice and really high late back roll. Traveling and getting the distance. Nice.
This was definitely there was a better late roll than his first one for sure. So he will get a higher score than the 5.43 he already had. What you can really see is that the takeoff is really nice and flat, and then as long as you go far downwind, it gets choppier and choppier because of the strong wind. So this makes it very challenging for the landings.
Yeah,
but
for
we
sure.
got the best kiters out here, so they should manage it.
Yeah. Hopefully they can manage the conditions. I'm pretty sure. I have no doubt they can send it super hard in those conditions. The wind is back up. We had a little bit of a long lull for the heats before, but now it's coming back strong. And now the Frenchie is about to go out on his 7 meter, holding onto it. And let's see what he has to offer.
Clement,
Sick.
super nice loop as well.
Yes, sticking it with a lot of speed and unfortunately losing the board on the landing. As I said, it is quite choppy. It's super hard to get a clean landing. I remember Clement not quite getting those landings, but now he's apparently worked on it, but just too much speed. The wind is strong. He's on a small kite, so it also adds a difficulty to the tricks. 16 meters. That was quite high from Clement.
And as you can see, Stijn got a really nice score for that second laid back of him, was really high. He puts the kite low as well in his loop, so that will make a good score as well. So that's why he got a higher score than the first late roll he did before. Height is very important in this competition format. So the wind allows it because it's very strong, so we can go high, and I'm sure all the guys are pushing the most out of these conditions. The stronger it gets, I think the less technical the tricks are gonna be, but the higher it goes.
Yeah, and we have now Cohan coming in on his left side. He looks super powered. I think he's riding a 7 if I'm not mistaken. He looks really powered, opening his arm, battling out. Yo, there you go.
And we have discussed this in the group as well.
Yo.
For our safety, if there is a really big gust like where Cohan is in right now, you can pull up your hand and you get a bit of more time just to be not having to do your trick at that moment where the big gust hits. So it's better for our safety.
Yeah, that's why you saw Cohan going back out again. Is he gonna use this gust for his advantage? Surely he will. Nice takeoff. Not quite getting the height here. Double late back roll.
Lot of speed and sticking landing. That is nice for him though, because
That
he
is
has
nice.
no tricks landed yet. So it's good for his confidence to have a trick at least on the board right now.
Yeah. We can see now 11 meters. Not the highest score, the highest jump of Cohan. He can do 100 times better. I know Cohan. I know for a fact. And we have now Stijn. How do you pronounce his name correctly?
Well, we say Stino.
Oh,
Most people
Stino.
call him Stino. Stino kiteboarding.
Stino.
In Dutch we say Stijn. But,
Stijn.
Stijn with a lot of speed. He has a really good edge, so that's why he can hold. You can see the pre-pop, boosting, nice loop. Oh, added rotation and sticks it clean. Very nice from Stijn.
Yeah, you can see he know how to do those tricks. He probably did them 100 times, 200 times before the competition. In strong wind, everything is controlled. It's not the most technical tricks, but it's high, it's powerful, and it's clean, and he's now leading, so it's paying for him.
Yeah, so Stijn is in a really good position right now. He's leading this heat so far, adding another nice score. Clement second and Cohan in third position.
Clement with a huge late back roll.
Nice.
Is he gonna stick it? No, he's not getting the landing, and I'm pretty sure he did the late back roll already, so it's not gonna play on his favor for his variety score. Yeah, so as you guys maybe know, they have two tricks. We're keeping their best two tricks, and then we have a variety score, which means that you need to jump maybe left, maybe right, change up a little bit, maybe out a board off. If you always go into front rotations, maybe go back. because it's quite important, as we saw with Evan and Andrea. It switched in place just for the variety score. We are now Cohan, Boogie Loop not getting the height yet. It's quite tricky to get the height and to get to manage those gusts.
Yeah, you could see there he edged right into a wind hole, so he definitely didn't do what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And on the left bottom side, we can see very nice that you can see how high everyone goes, how many kilometers an hour, provided by the server app, which is really cool that we can work together. Also for yourself, it's cool to know how high you jump and how high your loops were.
Kite loop board off from Stino now.
Oh, that is nice.
Almost getting the perfect landing here.
Unfortunately, it crashed, but this is smart from Stino to do another trick so he gets a good variety.
Yeah, thanks. You guys, if you also want to use the Surfer app, you can definitely use the Surfer app. You just need to download the app on your phone, take a waterproof pouch, and then put it on your wetsuit. And then it will tell you how long you stayed in the air, how high you went. Now Clement with a good yank from his kite. You can see in his loop that he's riding a small kite. Not getting the landing. This is not going to score for Clement.
Fine. You can take it.
Nice. So we have Stijn still in the lead. He rides. He's actually riding pretty good. Not too technical tricks, but sticking it. You can see that people are trying and then they're not really getting the landing. Cohan with a laid back board off, sticking it. Oh, with a little butt check here. I think it's still gonna score pretty good. Yeah, nice gust now coming in. Yeah, we're gonna see Cohan's score coming in soon. Surely it's gonna replace his Super 8-9.
So it's really getting to the exciting part of this heat now, because all of the riders have pretty much had 4 attempts. And they're fighting to stay in this competition.
Yeah.
Guys, who do you think's going to make it through this heat?
I just saw Stino with a nice kite loop board off now. It seems like he's leading the heat. He has been leading it from the beginning. Maybe Cohan is...
They all have still 1 attempt left. They are on their 4th attempt. You can see at the left top, you see total, then the best scores, and then last, and then you see the 5, 4, 4. So Stijn did his last trick right now, still leading. I think for Clement it's going to be very hard to overscore him because he only has 1 score on the board, as we can see. Still, there are the 2 best count, so he has 1 attempt left, and if he gets a high score, he can also actually go over it. So it is still open for everyone until the last trick is done.
Yeah, we now have Clement with a huge kite loop board off. Set it at the same time because it's so big.
Oh no!
That could definitely be a rib breaker. Coming in with so much speed in the water. It's super choppy, super hard to get a clean landing. Yeah, shout out to Clement for this massive kite loop. But unfortunately, he couldn't ride getting the landing.
Yeah, so unfortunately this means that Clement is out because this was his last trick attempt, and he only had 1 score on the board, so it's not possible to get over Cohan or Stijn.
Yeah, we still have Cohan that maybe can go and ended up in 1st place for his last trick attempt. You can now see with the orange kite and the red lycra coming with a lot of speed. Kite loop board off. No, this is not gonna change his score. I'm pretty sure. Maybe the variety score. But yeah, Stino has been dominating this heat. He was winning big first. Now a little jump for the crowd, cheering for him. Nice. Nice. No, that was Stino. Yeah,
So this heat, I think, no, Cohan has still won it. No.
No, the seat is now finished. Stijn is in the lead. He is first of the heat 10 of round 3. This competition is actually going so fast now. We are into the quarterfinals. Yeah, and we are now
Cohan did a nice board off to please the crowd for the end of the heat. And we still don't know what the end of the scores are going to be because the variety adds up. But at this moment, it looks like Stijn is going to advance into the next round. Really happy for him, but we're not sure yet. All right, we're going to swap you for the 2 other legends.
Yeah, and what legends we have here. Aaron Adler and Lewis Crathen are going to speak for you, commentate heat 11 of round 3. I'm leaving it to Lewis.
Thank you, Julian and Pippa. Myself and Aaron Hadlow now going to just jump in to take you through this next heat in the quarterfinals. We are here in the south of France. It's heat 11. Or is it 11 or 12 coming up? It's going so quick today, but we are here in the Perpignan region at the Lords of Tram 2022 in the all-new format here, which has been absolutely brilliant, where one rider's in the zone at one time, designed so that...
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with...
It's okay, I'll forgive him. Oh no, we're back. We're back. The ads have been cut. It's okay, we can go to the ads. The heat's not on, it's no problem. I know I'm not live, it's fine. Just joking with you, of course I'm live. And we've got Heat 11 lined up for you. The yellow Big Air Kite League flag is raised at the moment, so the 3 riders know that it's not now the time to perform. Welcome back here then to Big Air Kite League, round 1 here in the south of France. Lords of Tram 2022, as I was explaining before the ads cut into me. There is the sound of the siren, and it's going to be Timo who's going to be boosting first. Only one of these 3 riders can advance into the semi-finals. I'm joined by Aaron Hadlow. Aaron, there's your 3 riders on the screen. Which one of these is going to advance?
It's going to be a tough heat, to be honest. It's going to be close. We've got the first jump here. That's a pretty decent start to the heat there. Timo with a big loop, good angle, good distance, good height. So yeah, I mean that's a solid start to the heat. Let's see how it goes from here. But yeah, I think Anton's got good chance. Simon's got the tricks. But, he's been struggling with the conditions, I think, a little bit. But there's the gust as we start to shake here in the booth once again. And yeah, it's just a bit of the luck of the draw, definitely in the timing and when you get over there, when you're able to time it. But let's see, there's a huge gust right now. If he can take this, it would be a...
It's Antonin coming in here, Aaron. He's got the opportunity to fly to the moon here, Antonin. And he didn't feel that so well. It really did start nuking, and he just pulled back out the zone and gave himself another window to get in. And just look how he's riding right foot forwards now with a harsh angle into that sort of sand spit. That tells me that the wind just shifted maybe slightly from the north, and that might have been why it was hard for him to adjust. But next up, it's Simon Bruhn, the Brunster, as he's known to me, and now you. And here he is, the Brunster. What a move. Massive mega loop. Looked like it was with a grab and a 1-footer. And he's come out the board, a devastator for Simon Bruhn. He had that one in the bag. Aaron, talk me through what happened there.
I don't know. He had it under control at the beginning, and then he had time to take his foot out. But that looked like a nosedive to me. He just couldn't get his body and his board position in line. It is choppier downwind. There's no doubt about that when these gusts come through, it's actually harder than it looks to land, even though the takeoff is dead flat. As you jump so far on these gusts, that downwind, it is actually fairly choppy. So it looks like he caught something that caught him out there, and no landing, no points.
Yeah, we're still waiting for his data to come back. His board is still on the water, or he's still body dragging, which is why we can only see Antonin's. There we go. There is Simon Bruhn's data. So it was a 14.2 meter loop there, and he did get a good yank. He was in the air for a while, but the 6.5 G-force was too much for him to take. Our data coming from the surfer, but flying into the box now with good speed, good board angle. In he comes then. It's Timo. Whoa, what a biggie. What was that? Was that a double boogie and lands it? Aaron, what a move.
That was good. It was a little unorthodox, I have to say. It's a different way of rotating, not so smooth as sometimes you see it, but it was big, good kite angle again, good height. So 16.7, that's one of the biggest ones in the heat. His first score was fairly solid, but this will definitely up him, give him a bigger advantage in this heat. He'll be taking a solid lead with 2 jumps gone. Obviously, the next 2 riders still with their second jump to go. Antonin now coming in. He's going to be out trying to take this gust, but it looked like he lost an edge on the top, but he has hit this gust. That loop almost took him upwards. He's in the updrafts. 2, almost 3 down loops on the way down. So covered some serious distance. The kite angle was not quite as low as what we would have liked to get for a big score, but he went 14 meters high, covered some distance, some good G-forces there, speed. The kite definitely gave him a good yank, and yeah, there's a 6.67 just come through from Timo on that last jump. So solid lead, but I think Anton will get a few more points here and close in on that now.
Yeah, Anton with a very different style than Timo there. So kite was a bit higher in the window, but he needed to put something on the board. You just got to keep yourself in the mix here during the last few moves, as we see a nice big loop by the Bruhnster. And can he take it? Yeah, very controlled butt check there. And it's you get what you're given with some of these landings, you know, like you're coming into land, you might get a second bit of lift. You might just land in a trough. We've seen lots of riders that have had the moves down and just land into a trough and get absolutely nailed. But just give you a quick rundown of the highest heat scores so far of the day. We've got Giel, who's 7.63, is currently leading. Clement in 7.18 is second, and Edgar in 7.16. 2 of the last people I read out currently out. So looks like a mega loop with a delayed back roll with a second rotation. And landing it cleanly is Timo. Timo is having an absolute blinder here, Aaron. There's no 2 ways about it.
No, that's definitely going to up from his 3.83 that he got on his first jump. And some pretty cool style. I mean, he really leans really far back with his board in a higher position, and it gives him a really cool release when he goes round into that late back roll. Quite inverted compared with, well, definitely how I do it myself and some other riders would do it. So he's very inverted as he goes round and the kite pulls, but seems like that kite's working good for him. He's getting a good low kite angle and some serious pull as well. So we'll see what that next score comes through. But yeah, once again, here it is, 6.17, extending that lead. So 2 very solid scores. 6 is in his 2 best scores, 12.83. Yeah, he's got Antonin's got a good chance to close in on that now. But solid lead at the minute.
He's got my attention, Aaron, that's for sure. Timo here. If you have joined us late into this round 1 here at the Big Air Kite League, you've just joined us in heat number 11, the quarterfinals. On your screens is Antonin Rangin, the Frenchman with the most appearances at King of the Air for France. And he looks like he has just scored a nice move. Looked like a mega loop with a delayed back roll to me. He has to win this heat to advance in this competition. All 3 of these riders have a chance to get into the semi-finals. They found themselves in the quarterfinals. Which one will it be? I think Timo's just looking so powerful, so strong. He seems really comfortable. It's cold here in the southeast of France, as I keep reminding you here in Perpignan. If you don't wrap up warm here, or if you underestimate the Tramontane, you're in trouble. We've got double coats, double hats, double socks. There's even some people in the live stream booth wearing double pants. Is that something you do all the time or not? No, okay, just for today. And you might need them with some of these double kite loops you're seeing. They really are exciting. And double impact vest, Pip has just said. All right, what have we got here? Mega loop with a delayed back. It wasn't that high here, Aaron, from the Brunstone. He's ditched it. He's stuck it in the Wasser.
Yeah, not ideal. I mean, he's definitely struggling in this heat compared with the others. And yeah, kite down now. That will just put a bit of a delay to the next trick from the next rider. But yeah, I mean, you really have to get the time in, feel the conditions, and use that to your advantage. It looks like there he just couldn't get the gust that he needed, or he was just unlucky with a lull. And when you're missing the height and power, you can see it translates in the scores massively, and we've seen that all day so far.
Nein, Simon, das ist nicht gut. Okay. Oh, this could be big. Nice big boogie loop. Very controlled. Tuck legs. Gets thrown into the involuntary second front roll, or voluntary as they say these days. And it's Timo again who's starting to up it now. So that was his fourth trick attempt from Timo. Yeah, he's got one more left, Aaron. Will that replace one of his best ones? Do you think that was better than his 6.17?
I'm not sure. I don't think it will, actually, just because of the height. And yeah, I mean, he does get quite inverted. That's something we see with a few of the newer school riders these days in their boogies, and they try and get very inverted with the squat legs. But it looks quite cool. It's a cool style, and but I'm not sure that overall impression of that gives a higher score for me. So it'll be there or thereabouts, but you will still won't really improve too much on the bigger one. And here we got a serious pull, so he would have pulled a lot of G's there. Again, not the huge amount of height, but could possibly improve on that 4.88 on his last trick. So.
I think he was thinking of a double kite loop there, Aaron, just the way he looked after that first one. He didn't maybe have the height, but Antonin was up to something special there as we move into the tense moment of any heat here, where riders are starting to complete their fourth tricks. It's not far off. Simon Bruhn, he only needs 2 bangers here, Aaron. I mean, that 4.57 is not going to help. Timo's in the driving seat. Let's get to the point. Timo's sitting on a 12.83. It's a nice shot of a dog freezing it out in the sea. Timo's in the driving seat, and really Simon, the Brunster, as this wind picks up, absolutely nuking now. Is it Simon next up? Yes, it is. The Brunster needs something big, and he's got it, Aaron. Can he land it?
Landing was key, and he made it happen. Relatively simple trick, but he got the height, got the kite angle, and got a bit of pull there. So I think he will get something. He really used that gust. And if he gets a good score here, it will tighten things up at the top there. But yeah, Timo in control. Antonin in with a chance here. He could definitely improve on his second trick score to get in the mix. And then obviously we have an extra score to come in after that.
Well timed for Simon. The guy runs a pub back in Germany, the Wunderbar. And unfortunately, it's just a big boost. It's not what he wanted, but Timo may well not be bothered. Timo there is gonna finish. So Simon Bruhn with a 4.58. It's not going to be enough, maybe. He's going to need a huge score on his last move. This wind is absolutely nuking now in the live stream booth. We can barely hear each other. We've definitely got some 50-knot gusts coming in. And next up, it's time for... Can Antonin now push it? He's got a 6.57. He's got nearly one of the joint biggest scores in this heat. He's got to up his 4.88 here, Aaron. Can he do it? He's got the wind.
Looks like he's got a good takeoff there. He didn't want to take the loop, though. He obviously felt that was right. But that's definitely something I've seen from these guys, and especially when these gusts or like the conditions change a little bit or the direction shifts. You just see like the kite just doesn't drive above your head like it does on generally on the jumps here. And that was another one. I think the kite just didn't get above his head. And then when the kite's not giving you that pull upwards, that vertical lift, you really don't get the same confidence to want to pull the loop. And I think that was just dodgy. And you also see it in the landings as well, where people are doing straight jumps and they're almost crashing what you would say is a very easy straight jump. And that's just because the wind is shifting so much on the way down.
Okay, so the Brunster needs something very special here if he's going to gain another 3 points. He needs something in the 8s. He's not going to get it, unfortunately. And, you know, let's remind you, you do have a variation score that's going to be added to this. But that brings us to a close, really, for our heat number 11. Quite an exciting one.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
Okay, we're back and we are going into the next heat.
Heat 12 of the quarterfinals.
And we got Evan Klijn, Jeremy Burlando and Jan Zoon. So this is going to be an interesting heat. Jeremy's done quite well, hasn't he? He actually was in contention for the GK World Championship due to the last year there being...
Yo, Evan just pulled a massive loop now. I don't think that was 6 meters. 17 meters. There you go. That was massive from the Dutchie.
Yeah, still in the warm-up zone, it looks like. So he's just the yellow flag's down, and it's going to go into it. But yeah, Jeremy was in contention for the World Championship last year because the Tarifa event turned into a big air event where he did very well. And to show his skills, he was there on the podium. So it looks like now we got the white flag up. Oh, so that was his first jump from Evan. He has got scored for that. It's a 7.71, and now Jeremy coming in on his first jump. And that was a decent first effort as well, wasn't it?
That was a big boogie loop with a late rotation for Jeremy.
16.2.
Yeah, this is starting to get really interesting. We've got good gusts now. Super stoked for this last quarterfinals. And then after we're going to go on to the semifinals, and it's going to be insane. We have now Jan Zoon coming up for the next jump. Jan Zoon, North Rider, quite a new rider. I've only seen him the last year in the competition. He has a massive level. So now the good gust. Front row. Ooh!
Now that was a contra loop. That kite went down quite low for a contra loop, I would say, and he got quite some power. Cover some distance. So this will be quite interesting to see. We see this at different events scoring differently. King of the Air, there was some big scores going down for tricks like this. But then in other events, we've seen them not being scored so much, places like Cold Hawaii. So let's see how that goes into this one. It'll be interesting to see if his score is up there with the other guys. But Evan with a massive score to start things off. That could be a high scoring trick of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Evan was flying on his first trick. First kite loop. He's now going again, having a good gust. Nice jump, late back row. Another rotation. Didn't quite get the height on this one. Surely he wants to fix this and fix his score. He's going to at least have a second score on the board, which is super important for the first two tricks. Need to get some scores in, put some good scores in, and after you can change them and you can put better scores and upgrade it. So it's super important for his confidence now, and surely he's going to send it harder than ever.
Yeah, just a 5 there. You can see that's translated in the metrics below there. 11, almost half the heat. Jeremy got a good pull there, a lot of power. At first it was looking like it wouldn't be too big or anything special, but that kite really got round, gave him good G-force, 11.5 meters with a board off. So similar to the height of Evan's last trick. I think that will be more than a 5, somewhere in the 6s. And yeah, a couple of solid tricks. So with a good score there for Jeremy, he's going to be right up there with 2 tricks gone. And both of them should be in the 12s now, I would say. 11.8 in total, 5.48. Okay.
Yeah, now Jeremy coming up for a nice trick. Front roll. Oh, that was Jan, actually, sorry. He attempted a front roll control loop with the board off, but didn't quite get the height and didn't have the time to put the board back in, so it's going to be, unfortunately, a crash for him. It's quite difficult. You're in the quarterfinals, you know you can access to the semifinals, you want to give your absolute everything. And so, yeah, sometimes you crash it and you lose your board.
Fortunately. He knew that one early, didn't he? He ditched the board straight away. And I think on that trick, you just literally know as soon as you pulled that kite if it's going to be enough height to get that glide down into a safe landing. But he just got rid there straight away. We're going to have a little break till the next rider just as they get the board to him, get him out the way of the landing zone. And then we'll have Evan coming up on his 3rd trick attempt.
Yeah, for sure. So each rider still has 3 tricks attempt. Everything it can be redone, everything can be did again. We have Evan with a lot of speed coming in for his jump. Back roll, kite loop with a tic-tac. No, he should have put the board back in, maybe instead of doing another one. And yeah, apparently the board was super close from his face.
Yeah, the name that came to mind there was Vincent Tiger, Aaron. That board was very close to his face there, and we once saw that where a board did make contact with someone's face a long time back in Luca. It's possible to land on the board, and in that situation, he just got the board out the way there, but all our heads in the live stream booth just sank. We're like, oh no, has his face or head gone into that board? It's a terrible injury that can happen. You know, in extreme big air kiteboarding, anything can happen. We see such control so often from these riders that we often forget that the risks they're putting on the line.
Yeah, we now have Jeremy Burlando lining it up for a trick. He is doing a late back roll. Didn't get the height on this one. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the right gust. Surely is going to get better. He's 2nd now. It's not going to replace his score. And yeah, the risk here is that you have to be first if you want to go through. You have to be first out of those 3 people. How do you think that's actually affecting their way of riding?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, anyone who's got a good score to start off with, you have a bit of confidence that if you have one good score, you kind of put it a bit more on the line, I would say, just to really maximize the 2 scores. And the pressure closes in after 3. You got 2 more trick attempts. Crash 1 more, you're in big trouble. But yeah, I think for Evan and Jeremy, they're in decent positions. Jeremy there, I don't think that will improve on the 2 scores he's got. So I think when you put something in the around the 12 mark, 13 mark, your last 2 or 3 trick attempts, you can really start to put it on the line. Like you say, winner takes all, and you need to stand at the top of that to go through to the next one. So now for Jan, it's getting pretty down to the wire. 3 attempts, he needs to definitely put something on the line. And, he's got a 3.31 here come through.
Evan coming in with a massive boogie to board off, extra rotation. Oh, almost got the landing. Yeah, you can see his car was far behind him. He was not high enough.
Pippa, I want to bring you in here quickly because the riders have all done 3 tricks and there's 2 tricks left. You've been in this position as a competitor before. How does it feel? So they've got, one of the riders, Evan's only got 1 trick left. What goes through your mind as a competitor in a quarter-final where you have to win to get into the semi-finals?
I think in this format where the 2 best count and you only have 2 tricks left and you need to win your heat, it is very important that I think you need to give your all. And as well, if you have 3 good scoring tricks already, then decide that you need variety because that's a score that adds as well. So it's really important to take care of your tacticals because if you have good scoring tricks, go for your variety score, so it will add at the end. If you don't have the best tricks landing, then yeah, go for a big trick and get a good score on the board.
All right, we just saw Jeremy Burlando, who was really pushing his luck riding through the zone a couple of times there as he lands right in front of your screen. He really tried to give himself the best chance for a big move there because he needs it, because he's in second place. He's got big 7.71 from Evan Klijn, who's put himself way in the lead. He knows he's got to push it, so that wasn't a good situation. But just going back to you there, Pippa, where you're talking about actually having to think a lot as a competitor when you've got 2 moves left. It's not about going crazy and going big, but actually thinking to yourself, you know, I've got 3 good scores on the board. How can I get a bit more points in the variety? But what about... Let's just wait for this move first before I come back to you, because that is huge from Jan Zoon. That is a massive one. Can he stick it on the... No, he can't. He comes bicycle crash, cartwheeling out of that board, and we wanted him to land that. It would have been big, Pippa, but he couldn't stick it, and that really would have propelled himself from third into quite high up. But the boat comes in to check if he's all right. But just back to you, Pippa. You've talked to me about how it is if you've got 3 moves on the bag that you can explore a bit with your last 2 moves variation.
Exactly.
What about if you've got nothing on the board with 2 tricks left?
Then I would go all in for your last two tricks, because the 2 best count, if you have 2 tricks left, it still means that you can have 2 really good scores, and it can change the whole heat, basically.
Yeah, and how might that have changed the heat for Jan Zoon, who's down in third place with a 9.26 total. That, 18 meters he was there. He went 91 meters across the bay, 7 seconds of hang time, but with a 12.7 G-force, you just ain't taking that.
That's pretty tough, Crush. And as we can see, everyone is down to their last trick. Evan is at the moment leading by 12.8, going for his last trick attempt now. Has a good takeoff. Big late roll.
I expected another one, and that was big. He just sort of set up to the spin twice, but he did one. But still, I think that's going to improve his 5.09 a bit. It was big. It was controlled. I think he went for this as well to just overscore his 5.09. And I think the move before of him was really good for his variation, for the variety score, because if you crash and you did something else, it still counts for the variety score. Yeah, and there we go, 5.68. That was exactly that. So really demonstrating that he's got a competition brain, Pippa, Evan there. So you must be happy with that. Dutch rider, of course.
Yeah, I'm staying with Evan now as well, so it's really cool to see him doing well. And oi! That is he needs to swim back a lot, huh?
Oh, I hope that water didn't pass between the legs on impact there. That's a painful one. Although they are wearing thick wetsuits, most of these guys and girls.
I can tell. I don't have balls, so...
Probably still hurts for girls and boys.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, so that was Jeremy Burlando going all in, Pippa, as we were talking about with that last trick attempt
I think
of
he
his.
needed to, because he has a 6.32 and a 5.48. Yeah. So if you would overscore Evan with that 5.48, then he has a really good second score with the 6.32, which is higher than Evan's second score. So he was going for that.
He needed somewhere in the sevens, I think, Pippa. But one man that really does have to go for it here, who...
it is Jan.
Yeah, and Jan is he's coming back into the zone, I think. Turning around now. We've got a nice wide. He is the kite closest to the right-hand side. He's taking his time. Because he's
back in the zone. You were playing with his last name,
He's
Jan Zoon.
Jan Zoon. Yeah, well, I missed out on that one, Pippa. Let's hope he is in the Jan Zoon for this move, because he needs to get basically a 7.6 out of this to get 4 more points to get anywhere near Evan. What's he got for us? Can he do a 7.6?
It is big. He is going high. As always, Jan is always for... really good in strong wind, so it's nice to see him sticking the landing. But will it overscore Evan? I don't think it will overscore the 7.7.
2.54, I think, is what he needs. Something around that region.
No, because the 3.6 is he's definitely gonna score higher than this 3.6.
But he's looking to get 2.54 more than that 3.6. So, wow, what about that for a big booster at the end from Evan?
No, I think it was just a show trick. Please the crowd. 19.6. That is a nice height.
So incredible action here at the Big Air Kite League. It's Lords of Tram 2022, first round of the tour, and it is absolutely pumping here in Bucharest, the wonderful city of Bucharest, just south of Luca, who are hosting this event and doing a wonderful job at looking after all of the event team and the riders. And this spot is really coming to life. For its first time, the Lords of Tram has been moved here, and a man that knows very much all about that is sitting next to me. Julian, you are from here. You must be really happy to hear about and see what you're seeing here at one of your near home spots.
Yeah, it's super sick to see this spot now with the competition, this live stream, all these people watching. Yeah, it's always good to get in competition in your country, especially near your home spot. Yeah, super stoked about this. Hopefully they'll get a good competition and good results. We can now see South African Jason van der Spuy warming up for his next heat for the first semi-finals of the Lord of Tram 2022 here in Bucharest. It's going to be epic. The wind looks strong. We have now Jason against Giel and Cohan, probably. Nash Kite. So, yeah, it's going to be super sick, and we're going to see some big level now. I don't know if Rie's maybe going to put another double loop. We've seen double loops already from Luca and from Giel. So, yeah. Now the difficulty is also that Jason and Giel have only been riding once in this competition in round 1. So it's only the second time into this competition. I know Jason arrived yesterday. He couldn't go kite yesterday. He arrived too late. Didn't really go warm up. So he literally kited 5 minutes, and he's now in the semi-finals for another 5 minutes or so. So yeah, big up to Jason and to all the people sending it today. What an incredible show.
So here we go. This is on your screens right now. We are in the semi-finals, heat number 13. Evan has been confirmed to have won the last heat, and the riders are just warming up. I'm going to try and get that back up on there for you in a second. It's quite interesting to see the ladder. So it's Jason van der Spuy from South Africa. Giel, Hout, Timo, who's been performing incredibly. There is still 2 South Africans in this competition. One of them, who is my dark horse favourite for this event, has made his way all the way straight to the semi-finals. He's in Heat 14, Luca Ceruti. But right now we're looking at Heat 13. Only one of these riders can get to the final. There are 4 heats left. What a time to join us here in the south of France as we talk you through the epic climax here at the Big Air Kite League. And there is the buzzer. Here we go then. Back to the action. Jason van der Spuy from South Africa, who is rumoured to be wearing a 3.2mm wetsuit, will lead things off.
Yeah, hope he's ready and he's warm for this competition. He's going to go for his first jump. We're going to see now. Big doobie. Oh, nice hang time. Nice little tail grab. That's what we like. Those control hours high. And I think it's going to be a good score.
I think it's going to be all right. I don't think it's going to be the sort of score that will be in your top 2 tricks here. And I'm looking at his distance that he went downwind. Just 62 metres. I think it's okay as a start, but I think the other 2 are going to go bigger for their first move. So we now change our attention to Giel, who is currently leading the overall highest trick score of the day. And that is powered by Surfer. And just a reminder to you all at home as well, with the Surfer app, which can be run on old phones, new phones. You don't have to take your brand new phone out there. This is a choice for the riders to use it. They don't have to use it. And they're all choosing to use it, and we're really enjoying the data, which we can provide you with, live data, as Giel goes for a doobie loop of his own, and he looked like he was going to go for the double kite loop, and he's got away with that.
Yeah, we were talking about how to abort the mission and abort your loop on the previous heats, and now we can see that he looped already, and he aborted the second one. Riee is really pushing this new way of looping it, this new double kite loop category of riding. Unfortunately, it's going to be a crash for him, but I'm sure he's going to be stoked to be riding.
for me, just watching his kite there, he really did whip it out the side after the first loop. It indicated to me that he had a little, he still had a little feeling to see if it was there, and he bailed it, which was maybe for the best. But here comes the man of the moment, really, after his last round's score, Timo, who goes for a doobie but doesn't really get the elevation. And actually, Jason's score originally, which is quite high, 6.57 for his move. That's looks like a great first banking score.
Yeah, Jason is being good into this first semi-finals. He's been showing that he's really into this competition and into this semi-final. You can see that he literally, he's used to go high. He's used to those conditions, to strong wind. He's now leading. We're going to see what Timo's score is about. Timo is now second place with his 5.35. And we have Jason coming with a massive amount of speed into the dropping zone, losing the board. Yo. He landed so close to the beach here, couldn't getting the jump and the takeoff right. Yeah, Jason is surely gonna get some more tricks in. What do you think? Are you gonna try double loops, Peepa?
If I am gonna try double loops, well, I'm hesitating a bit because it looks rare. I don't know, like the crashes look insane, and I just come from an injury. I had a knee injury. So to try double straight. Giel, we were talking about it. Giel's performing.
And we have Giel now with
oh my god.
Boogie loop, double loop on the extra rotation. You can see clearly he is super stoked about this. That was high. We're gonna see the height soon. That's the power. And he's on a 7. When this guy is riding a 7, you know that when they're strong, you know the conditions are pumping. We're gonna see his height soon coming onto your screen on your bottom left. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good score. I think it's going to be in the 7-point range for sure. And yeah, surely Timo and Jason are not done with it.
For me, it is insane to see, like, the first time they performed double loops is such a short time ago, and now performing them and landing them in competitions is quite sick. Timo definitely not what he was planning on doing. I think he didn't really get the edge what he wanted to do.
Yeah, definitely we can now see 8.69. That's the highest scoring trick of the day from Giel. Just now you can see Boogie double loop. He made the kite turn twice, and we're now seeing Jason coming with a lot of speed and a nice straight back roll. Super stylish, super powerful, coming in with a lot of speed and sticking the landing. That was really hard to land.
Landed with a lot of speed right in the chop and then sticks it so clean. It is it's very hard in these conditions. It's also, don't forget, it is super gusty. On the screen, like on TV, it might look perfect for everyone, but it is hard out there. It's not an easy day today.
Yo, it's crazy.
Giel is on a roll, sticking everything now, and Giel is not leading at the moment, but I know it definitely will overscore the 3.39, so I think Giel will be leading after this trick comes into the board.
Definitely, Giel has been riding super cleanly during this event.
Yeah, and Giel's really demonstrating an experience with competitions that looks like he's been competing for 5-10 years. He's calm. He's not always in the lead of the heats, but he's relaxed, and he hasn't had the perfect heats today, but he's showing some composure, which I'm really impressed with, and he's got all the right moves here that could put him in first place. He's just got to keep calm and keep working his way through, because here we are in the semi-finals now, and all the big boys can really put up big scores at any time. I mean, look at that score, an 8.69. Wow, if he can bang in another one over 7, he'll be thinking he's comfortable here, but you never know.
Yeah, definitely the level of riding is crazy this year. We're now into the semi-finals. So there's the best riders of the day to their first semi-finals. And we have Jason van der Spee still leading. We're still waiting for Giel's score to come down. Surely he's going to get into the lead. And we're going to see what's happening.
And it is a very interesting heat because only the first rider goes into the final. And I think for everyone, it is their goal. Participating and then getting into the final is very cool, obviously.
We are now here. Is he going to do a double loop? First loop. Oh, he was going to go for the second loop. We saw that. Yeah, Riee is gonna get a good score, a good total score. I don't know about his variety score. I don't know if he's playing the good card here. His score has still not been changed from the first double loop.
But we are only on the second attempt. They had done 2-3 attempts, so there's still some attempts left to get either variety in or a good score on the board.
Definitely. We now see Timo.
Big spray, lot of wind.
I like the slate background. I like how he does it. It just gets so inverted and gets so clean, so fluid. Didn't quite get the landing.
So you can see Giel leading here with 15.21. He got the 2 best scores of 8.69 and a 6.52. So I think that will give him a lot of confidence. And I think now he should really get into his variety score, or he wants to put that 6.52 a bit higher to put more pressure on the rest of the riders. But Jason looking very good as well here in the second position, 12.2. And Timo in third place with 5.35. But anything can happen still. They have 2 attempts left. So let's see what they can bring for us.
Yeah, Jason coming with a large amount of speed. Big doobie, stylish, nice landing from the South African. He actually flew yesterday. That's crazy. And he's now sending it in cold water. He probably never rode water at that cold. But he is riding super well. And we now see Giel still in the lead. We're waiting for Jason's score to come up, but Jason is going to need a big score to overtake Giel.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's got it. But meanwhile, here comes Vlugt. Are we going to see a big double kite loop here? I think it's on. Oh, he's done an S loop. He's gone for the S loop, I think, there. Oh, wow, he absolutely raises his hand. I think that's the first time we've seen one of them done in competition. So just the amount of time that he free fell in the air without contact with the kite, where he steered it back round, was just amazing to see firsthand looking out the window. And on your screens, I hope you saw that too. So Giel looks to me like he's warming up for the final. I mean, what's that going to score? That's the first time that's ever been done. That was an S loop to me. I mean, as soon as you saw that he had the height and the takeoff and the energy in the kite, you must have felt then that was going to be the time.
Yeah, definitely. It's the first time we're actually seeing this in competition, and Riee is literally pushing the sport today. 2 times new tricks into a competition. He's leading by far. I don't know how the judges are going to score S loop. Judges have never scored an S loop. They're not, I don't know, no one is doing S loops now.
And of course, it goes without saying that we have to credit the right people. Ruben Lenton coming up with that idea more than 10 years ago, I think. So there's a blast from the future past.
Also, we must say that Ruben Lenton didn't do this on any Alula kites. So he was on a 5-meter fuel in a huge storm, and he landed the first S loop. So yeah, big credit to Ruben Lenton for being that legend.
Yeah, so Giel getting a 9.63. They absolutely loved that, the judges. He's had 4 trick attempts. I can tell you now, he may as well get out the water and have a nice warm shower and get himself ready for the final, because I don't think anybody's going to catch him there. I mean, that's an unbelievably big score. So what must be going through the minds of the other 2? I mean, it still makes a difference where they finish. Is it time to give up? I mean, never give up. So
yeah, never give up.
Do you think they must be tempted now to think, well, I might as well try a double loop?
I'm wondering what's going through Jason's mind now. He's probably like, oh, either I need to do like a triple S loop or something. But I'm sure he's going to pull something. He's going to still do the show, still do it for the comp and for the scores. And I mean, maybe
Timo could still win this heat. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't sound so convinced. Yeah, he could still win this heat. He's got 2 tricks. He can. He's got... Oh, no, he can't. He looks like he's been timed out.
He wanted to go for a boogie board off. Couldn't take the board off, but getting a nice landing. That's going to be nice for Jason. At least he put it all his tricks, landed all his tricks, getting nice scores in. And that's well done from Jason's side.
So I thought he still had 2 trick attempts there, Timo. I wonder if he was timed out of his move. But they look very much like they're fighting for second and third. And let's remind you all at home, maybe you have been out this morning on a Saturday morning or a Saturday evening, wherever you are in the world. It's 2 best tricks counting from these riders out of 5 trick attempts. But there's only 1 rider on the takeoff spot by themselves at a time. And on your screens now is the man that's taking things to a new level, and wonder if he was tempted for a double kite loop, but sensibly didn't bother. He doesn't need to go there now, Giel. He's in the final very much.
Literally, you could see that this last, he knows he is in front now. He landed a double loop and an S loop in the same heat. That's crazy. And he did his, we can literally see him now, and he's super stoked about what he did. And honestly, congratulations, because that was insane.
Yeah, so very much a fight between Jason van der Spuy and Timo Boersema for second and third place, respectively. And first, it's going to be the rider in the red rash vest, which we can see the flag on the beach. It's very clear, this new format. It's gone without a hitch today. Here comes Timo. Didn't get the takeoff he wanted. It's I think it was a contra loop in it. Well, surely he can't take that. Oh, no, he can't.
That was close. That was close. He almost put the board back in. I honestly thought he couldn't, but he almost did it, and well done for Timo. He did a good competition. He arrived all the way from semi-finals as a rookie, as we can say, because I remember him being in the second division last year in the Lord of Charm, and now he's showing that he's part of the big boys.
He's done himself very proud, and he's done it the hard way as well. But here comes Jason van der Spuy, who can't trick because Timo's blocking him out. Although he's just gone for a one-footer, he must have known the scores to know maybe not to push it anymore. And that brings us to a close of that semi-final there. So I believe we're going to go to a commercial break.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This
Heat number 14. And I think Aaron Hadlow's going to jump in the box for this one because it's a big one. It's Luca Ceruti, who I said was a dark horse of this competition. I've seen him riding, I've seen his focus, I've seen his desire to be one of the top big air riders, and it's impressed me in South Africa. And he remains the only rider from South Africa still in this competition. He is going to have to go against Edgar Ulrich, who I don't think is here. That's why there's 2 riders. 50% chance for these 2, and they're straight on. Blue Rashfest, it's Luca Ceruti to start things off, and that is massive. Back roll mega loop, the biggest back roll mega loop we've seen today, into the second rotation. And he just can't stick it as clean as he likes. He slams the water with his hand, but I think he's still going to get a good score, Julian.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get a good score. He went super high on this one. And yeah, he is definitely bummed about this one, but I'm sure he's going to send it out of space for the next one.
Cool, that was some control. That was 16.6 meter. It's one of them moves, the back roll mega loop, that in stupidly strong winds and gusty winds and 40, 45, 50 knots, you've got to have that back roll down so well to commit to pulling that. Because if you get laid out into a double, triple, or whatever goes on when you mess up, you're buggered. But here we are, back to Sin Mol, and that is a big mega loop.
With the kite angle was super nice. The guy was literally leveled with him, and that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, this is going to be up towards the 20 meter mark, surely, for that mega loop. Here comes his stats coming in from server, 17.3, and he's really brought it to them. So what an opportunity for these 2 riders to make what I believe would be their first ever final on the Big Air Kite League.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those riders are pushing it. Luca unfortunately got a crash for his first jump, but surely is going to get another mark for it. He's now aiming for his next jump.
8 seconds.
In full speed.
8 seconds of hang time on the mega loop from that last jump from Stijn. Here goes Luca, who's he sent a mega loop there, but it was quite delayed, and you can see how hard he came down there. His G-force is going to be up, but maybe was a bit too close to the beach and the crowd. It doesn't seem to be the best place to take off.
Yeah, that's also the point. I've ridden this spot quite a few times, and when you get too close from the beach, you lose that dune effect from the wind that takes you up. And yeah, so you can see that those riders probably never rode here, unfortunately for them, but surely they can feel the wind, they're going to feel it, and they're going to send it harder than ever.
Can Stijn really stick it to him here now to Luca with a nice big move? If he lands a big one here, which he's taken off wonderfully, lovely level mega loop. Ruben Lento must be watching, which I believe he is, and love the kite angle he's displaying, and he lands with a big slap. Stijn Mol is up for this one.
He's definitely went good into this into the semi-finals. You can see his control. He's doing the tricks he knows how to do, but he's doing them high, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for 60% height and 40% technicality. 60% height is a lot. You need to go high first of all before you do your tricks. You're gonna get rewarded way better if you go high. And we have now Luca coming in, aiming for a jump.
Oh, he felt like sending that, didn't he? He thought he'd have a little feeler about it, and he's in trouble here. He really is, Luca. He's got his golden opportunity, and I want him also to do well after putting myself on the line, saying semi-final's not bad though, Julian. But you just won't get a better opportunity to make your best final. Just to remind you, Edgar Ulrich here has scored a 0, not because he's riding crap, because he's got injured and he's hurt his foot. He did go to hospital. It's not super serious. We've been told he's in good spirits, but unfortunately, after his incredible display of kiteboarding, he looked well on the way to the finals here today. He's not in this heat now, and it's one of these 2 which is going to get to the final, but they've also deserved to be where they are. And here he comes then. So it is Stijn Mol, who's gone for a nice boogie loop, gone into the second rotation. And what I love about this, Julian, is that he's just displaying power, control, nothing crazy tech, and it's kind of an inspiration for, I'd say, the older generation who just like to go big and do their single moves. He's really keeping the code going of a low kite.
Yeah, and height. He's not doing crazy bore off loop variation. He's just doing what he does the best, which is sending it super high, getting his kite level with him, and that's what we want to see. He's now in the lead with 11th, and Luca is 5.21. Luca coming in hot with a lot of speed for the next jump. 4th trick attempt for Luca.
I don't think he's got the power. If he sends, he's got to go right foot forwards now, Luca. This will test the man from South Africa. Can he go right foot forwards, or will he risk his luck, turn around left again? It's devastating. It could be all over here from Luca. What a devastating situation, because he's had 4 trick attempts now with that jump, and he's not going to be able to boot out a 3.23. So this could be curtains for him. And buy a donkey and good night.
Yeah, we now have Stijn coming in for his fourth trick attempt, I'm pretty sure. Right foot forward, changing for a little, maybe to add to his variety score. Big mega loop on the right side. That's going to be good for his variety score with the late rotation. Very controlled, very precise, and very high.
Aaron, you've been helping the duotone international kiteboarding team down on the beach. You really put in a stint down there today. It's freezing. But you're up here just briefly before you go back down there. I just want your thoughts on this heat especially. Does this sometimes happen in a semi-final like this? You know, Lucas, this hasn't been the performance he's wanted and he's very much can't advance now. Does sometimes you get a block or the wind doesn't work in your heat? Tell me, have you ever been through that?
Yeah, I think it can happen definitely to some riders. Depends on, experience plays a huge part in competitions sometimes and heat management. And I think he's quite new to competitions and he hasn't done so many. Maybe it's something that, that comes with you in time. But, you got someone like Stijn who's just putting in some solid tricks. He's got a solid score from the beginning. You're always chasing the heat, which means you're just always trying to go and get that extra little bit. You're kind of going a little bit all out in a semi-final. You got to win that heat to be into the finals. So, yeah, he's put himself out of contention now, but he showed earlier in the rounds that he could do well, had a chance to make it. Maybe he can have some redemption on his last trick here. He looks like he's got a good gust, got some power. Oh, he's pumping a bit now. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Is he going to go for a double loop?
He's gone for a massive
S-loop massive from Luca. That's well
played.
played.
He had that for a minute.
That's very well done from Luca on this side for the last trick of the semi-final. He literally gave, I think, his absolute everything, and he holded on to it to that massive S-loop.
He might have done this. I'm just sitting there working out he needs quite a big score to help advance this. And he's now got the other rider in on the beach speaking to people like, what do I do? Because we're going to have to work this out very quickly between us in here. He had a 3.23 scoring. It's the 1.9 that he can replace, but he needed at least 7 more than that. He needed, to me, a 9 something.
Yeah,
he needed 9 on that just to boot out that 1.97.
You can now see Stijn in the gust, holding onto his kites. Yeah, the wind is super powerful here in Balkris.
So it looks to me like he only got a 6.5 for that last move. For me, that was the best example of an S-loop that we've seen. I thought personally that was much lower, more committed. It was with a big back roll. That, to me, should have scored more than Giel's one. And I feel for him a bit here. But meanwhile, though, this man, Stijn, has been... It might have been all too little too late for Luca, especially now after that move, which most likely is going to replace his 5.38. So that is the 5th trick of this semi-final. And we have one more semi-final, I believe, coming up next. 2 heats left of the day at the Lords of the Tram 2022. It's the Big Air Kite Leagues round 1. I'm sitting here with Julian and Aaron. Aaron's going to just jump out and help the duotone team. But I think that's a wrap for that semi-final. And we're going to go to a commercial break.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind. We're in.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
We're back in for the last semi-final of the day. We've got Andrea Principi, Lorenzo Casati, and Evan Klijn. 3 super good riders there for this last semi-finals.
There they are on your screens then, the 2 duotone riders, international riders, and many tipping to be some of the future riders, friends and pals, and Evan Klijn with no relation to the designer underwear brand. He doesn't have his own one, but he should have.
Yeah, he should definitely. Definitely. We now have, now they have the same kite. So we have Andrea. Who is this?
Yeah, it looked like a doobie loop to me to start off
Nice.
for him. Hard to tell that rash vest, but I think you're right. It was Andrea. And I think that's not going to score huge. I think what the judges have demonstrated to me today is that they really do like the kites to be low in the window, riders to be high, in control, and they tend to be rewarding the innovation today, but I don't know if that's going to play into Andrea's hands. He's got all the moves. But what we're about to see is Lorenzo Casati. I don't think he's next, is he? Yes, the white flag is up. It's so simple for us up here now and on the beach. We can see who's to go next, and just to remind you, we are doing things differently here at Lords of Tram, where we're having 1 rider on the takeoff zone at a time, and they get 20 seconds to go, and he's bailed that one out. So is he going to go right foot forwards, because they don't like this too much, the judges, if he decides to come back in the zone. However, I think he's been under 20 seconds, right?
Yeah, he definitely has to jump now though, but I think he made the good choice to just place himself into the good conditions, get the good gust, and he's now going massive laid back board off. That was huge from Lorenzo Casati. Is he going to stick? Obviously he starts sticking it. This guy is literally a cat.
Wonderful, wonderful. And such lovely camera work as well there from the team here. Things are really stepping up on the Big Air Kite League. Just wonderful shot. It was almost perfection the way he zoomed out, and we saw that unbelievable move. And he's pushing it now, Lorenzo. We didn't see too many of them sort of high-level moves from him so far.
Definitely. I think he kept his trick in his pocket for when he really needs it, and now he knows that to beat Andrea and Evan, he needs to pull some huge loop. And Evan is also super ready for the semi-final, I guess. Nice. Doobie board off. Is that the first one of the competition? Nice. That wasn't super hard, but it was really, really technical. Well done from Evan.
Yeah, I agree with the scoring as well. Let's take a look at that scoring come in. You can see it, a reminder to you again, in brackets is the amount of trick attempts the riders have had, and their 2 best scores. It's only their 2 best scores that count out of 10, and a score out of 5 for the variation will be added to the end, which is a total of 25 scored. We are just seeing the total of their 2 best tricks, of course, as Evan's score comes in, which puts him very level
with Andrea. 7.72 and 6.73. That's super close from 2 riders. And we now have Andrea going for his second trick. That's really his trademark kite loop. Oh, not quite getting the landing. A little butt check.
He somehow pulled through it, so he's got it to do here. So just remember as well in this competition that we have seen already, one of these riders has had to go through the hard way to some degree, and it was. Just got to remind myself, one of the duotone riders, because it was strange that they ended up in this heat together. Maybe not. Andrea and thought that they hadn't ended up like that.
Well, it would have been the same with Luca and Edgar. We didn't see that much. All right, Andrea Principi now in the lead because he has a second score. We're now going to see Lorenzo Casati that pulled a huge late back row border for his first trick. He's now coming in with a massive amount of speed. Not quite getting the
mugged it off
there.
there. He's mugged that off, Julian. He didn't fancy it right in the last second, so he's going to have a pop at a right foot forwards, but he's got one hand off the bar. That tells me he's setting up for another left foot forwards here. So perhaps he didn't like the gust of wind there, which is playing a big part in today's competition if you're watching from home. The wind gusting from 30 to 50 sometimes. Here he goes. Can he make it work this time? No, he can't.
We could literally see he was so tempted to pull the loop, but he knew it wasn't the right decision. And yeah, as we said, the wind is quite gusty. That's the Tramontan. It's the wind from the south here. It's super strong wind that's super fast and really dense. And if you want to fight it, that's what they're busy doing. They're busy fighting the Tramontan to be the Lord, the new Lord, which is Andrea Principi. Maybe is going to get a second title today. We're going to see this. And we have now Evan going for a massive back row board off with two extra rotation. That's sick.
What a move, you know, and he's taken it to these guys out of nowhere. He's really pushed himself into the mix here with that move. He's gone very tech on them first two moves. I think he's going to be rewarded for that. So apologies. In today's event, I actually thought that Lorenzo or his teammate in this heat as well had gone through the hard way, Andrea Principi, but they did eventually both win their heats. And that is why they have ended up here together. Just as such is the draw.
Andrea going again for his trademark trick. Oh, that was a hard landing. Hopefully he can get his kite back up. Nice.
Yeah, and gets a nice little tea bag for his troubles there. That was a real backbreaker, but just by the way he's moving around in the water and that young, fit body he has, he'll be fine.
Definitely.
Looks like the jet ski's just thinking about coming in. So what's great about this then is that the rider now next to trick will have a slight break before they have to trick, because obviously one of the riders is in the way at this moment. Yeah. And we've got an 8.2 G-force there coming in from our surfer data in the bottom left-hand corner. It's lovely to have that data. It's a free app that you can get for your phone. You don't need the brand spanking new iPhone 13. I think it supports iPhones of 10 years ago even, so it works just as well. So you can download that and take part. And it's delivering us with live information seconds after the riders land. And just even knowing that was 8.2 seconds of G-force and he's riding away from it is quite some story.
Definitely. And now Evan is in the lead with two awesome tricks. And we're now seeing Lorenzo going for his third trick. Is he going to pull something big? Surely Lorenzo always never disappoints. Late back row. I don't think that's what he wanted to do.
Sensible, though, in a way. It's a nice big move.
Definitely.
He needed a second score on there. He's got such a big 8.15 already and nothing else. So this should likely put him back in. Nobody else has got near his highest trick score in this heat, however. And also a reminder, there's 500 euros for the biggest jump of the day as well for these riders. So we saw a few guys going for that earlier, Julian.
Definitely, yeah. Well, for now, Luca Ceruti has the highest jump of the day with, if I'm not mistaken, 21.4 meters. That's massive for flat water. So maybe someone's going to break this now. And we have Evan coming in hard for his trick.
He's going to go big here. I think he's found a nice gust. Oh, it's nice. Oh, it's crazy. It's a boogling with a board off. Can he take it?
Jesus.
What a landing. He's still got to fight it. He's still got to fight it. What an example of kite skill.
That is so impressive from Evan. He's going really technical and really high. You could see, if I was him, I wouldn't try beat Lorenzo and Andrea with technical stuff. He can pull those tricks. I saw Evan trying those tricks and he's really dominating it.
Pippa, you've just mentioned something really interesting about Evan. Can you quickly mention that to me?
I'm hanging a lot of times with Evan now. I got to know him a bit better. And it's really cool to see if you cannot see this on the water by telling just someone walking past you. But I know Evan is working really hard, also meditating and visualizing all his tricks. So definitely turns out, you can see it on the water now in these hectic conditions, that it's super technical to throw a trick out like this. So yeah, it's cool to see Evan doing well.
Yeah, we just now saw Andrea Principi that pulled a massive quadruple frontal loop board off with a contra loop. So that is insane from the young Italian.
Thank you. And I think that's some real nice insight from Pippa, who knows these riders well, to know, Evans, he's a cool guy, and he's probably fed up, not always being in the final. And he's found himself here with two of the top duotone riders. And he's in first place with an 8.55 and a 7.14 scoring, and arguably the best variation.
Definitely.
Julian. So what have we got here then from, it looks to me like it's going to be Lorenzo with a mega loop board off of his own.
No ways. No ways. That was also quite big from Lorenzo. Big doobie board off with an extra rotation on the way down. We're going to see, surely this can replace his 6.1, 84-meter traveling. That's massive. And it's now going to be Andrea Principi's turn.
And it is a really sick heat, I think. Those three names are all big riders. 2 duotone guides and a core rider in this heat. At the moment, Lorenzo Casati is leading with 16.05. Then Evan in second with 15.69. And then Andrea with 14.97. All super young riders. I think the oldest is Evan. He's 20 years old. And then the Italians are younger than him. Evan going in. Oh, and again, super technical. Sticking the landing.
No ways.
Shit.
That was super sick from Evan. You can see that he just got the landing, and that was sick. Yeah, Evan, talking about him, was second last year in the Cape Town event. Yeah, he did a really good score and a really good riding, and today he's just showing off that it wasn't luck.
Oh, that was amazing. What a landing that was. So often we've seen riders almost getting injured in those situations. He is in the zone and in touch with this Tramontan wind. I mean, that was a great example. And he is still in first. And I think that his variation score is going to look good here.
Definitely.
I think that he could cause a real upset. However, as you mentioned, Julian, he knows what it takes to stand on the podium. He's been in second place in Cape Town, and maybe he's the one to maybe push himself into the top 3 this year. He did finish 5th overall last year, and maybe he wants to improve on that. So great riding.
Now Andrea Principi going absolutely ridiculously high and sticking it perfectly. I'm sure he's stoked about it.
That was super sick, and he definitely needed that, because he had a 8.24 as a highest score and then a 6.73, which is the lowest score in this heat so far that counts, but he is gonna overscore that for sure. So yeah, this heat is insane. We got Evan 16.38, Lorenzo with a 16.05, and now Andrea is also gonna be close to those scores for sure. Yeah. And they are down to their last trick, so it's really gonna come down to the last trick, and super exciting to see who is gonna make it.
Yeah, this is going to be the intense spot now. I'm sure they're going to give their absolute everything to be on top of that score and to be in the finals. Maybe the first finals, surely not. And yeah, we're going to see if Andrea can keep his title of being the Lord, if Lorenzo is going to take it, if Evan is going to take it. It is going to be Lorenzo's turn now for his last trick attempt.
And I think this is fine, and it's where the judges are exercising a bit of grace. It's the last move in a big semi-final, and we've just seen Andrea's score come in of a 9.08. That's a devastator to Evan. That's a big score, I think.
Definitely.
But it shows the skill and the talent that Andrea has, and it's how well he can deal with under pressure. He really did need that move, his 5th move. So he's done, and he's out the way. I can see it's the last 2 tricks to come then. And the first guy that's going to perform his last trick is Lorenzo Casati. They have juggled themselves around from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd this whole time. Here he comes then. Lots of spray on his board. It looks good for a big takeoff. There it is. It's a mega. I think he wanted a double. I'm
pretty sure. Yeah, he's not going to be that stoked about that last trick, unfortunately.
He didn't get the lift. It's all in the lift on the way up. He didn't get it, so it's going to be a bit of a devastator for Lorenzo. Let's remind you at home, okay, that even if there wasn't another trick landed by Evan here, they're only 1.37 apart, and it's going to be... he does have another score, but even if they didn't get another score on there, there's not much separating them. So the variation score is going to be the key to this heat. So what you're seeing there is just the combined 2 best tricks of their 5 trick attempts. We are not seeing the variation score, and that makes it really interesting. So there is one more trick attempt for Evan.
And I think Evan is going to trick to the right now. That also is going to count for a variety score, because that means you use both sides of your technique, and that is definitely counting into the variety score.
I also think he's chatting to someone. There's the core you can see from Evan. He's speaking to somebody on the beach to say, look, you've got the numbers on your app here. Tell me what's going on. That'll either be a trainer. We often see that at competitions. So this thing is as close as it can get now. 1.37 separating them. Evan has gone for it right foot forwards with a contra loop board off. And if he lands that, it won't be one of his biggest 2 tricks, but variation-wise...
Definitely.
But I need that confirmed. Is their variation score coming from their 5 trick attempts or just their 2 best tricks? You think from the 5. Okay, so what a heat we've just had in that semi-final nonetheless. And the crowd making some noise now in front of us. Pippa, I want to thank you for joining us now as we're about to start the final. Is there anything you want to say to the world of Big Air?
Thank you for having me, and thanks everyone for tuning in as well. It really helps everyone that we get supported, and it keeps us going as well on the water and going big. So thanks everyone for tuning in, and enjoy the final.
Thanks, Pippa. Always lovely to have your insight. Let's go to a commercial break before we bring you the final here at the Lords of Tram 2022 Big Air Kite League Round 1. It is the climax of the event, and we will see you after a short ad break.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and Pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS. The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's a bit livelier, a bit quicker to depower, has a little bit shorter bar stroke and a little bit quicker turning.
He also adjusted the aspect ratio, resulting in increased power delivery and more responsive feedback at the bar. Material tension has been tweaked on the flex struts to move the draft back, resulting in quicker and more complete depower, smoother turning, and more vertical lift in jumps. By dropping a further 15% in weight, the usable wind range has increased, and the Rebel SLS boasts impressive power generation in light winds, with no lag on the upstroke, or when the kite is turning low in the window. The Rebel SLS is the choice for freeriders and big air enthusiasts who want the best gear to take to the skies, while the intuitive, user-friendly nature and incredible sheet-and-go instant power continue to make this a favorite of kiteboarders of all levels.
Having the new Rebel in SLS with the Pentatex materials unlocks some potential from this kite. Boosting super high and the hang time is just insane.
Flight 99 bridle lines offer a thinner diameter for reduced drag, and every construction detail down to the stitching has been revisited to maximize performance. The adaptive tip allows you to set up the Rebel SLS for your session. The soft bar setting gives you a softer bar feel and quicker turning speeds. The preferred setting for hydrofoilers and lighter weight riders. The hard bar setting offers a more solid feel when boosting and gives better bar feedback. This setting is suited to riders doing spins and air-style tricks, and the preferred setting for twin-tip riding and bigger riders. The canopy is our exclusive to duotone Trinity Tex, bringing you the best in performance and durability. The MaxFlow pump system with 50% gains in airflow gets you out on the water sooner. The Rebel has long been the benchmark for big air and free ride. And now, loaded with SLS technology, the supercharged Rebel SLS from Duotone Kiteboarding takes this award-winning platform to another dimension.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was full power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Żegorzeski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, But that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite League. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and freeride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 50.
Here we go then. It is final time at the Big Air Kite League, round number 1 at the Lords of Tram 2022. What a wonderful moment for you to join us if you have just tuned in. Maybe you've been with us the whole afternoon with this great new format that has been working beautifully. Riders get 2 tricks to count out of their 5 trick attempts. It's riders one by one taking their turn to head left foot forwards or maybe right foot forwards into the box. I'm joined again by Aaron Hadlow, 5 times world champion to my right, and to my left I have Julian, who is one of the local riders who's competed in this event. He knows the Tramontane. Julian, what are we going to see in this final? How windy is it out there?
It's super windy now. We can see Giel holding on at C7, and it's ready row, and those type of pro riders are holding on that much to 7s. We're now into a super sick final. The water and the white caps are coming back. The strong wind is coming right for its final. It is going to be super sick. I hope everyone is ready.
And there you go. There you can see how things have worked today. And I love this format. Only 18 riders, but it means that we've whipped through things in no time. We are right to the right-hand side. Giel, Vlugt, Stijn and Andrea Principi are going to make up this three-man final with only one man that can be the champion of Lords of Tram 2022 and to give themselves a great start to the Big Air Kite League. Aaron Hadlow, I want your thoughts. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think it's going to be tight. I think Giel's definitely got the tricks, and Andrea as well. I think he's got the technicality. It depends who puts it together on the day. There'll be a little bit of a run of luck with the wind as well. I think the gusts are playing a big part in this event, and who can read that and get that at the right time. I'd like to see Andrea do very well. I think Giel's got some very technical tricks. For me, it's between one of them two. So let's see how it goes. I think it will come down to the last few tricks, that variety score, and yeah, it's going to be a tight one.
I know we've just had the first trick actually, just behind this overlay. It's been Giel who started things off, so we apologise. Let's get to the action. We've just missed that first trick. We saw it out the window, and we can tell you it looked like a pretty standard big mega loop to start off from Giel, who unusually started things off first there. That was his blue rash vest, unless that was a bit of training. But there's his stats coming in, 11.1 and stars. That's how well he scored there. He got stars. He certainly didn't see stars because he landed it. But anyway, on your screens now is Stijn, who's been taking this competition by storm. Lovely rotation, delayed back roll. Very good awareness with the kite as he brought that back on. Good start from him, Julian.
Yeah, definitely. He's starting with a trademark late back roll that he showed us he knows how to do. It's very high. The kite angle is very good. He gets that kite deep into that power zone. And we're now going to see Andrea Principi going for his first trick of his final. Is he going to take the Lord again? Is he going to be the Lord of Tram again this year? Or is he going to be Giel or Stijn? We're going to see this now.
Yeah, good point. He is the defending champion, is Andrea Principi. And just a reminder to you that you are seeing stars as the scores. That's not because you don't have the font downloaded. It's because we don't show you the scores as he goes into a doobie loop with a third rotation, a nice controlled grab. Lots of distance that we can see, and we can actually tell by how much distance because that's going to be scored. There's the information within a couple of seconds. 81 kilometers an hour the yank on that kite loop.
That is massive. He literally got a huge amount of speed out of his kite loop. 3 rotation on his loop. That was a lot in this wind and with that much control.
Yes, our data coming and powered by the Surfer app. You can download for free. It works on not just the brand new phones, but pretty much lots of old phones as well. You don't have to take your new phone out there to take part in and get all of this data, but we watch carefully now. Is it time for a double loop? Is it too early from Giel? There's one, there's another. It is. They loved it. The crowd loved it, and he sticks it. A boogie loop with a double kite loop. Wow.
Definitely, we can almost say that it is his trademark loop now. He just lands it like he always done it. Double loop, that's crazy. I still don't get out those people who are pulling double loops in this wind, and even double kite loops. That's crazy.
What do you mean this wind? It looks like it's 40 knots. It looks like a great wind for doing mega loops today. Explain that to the viewers.
Definitely, when the wind is strong, you really need to put your brain aside and just send it. Keep pulling on that bar, even though you're fully inverted, 15 meter up, and you have to pull a second kite loop. That's crazy. We now have Stijn coming in hot for his second trick attempt. Big boogie loop here, second rotation, nice and controlled from Stijn.
Aaron, thoughts? Just nearly 2 tricks into this final.
Yeah, I think it's going good so far. It's been some solid tricks by Stijn, just getting the base in. I think Andrea's set off a little bit better than his last heat. He was well under pressure in the last heat, crashing a few, and he's going for that same trick again. That's the double board off with the contra loop, but yeah, he hasn't made that, so it doesn't matter. Last heat, he did crash a couple of times, and he still made it back with a couple of big moves. So we know he's got that in him. I think Stijn will have a couple of good tricks, but Giel with that double loop there, I think that's going to be the highest scoring trick so far. We didn't see his first trick. I think that was about a medium scoring trick. So I'd say Giel, Andrea will be up there next, and Stijn in the middle of it right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Julian, but what we can see there is he's just recovering back to his board, and the flag for the other rider hasn't been raised yet, which is the way we do it here now at Lords of Tram. So just so he can clear the zones, only one rider will be on the water for their trick attempt. We want to keep the focus on the judges. So coming in now then, Julian, is Stijn. It's Giel.
Yeah, there's Giel. Didn't quite getting that gust. Apparently, he's probably gonna come back and then come again for that next trick.
And just before he does that, Aaron, you've been speaking and helping out the new generation of duotone international team riders. Is that something that you have been saying to Andrea, not to panic if things go wrong early on in the heat?
Yeah, I think it's important. He has a good team around him. Here we're going to see Giel come in now on his... Give it a go. He's gone for another double loop. This time was a straight one, but he had a late rotation and still came in solid. So 2 double loops in this heat. That will put him in a solid first position, in my opinion, at the minute. But yeah, going back to Andrea, he has a good team around him. His parents supporting him and some guys on the beach. He knows what he's doing. I was down there just checking it out. I was on the beach pretty much in the background of this shot there, right there. You can really feel the gusts there and how difficult it is to manage. But it seems like even under pressure, he's able to bring back. Like I said, in the last heat, he'd crashed a couple of times, but he still stuck a couple of big moves at the end to bring it back. So they've all got it in him to be up there.
And Stijn with a nice mega loop with a late board off. He was about to go for that last rotation, but didn't quite get the timing. He's going to get to his board, and then we're going to continue to this amazing final here at Lord of Tram 2022.
Nice to see Giel just going over to see if he's all right there. Some of these smaller crashes sometimes, they don't look that bad, but they can hurt. So just downwind you can't see, but Giel's just gone to help him out with the board. And just wanted to go back again, Aaron, to that insight you gave us about the duotone riders and Andrea. And it was just great to hear that you feel Andrea does know what he's doing. I did wonder myself. No, I didn't wonder really. It's pretty clear he knows what he's doing, and he's lighting up the big air discipline right now. Is Giel, who is taking things by storm. But that is massive from Andrea. It looked like a back roll, sort of right foot forwards it was. Talk me through what you saw there, Julian.
Yeah, definitely. He came in with so much speed in the water, and he still landed, even though it is quite choppy. 3 rotation, 1 board off, and a contra loop. That is crazy.
We know that's a big scorer. That was what he ended with in his last heat, actually. So he's already pulled his ending heat in the middle of his run on his 3rd go there. So we know that was a big scorer. I believe in the previous heat that was well up there. And so, yeah, he's bringing it back to Giel here, in my opinion. It's hard to see. We don't have the scores like you guys, but we can estimate where people are at the moment. And, yeah, it's some serious stuff being thrown down on the line here.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Giel is going to go again for the S-loop. That will be crazy. You've got 2 double loops already into this final. He's coming in hot for one of his last jump of the final. Double loop board off. That is crazy. He's getting a huge landing here. Sick from Giel Vlugt.
And you definitely sensed that moment there in that move where everything went into slow motion. Your heart was in your mouth and you thought, is that kite going to save him? I think we all shared that feeling there, including Giel as well. But it did. And he's got another perfect landing. I mean, this is as textbook start to a final as you could have for Giel, who's demonstrating all his new moves, basically. So what are they going to prefer here, the judges, almost the double kite loops or the big technical contra loops that we're seeing from Andrea? Because Stijn's out the picture for now. Let's get to the point. He needs to really up it with these last moves. He's got 2 more trick attempts, but the other 2 at the moment are really pushing the boundaries. This is flat water. It's gusty. This is risking everything here now. This isn't somewhere you really want to push it too much, but these guys do. And Stijn, with a nice right foot forwards kite loop, completes his, I think that was his 4th move.
Yeah, he wanted to take the board off on this one, but he didn't quite get the timing or the loft from the kite. Yeah, he has to go big if he wants to in this event. He literally has to go massive, and we're now going to see Andrea coming in. And now Andrea is going massive. Oh, there you go. He is in control.
Wonderful, wonderful. Little hand up to the crowd. It's like he can do these moves all day, like in his sleep, any conditions. Two different approaches here from these two. So for me, Andrea is really going for the variation. He's performing big scoring moves right and left. And Giel, so far, I think has only performed to the left, as far as I can remember, with his double kite loops and so on. So this is an interesting approach from these two riders, but this is right in front of us. Andrea's come down. I think he's switching kites here.
Yeah, I probably think he's taking a smaller kite. Maybe he wants to go for a double kite loop. That would be interesting. I remember people changing kites to the handle passes. Now we're changing to the double loops.
I want to ask your opinion on that very quickly, Aaron. Actually, we're going to wait until this move from Giel, because this is his last trick attempt of the final here at Lords of Tram 2022. Round one of the BA Gale. Oh, and he didn't get the lift he wanted. I think he wanted a double, and his hands goes up in the air. Aaron, have you had anything to do with this pit stop kite change from Andrea? Oh, you're smiling. I think you have.
No. He's. I think he's just had a solid couple of tricks. I think the last two tricks he's pulled out have been big scorers, just because of the height, the power, and I'm pretty sure he just wants to pull down a size and probably try and match Giel with a double loop. He was mentioning it earlier. This is one of the tricks he really wants to do, whether it's the double contra or the double kite loop. Yeah, so we see Steen, he just bombed out on that landing a little bit, but checked it. So, yeah, I think it's between Giel and Andrea, but they're both in very good positions here, and last couple of tricks for them now.
Well, it is the final trick as far as I'm concerned, unless they've been given 6 trick attempts. Giel's out there riding pretty sped up and powered, so perhaps he's out there just to make sure the others are all right. I don't know if they've been given 6 trick attempts for this. Sorry, we can't communicate that with you. However, what I do know is Andrea Principi has just come in, dropped his kite in front of us, changed to another kite, and here he comes now, left foot forwards. And
I want to
stand
up for that. I want to stand up for that. Hopefully, maybe he's gonna. Is he gonna pull a double loop? So he just changed kite to a smaller size. I think it is a 6-meter Rebel SLS. There's a good gust coming in, so there might be a chance that he pulls it off.
We're on our feet in the live stream booth as the wind absolutely picks up, nukes it, rocks our live stream booth. The doors and shutters are banging. The sun has just come out for this last part of this final, this wonderful final that we've had here at this new location with the wonderful hosts here, the Bacares, the town supporting, looking after the team, the riders, the wind gusting solid now, the spray coming off the board.
Andrea has to go. He's going to run out of time. I saw him riding him in, so he got a little bit more time. He's coming in now for the last trick of Lord of Tram. Is he going to pull the double loop?
Yes, he is.
No.
He sticks it. Wow, he sticks it. Unbelievable. He sticks it. And I wonder what Giel is thinking. Do these guys have one more attempt? I don't know. He's pumping the crowd then. Andrea Principi, I don't know if he's done that move before. I think he has, but maybe not in these conditions. So, wow, that really took some courage there. And that is a 6-meter that he changed to. And he dealt with it.
Definitely. I'm honestly super impressed by Andrea. He just showed that he could do every kite loop variation, and now he's pulling double loops. Crazy.
So Giel is out there. We've had 5 trick attempts from all the riders. You do not know the scores at home. Neither do we. We are seeing some of the scores pop up. But the stars are hiding the total scores of the combined 2 tricks.
Maybe Giel is getting another attempt for not getting the gust.
No, I think that they're just having fun out there now. I think I can see the Big Air Kite League yellow flag. This is just for the crowds now. As here comes Giel, just coming in for a bit of a booster. They're having a bit of fun now. So we did just witness that final, and wow, did we see some epic moves. Who's your money on? I think Stijn. Well, what a way to sign out with a salute for Stijn. He's got himself on the podium, and I think very certainly it's going to be in 3rd place. But meanwhile, Andrea Principi on your screens, either in 1st and 2nd, in our opinion, in the live stream booth, and he's riling up that crowd.
Nice. Yeah, well, now I think the pressure came down for the riders. They just want to show off and get the kite and get the jump in front of the crowd. Smile to them, show them.
Maybe a few ladies on the beach they're trying to impress as well.
Surely.
You never know. They're popular guys. So we are just trying to calm down from what we've seen here today in Les Baccarès in the southeast of France at Lords of Tram 2022. To my left-hand side, we've had some great commentary from Julien, the local rider, and Aaron to my right-hand side. It's been unbelievable here today. What were your highlights, Julien?
Definitely. Well, I think the best highlight is that we saw double loops for the first time in a kite competition. It's crazy. Even S loops. Forgetting about the S loop, there's so many insane tricks that have been happening today. I'm super stoked to be speaking with you guys, two legends. And yeah, that was a sick event. And now onto the second division, surely.
And Aaron, you've had a big part in sort of keeping the new generation on their toes, on their feet and focused. You know, we've got such a natural talent, certainly within our own team, but all around the world there's kids coming through. Looking at Big Air and looking at what you've seen today, is it a good place of Big Air? Are you proud of this discipline?
Yeah, it's really taken off over the last few years. I mean, week by week we're seeing new tricks, new level, and definitely, yeah, last year's been really great to see. A lot of really good riders up and coming, and really, yeah, just taking it to a level. We saw it very not stagnant, but at a kind of a steady rate of increase of level, and now suddenly it's just shot up. And we see that at an event like this with even the solid wins. It was always a question: is this technical stuff going to come into these mega strong wind events? And we saw it at Cold Hawaii. We've seen it here today that, yeah, the technicality and the young kids are able to use their experience now as they gain more and more to really put on a great show. So yeah, I've been impressed today. It's been great.
And it's just so interesting that we talk about experience and we talk about that with young riders. It's something you didn't usually associate with young riders of 15, 16. To have experience meant to have 15, 20 years of kiteboarding, but that's not actually true now. It's experience in actually performing these top level moves and delivering them at a consistent basis. So we're showing you now the lovely scenes of the beach and the crowd are just starting to move towards the prize giving area. I think we're going to stay with us now. You can see the flag sequence just to the right-hand side there. That's how the riders have been able to work so well in this new format, Julien. It really worked well. You know, yellow flag up, nothing's going on. That's the Big Air Kite League flag. And the rash vests would be highlighted by those blue, white, and red flags. And the riders would have 20 seconds to jump, land, and then the next flag would come up. It was so simple at the end of the day, but so effective.
Yeah, it was. As we said earlier, the spot it's quite a small spot, and so the riders can't go all together. It will be a little mess. So now they've did this with the flag and the rush vest, and it's honestly super sick. You guys saw it was a nice live, nice kiting. Everything was fast.
Aaron, you look like you're about to head down to the beach maybe to go and see the rest of the Duotone riders. Any last comments from you today?
Yeah, just well done to everyone, really. There's tough conditions out there. Everyone sent some seriously good tricks. And yeah, with these conditions, it is tough out there. I know the wind here, and it is definitely one to watch out for and can catch you out. But in a competition environment, everyone stays safe, pulls some amazing tricks. And again, we've seen some, never seen before tricks in competition. And great crowd, actually a really good spot for this. We're just with the way, when I was down there, it's kind of, you have the arena and the guys have a really good perspective of what kiteboarding is. And when I was down there, you could really see that height and you see the difference. And I think it gives you a really good idea of actually who is going higher and more powerful and further. So it's really clear for the spectators to see who's doing well. And again, it's just a great spectacle. So yeah, great event. Well done to everyone for putting this one on. And yeah, I think it's gone really well. We're looking forward to the next.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you in the box, Aaron. Thank you for joining us. We are going to stay with you here at Lords of Tram 2022 as it's me and Julien now just up here. And can he avoid banging the door? How's he going to do? Oh, nice. Very quiet. I reckon that was a 0.1 G-force, that slam there, Julien.
Surfer up. So we are now going to go on to the second division. And we have the first Frenchie, which is called Theophile, that went in the water. He's a good friend of mine, actually. We rode quite a bit together. And yeah, so second division is still the same way of working. It is still the flag sequencing system. And hopefully you're going to see some big show now.
And to just, give you a bit of information about what the second division is, because maybe you're thinking, second division, what is that? That is some pretty decent riders in this as well. The second division will see some of the up-and-coming riders and some of the good names that maybe couldn't get into the main event, and it's an initiative. The Big Air Kite League wants to support that part as well. We'll also see some ladies on the water as well, which is important to the tour. And the winds, we weren't sure how consistent the winds would be today with this big forecast, Julian, but it's turned out perfect.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone was thinking maybe it was going to be too strong, but it turned out to ended up perfectly. And I'm super stoked to be with you guys again. And for the second division, we're going to go through a quick publicity and we're going to come back for the start of the whole new competition.
Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite League. It's for the riders. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach.
Then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
Three setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and Pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS.
Hey, keep it down there.
climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind.
Not so sure this is the final, everybody, but you are just joining us for more action here at the Big Air Kite League. And this is the second division, and I think Max Tullett, one of the English riders, is out there. And we will get going again in the second division. Thanks for joining us if you've just got back in on your Saturday. Maybe you've just woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning, I don't know. On your screens now is one of the riders in the second division who's absolutely sent it with a mega loop with a delayed back roll. That would have scored well in the pros. That landing might not have done, though. And I think that was on a Cabrina kite. I'll bring you more information in a second. And Leonardo Casati, brother of Casati, the Casati brothers. And that was quite a big loop. Shame he couldn't take that one, but we're going to continue bringing this action here because I think we're going to see some of the future stars here in the Big Air Kite League. Lords of Tram 2022 at our new spot in the wonderful city just south of Lucat in Les Baccares. Whoa, there's a big mega loop from Theo Van Beek. Aaron, you ventured back in here. Oh, you forgot something. You're interested, aren't you? Second division as well. You're looking out for those new potential talented up-and-coming riders. That's always something that we're looking for at Duotone. It's important to us to be looking for the next generation of riders, and we're seeing so many of them do so well at these competitions now, and it's such a great opportunity for them to compete at the Big Air Kite League. And there is one of them. There is Max Tullett with a perfect boogie loop, but just crashes over the edge of his board, unfortunately for him. I think he's on a 4 meter, Aaron. Max Tullett from the UK. Oh, maybe that wasn't Max. I think it's Max. Or is it Leonardo? How young is Leonardo? Maybe it's him with the red rash vest. God, they all look like 12 years old, some of them. So apologies for a slightly silent commentary booth right now. I think we're still trying to come to terms with what we've seen in that final early on. And we also haven't had a moment's rest, and we've gone straight into the second division where the riders are absolutely sending it as well. So we have to, we're continuing to go onwards here. Wow, what a jump this was though, from the man in white who lands it. And that's Theo there. I can't wait to see his scores coming in here. There it is, the scores. That was a 9.5 second jump from Theo. He has gone 119 meters through the box there, and I think that might be up there as one of the longest distances today. Certainly is one of the best hang times, that's for sure. So that was crazy. Oh, there's a nice big megaloop with a delayed back roll. That looks like a 4-meter kite from that rider, Leonardo Casati. And he's shaking his hands. Are you sure that's not Max Tullett? He's shaking his hand, like you do to get the blood running back. We're doing that in the live stream booth up here because we are we're inside, aren't we, Julian? You've just been down to the beach, Julian.
Yeah, I'm back. I went to see the finalists and congrats them on the sick event and sick finals. We're now on to the second division. And what has been happening? Leonardo Casati, is that Lorenzo Casati's little brother?
Yeah, apparently so.
He's on a tiny kite. He's on like a 5. Nice. Nice. From Samuel Riee. 8 meters. Nice little trick.
So I'm just going to try and bring up the riders' ladder here and see what we're looking at here as the afternoon draws on. 4:39. Wow, 4:39 already PM. We've got lots of light left here. It goes all the way till around 8 PM, I imagine, this time of year.
Yeah.
As the mountain in the background, a bit clearer on your screens there as the cloud comes over. It's the Pyrenees. Is it the Pyrenees?
Yeah, it's part of the Pyrenees. It's called the Canigou, and we have Theophile with here with the big doobie loop. This guy is really a super good French rider. He always kites here. He's a real local.
He very much looks like he knows what he's doing. And I was talking to the viewers earlier about this being a black Tramontane. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so we have Tramontane and we have the black Tramontane. The black Tramontane is usually stronger, gustier, more dense, and you can see that it's cloudy. Normally, if you know the Cape Doctor, you know that it's going to be sunny in Cape Town. And the Tramontane is the same. When the Tramontane blows here, everything is sunny, but now you can see clouds, you can see strong gusts, and yeah, that's why we call it Black Tramontane.
And how about you, Julian? Because I've been wondering today, I can hear you obviously have a French accent, but I wonder if you've got a South African accent as well or something. Do you have another nationality or not?
No, I don't have another nationality. I'm fully French, but I was living for 4 years in Cape Town.
Yes, I got it. Yeah, there's a bit of that in you. I was just thinking it's not quite fully French, but now I've just worked out my partner being from South Africa as well. He's very much lost a South African accent, but yours is still a little bit there as well.
Frenchy.
So, oh wow, you lived for 4 years in Cape Town. Why was that?
I don't know. With my parents, we wanted to move, and so we were kiting already with my dad. So we went to Cape Town to experience another country, and yeah, sick decision. I can now speak English. And that's pretty good for a French guy.
Oh, wow, what a mega loop. I think that's one of the biggest ones I've seen. Please land it. Oh, he couldn't take it. And just like that, we've just got out of our seats in the second division and seen an absolute belter from Samuel. Where did that come from?
I don't know. I was busy speaking and I saw in the corner of my right eye someone literally flying. I saw him come past. I was like, he's not going to loop it. And he looped it. Sick from Samuel. He's probably going to get a good variety score for that.
11.4 G-force there. I mean, that was quite an impact. But I actually saw him coming downwards, if that makes sense to you. We've got this sort of part of the live stream booth, which is covering the sun. And he came down through that because he was obviously above our live stream. That was unbelievable. And Samuel landed that. I think the judges would have had to give him something well up into the 8s or 9s maybe. That was one of the biggest ones I've seen today. 20 meters pretty much.
Yeah, and definitely. And I don't know if you know this, Lewis, already, but we have a speaker trophy that we can give to whoever we want. And it's normally for the best crash. We can select an MVP that we want, and he's going to have a sick little trophy. And yeah, we can choose a winner first.
That is very good to know, because those are the sorts of moves that, you know, we've just had the final of the pros. The beach cleared a bit as they came down to swamp the pros and, you know, talk about the final. And then you might think, oh, who's around? Who saw that? Maybe he's even riding around now thinking, well, I went massive there. You know, didn't land it. But that's a nice little prize to have, because these riders are pushing. You might be tuning in here thinking you're watching the pros division. You're actually watching the second division, and that was a lovely move from Theo I think that was his last move.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if it's last move, he apparently rode well. He's leading the heats by quite far. And yeah, Simon really surprising us with almost a 20-meter mega loop. So yeah, looking forward to his next jump.
Could more than handle themselves, I think, in the Pro Division. But that's what this is about. It's about giving these riders an opportunity to compete and, in the same conditions, same place, on the same platform. As we see quite a quick cut. That looked like a Casati loop. It's almost a thing now, isn't it?
Yeah, literally. And he is super young. He's like 13 and he's competing already in the Lord of Tram in the same conditions that the big boys, even if he's on a 5. Giel was riding a 7, so that's crazy. He's still putting up his tricks, and yeah, honestly, it's really impressive.
Okay, I think we're going to go to a commercial break after that first exciting heat, and thanks for joining us. We'll be back with some more action for you shortly.
We're in a climate emergency, and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution: the wind. We're in a climate emergency.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops.
We'll continue the conversation. We were talking about South Africa a bit and how we used to do something for the kids. As Julian's telling me that one of his coaches was Ross Dillon, who used to taught you how to mega loop, I believe. Is that right, Julian?
Yeah, it is right. Ross taught me how to mega loop and helped me progress a lot. And it's quite funny because you actually helped Ross with his kite
I was
loops,
sitting here thinking, oh wow, really? Is it Ross Dillon he's talking about? I remember coaching that guy how to jump really well, and and I was thinking, wow, has it been that long that I've been coaching him? Because he done really well from that group. The other riders were Stuart Downey, Jason van der Spy, and it's amazing how much they have strong wind in South Africa.
Yeah, definitely. They're used to strong wind.
It's in your blood, in your genes to deal with it. But this is different. This is cold. This is... How would you describe that? You were telling me, Julian, as Heat 2 just gets underway, which we will talk you through, how does that differ? You spent 4 years in Cape Town riding the Cape Doctor, which is a strong wind. How do you compare that to a Tramontane 50 knots?
Well, I would say the Cape Doctor is way more steady. The Tramontane is really not a luck wind, but you really need to understand it to even look upwind to see if there's wind coming. And there's a huge jump now from Kenan Azam, who was also riding well in the Cape Town competition. I remember he was riding in the Pro Division, and he almost went, I think he went to quarterfinals. So big riders here. We have Romain Giuliano, which is also a freestyler, one of Edgar's best mates. And yeah, on the F1 kite, Nathan unfortunately tangled his kite, so surely he's going to swap it and come back quick. So yeah, massive first jump from Kenan.
Do you think it's difficult to go from being a South African to coming over to Europe, or from anywhere else other than here, maybe somewhere more of a warmer climate, to get down to 0 wind chill and to deal with this?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they never got 0 degrees and 50 knots in Cape Town. I'm pretty sure of this. And yeah, first thing they told me when they arrived, Jason and Luca, was like, bro, it's cold. I was like, yes, it is cold, bro. And also April, it's beginning of spring here. We have a black tramontan with a lot of clouds. And yeah, yesterday the wind was like 60 knots. So everything became so cold since then.
Yeah, but it's always, what interests me about that question when you say, can you go from hot to cold? You only have to look at the results of the Megaloop Challenge to show that you can. 2 South Africans have won that event. Obviously, Josue Emmanuel and Ross Dillon, who have come from warmer climate and proved they can hack it when it's freezing on the North Sea and do it. So it is something that I think the top riders can do.
Yeah, definitely. I remember when Josh and Ross were like literally on top of the game, like they were competing in the Mega Loop Challenge. They won both when I think they were both on Corkites when they won. I'm pretty sure. And yeah, and I'm pretty sure Mega Loop Challenge was also cold. I have no doubts about this. So yeah, definitely.
It's getting a bit clearer, and you can start to see the mountains in the background a bit more now. On that angle, not the snowy mountains. But those of you wide-eyed, as we start to talk a bit more about the heats we're seeing, saw one of the riders slamming his kite in the water there. There was multiple slams, and it's the one with the F1 kite that's caught my attention, just to the far left on that green one. I wonder if he's got something up with his kite. Sometimes slamming it in the water can fix it, believe it or not. But we move our attentions back to this core rider who looked like he was going to go for a double back roll kite loop. Perhaps he was just going for a normal back roll kite loop and just lost the edge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was going for a doobie. I know he can do doobies. But I think he waited a little bit too long maybe to put his loop in, and so yeah, bored. As we say with Tristan, the organizer of Floor of Tram, aboard the mission.
I like to call it, when people turn around, attack abortion. When they just turn around. And here we have a Nash kite. It's hard to tell who it is with that rash vest now.
Nathan Texier from France, a young rider. You can see he's still sending it nice late back roll.
Yeah.
Oh, getting chopped by the chop, as we could say, 9.2 meters. So yeah, quite a hard landing, 5G.
And another reminder to you then of how this is working here. In the second division of the Big Air Kite League, giving everybody a chance to get the experience, newcomers to the competition scene, and also guys that have been in the pros before. This is still something worth competing in, and definitely puts you on the radar for maybe increased sponsorship opportunities. I mean, look, Megaloop board off, Oh, I nearly got away with it somehow there.
And the guy's falling. Oh, he just got the cut. Nice.
Yeah, so unlucky for Roman. That's not going to give him the best score. He's already got a good score on the board here. And following this heat, then, the way things are going to work now as we run through the second division, there'll be heat number 3, which will be Hendrik van der Eems, Thibault Munir, Peyo Kramades. Sorry if this is horrendous pronunciation.
It's fine.
I'm trying. I know this name. Max Tullett, number 4, the English guy. Charles Bordell and Marine Ploeg. That will complete the first. So there'll be 4 heats in round 1. There'll be a round 2 of 2 heats, round 3 of 2 heats, quarter-final of 2 heats, semi-final of 1, and a final. So if you did miss any of the action earlier, which was pretty unmissable, if you've missed it in the pros, I can tell you now that you have got full heats coming up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 heats of action still remaining at the Lords of Tram 2022. It's myself, Lewis Crathen, talking you through this one, and I've got Julian with me, who's a local rider, competed in this event before. You still injured now then, Julian?
Yes. Oh, nice boogie loop here from Nathan. Is he going to land it? Oh, nice tail grab. He's trying the control here. And yeah. Well, I'm still injured. I still have another month before I can go back in the water. But yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It was like, 2 months ago, I think? The BRKL competition. Yeah, 2 months, 2.5 months. And they told me I have 5 months out the water, but I'm working on 3, and it's in a good way, so I'm pretty happy.
And that was an injury you had in Cape Town, and it was knee or foot?
I broke the tibia with the wave, hitting the wave as a kicker.
And I think because I was a bit further away, as we see.
Nice.
What was that?
Controlled.
That must have been a mega loop board off, I think.
Nice.
I wasn't so close to the beach, I couldn't visually see what had happened to you, but you've recovered so quickly.
Yeah. Well, I've been working on it pretty hard, 3 times a week, doing exercise, cycling. I started gymming a lot, and so I'm so ready to hit the water again.
Yeah. Do you know, sometimes I think with injuries, I think they're meant to happen. Sounds ridiculous, but the amount of times, well, I haven't been injured a lot of times, but when I have been injured, I straight away realised how much I was taking it for granted to be able to just go kiting, or in some cases choose not to because I didn't like the conditions. And it gives you a whole new appreciation for the sport of kiteboarding, as we see a bit of a crash there from the rider on the core kite. So it's nice to hear that you're feeling positive and using this time off the water. Look now, maybe you would never have got this opportunity.
For sure, I would have never. I would be trying to ride.
Yeah, you were telling me earlier it's your first time speaking, and I thought you'd done loads of jobs. So something else you discovered. When one door closes, another opens very much in life. But let's keep you motivated here with, well, how about that for some motivation? A massive back roll mega loop into a second spin, into a third spin, and a lovely rotation at the end, landing that toe side, puts his hand up. He's pretty stoked with that. Who was that?
It's Nathan. He's a young rider from the south of France. He's training a lot with Nico Delmas. He's usually training freestyle. He's just doing big air because he likes it. And so it's pretty impressive. Triple rotation kite loop, second division, first heat. I'm quite excited to see the rest of it. And you have Romain now coming in with a lot of speed. He landed the kite loop board off, and he is leading the heat. Nice takeoff, back roll. Another back roll. He was about to put a kite loop, but he didn't.
That was a really nice shot there. I know we lost him for a second, but we had a nice tight shot on his takeoff. And those of you watching might have thought, well, he actually did a jump before the jump. And let's talk about that. It's always nice to talk about coaching points. Those of you aspiring to get into big air and mega loops and big jumps, that's a nice bit of skill that we can look at there and think, why did he do that? And certainly from my perspective, just that release of friction on the water, on flat water where that water's really sucking your board down, just releasing that and jumping and then going into a nice clean edge really helps to give you that control, I think, Julian. That was a nice shot that we just had of that.
Yeah, as you said. Oh, big doobie. Oh!
How has he landed that? How has he landed that? That is ridiculous. Can someone get down there and find out how he landed that?
That was crazy.
Unbelievable.
Definitely. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting a huge crash when I saw him after that second rotation, but he sticked it. Well done to him. It's definitely going to replace his 0.
Wow. For a second there, was really bracing myself for a big slam. I mean, that went from injury to success
victory
in about 3 seconds, but
definitely.
What a controlled landing as well. He landed all of that with nothing in the kite. The kite was behind him.
Yeah, I don't know how he did this. I honestly don't know. Do you know this brand, Lewis? Kite brand.
Do you know what? I don't, but first of all, my first thoughts were an old JN kite is what I thought.
Oh.
No, I don't. As we see a nice landing there. That's about as soft as you can crash on the back there. And that classic moment where you can nearly catch your own kite, unfortunately for Keaton. Let's see, does Aaron know this brand? I wonder. Do you know the brand of kite that we're seeing there? Red and grey? No, he doesn't. Do you know?
No, but I think I actually asked him the name of the brand because I didn't know.
It can't be a duotone because we know that brand.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
Three setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your Dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS
already today, and we are in, just as importantly, the second division, giving AMS a chance at this, or even some guys that already have good deals, a window into the kiteboarding world and some experience competing. And you have tuned in to see some epic action, some big crashes, and we are in heats number 3 as the sun now casting. Wow, what a big!
Who's this? Thibaut Mounier. Oh. This is going to be hard for him. I know he has, how you call it? I know he has rib pain. He told me he had actual rib pains before the competition.
Didn't help, did it?
I think he injured his ribs on the last load of tram, and now he said he wanted to ride again, and he went straight onto his ribs. So I hope he's okay.
Wow, I mean, how high was that? So this was Mounier there with a G-force of 8.9 to the ribs, 14.2. That was a biggie. And this guy here.
And we have Peyo coming in.
Yeah, no, this guy has already got our attention. He's done one move and one move only so far, and it happened to be absolutely massive, but he's calmed it down. and probably sensible to do. Oh, he's got caned there. He's maybe he's just got a too small board or something, but he's got the moves. We're going to see more from this rider.
Yeah, definitely. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He's pulling what he does and what he know how to do, and it seems to work for him. We are now going to see Hendrik from the Netherlands riding the core kites. He looks quite powered. He's riding an 8. People in the pro division weren't even riding 8, so it's probably going to go massive.
It's on an 8, this guy. Yeah, that's a nice doobie loop into the third rotate. Oh no, kite's just, he's going to be able to catch his kite. It just somehow got stuck so upwind of him, and I can only hazard a guess that that kite's so high aspect that it just got caught with the leading edge forwards, hit a lull, and it just shot forwards there. That was a tough break, but it looks like he's fixed it okay. Unfortunately for Hendrik van der Eems, that's how you pronounce that in Dutch.
Yeah, and I just saw at the back, Charles, he's on the 4. You're going to see in the next round, and he was honestly going super high. He might even get the highest jump of the day.
That's a cool profile picture for Hendrik. I've got to say, he's got a lot of street cred with that pic. Looks like he's at some sort of party in the sun.
Yeah, festival picture.
Sunglasses. Yeah, he's looking good there. So,
and we have Timo coming up for his second trick attempt. Nice loop with a stylish tail grab, sticking it nicely. That's well done from Timo.
Looked like a nice... you like that one, Aaron? It's a nice little tail grab. I think there, that was... stylish riding. So, 2 of their best tricks will score here. Just like the pros, we run things similar. We want to give that perfect experience. There's miles out to sea, and I'm talking like a mile from me. Max Tullett has just warmed up on a... I think he's on a 4-meter dice.
Is he on a 4-meter?
The 12-year-old from the UK, who's our new hot prospect. As a foiler, goes boosting over the mountains, and a boogie loop's got to be a second in there from this guy. And Munier is just needs to get something more solid on the boards, but he's in a better position than Peyo, that's for sure. Oh no, that was Peyo.
That was Peyo, yeah. Well, we saw that he did a quite a bit back check, but he needs to get some tricks in. He still has 3 attempts, so take it.
So the question has to be asked, is Peyo in a better position than Peyo on 0 points? I'll let you work that one out.
And that was big from Hendrik. Nice boogie loop. Oh,
bit of a butt check. He just got a bit laid out. He lost the core tension for me in that boogie loop. He got dangled underneath it, which is a sign of the kite getting the better of you. He is on an 8, but the conditions have just come down a touch, I feel. Was that in the forecast?
Yeah, it was supposed to drop a little bit. That's why we ran the pro division first. But now the wind is still strong. There's still some bigger happenings, so it's sick. And we have Thibaut coming in. What's he gonna go for? Boogie loop, nice. Nice little hand hanging here.
Yeah, what's really becoming tough for these riders for me is it's no problem, boogie loops, get around. It's the second part of the move where most of the riders tend to go into a second front roll rotation where you need to either get a bit of luck with the kite positioning or the gust. If you get to hit a lull there in your kite, which is where the wind is dropping, it's almost unlandable to some degree. You know, it's just a bit of bad fortune. That's what we're seeing here.
And we have Peyo here. Jump, nice.
Come on,
loop.
Peyo. You need this. Nice.
Nice. It's going to put some score on board. It's going to be nice for his mental.
Yeah, that puts him in the mix here. And he definitely needed something there just to relax. Otherwise, he only had 2 tricks left. And that's all the riders with 3 tricks now. So we switch our attention back to Ulrich van... That sounds a bit more Dutch, doesn't it? Ulrich van der Eems. That sounded better. Whoa, nice big mega loop with a delayed back roll. Can he stick it? You'd think he would, and he does, definitely. Which gives him a nice big second score.
Yeah, that was a nice move from Hendrik. He just put some score on the board. You can see that Thibaut and Peyo didn't get 2 scores on. Hendrik is now gonna get 2 scores, so he's just positioning himself on first now. You have Timo coming up. He's have to try to put a second score on board if he wants to go through quicker. Boogie loop, is he gonna land it this time? Oh, the kite stayed far behind again.
Tough break.
Yeah, definitely.
Still, though, the attention is drawn to his profile pic. He's looking good there. It's all right.
Yeah.
Hendrik still got the street cred, even though... was that Hendrik? Yeah, no.
No, that was Thibaut.
That was Thibaut.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a 3.26. He's doing all right for credibility. But Peyo Cremades is sneaking up on him. He's only 0.26 away from him, and he may well get a nice move in here on his fourth trick attempt. It would feel nice for him to do so. It's a nice back roll. He nearly committed to another one. Can he stick this? Yes, he can. That is a great move from Peyo.
Nice.
He's going to leapfrog Thibault and go straight into second, I think, here. And that's maybe he can push for the first place position with that. Great riding. A good example of building his heat. He had a few zeros on the way in. And he's nailed that move.
Yeah, definitely. We can see that every riders, they only have one trick in. And so now Hendrik Peyo is getting a second one. He's now in first place in front of Hendrik and Thibaut. So that's well done from Peyo.
Each of these riders, they do not want to go into round 2 and have to do another heat, which is where you're going to go if you come third here. As we see a door slam from downstairs. This guy's going quite big, but he's having problems with that second rotation. And again, he gets a big caner.
Yeah, he didn't quite get the landing again. He went for the second rotation when I think he should have maybe just did the first one and then just stick it. He would have been in first position for sure. He just needs one. He just needs to do 2 points. Basically a straight loop.
It's a tough one, yeah. He's just got to be safe here and go for it, but not overdo himself. But here we go. He's gone for a big boogie. Now, can he get the second part of the trick right? He's done enough. He's done enough. I think he's done enough to add. So he really had to fight for that landing, though, Julian. But even a 2 or 3 would really help him out right now.
Yeah, definitely we saw he was battling it out just to get out the water and to show that he actually sticked it. I don't know how the judges are going to score this.
That was like 20 meters at least of fighting. So 11.1 meter jump there with powered by the Surfer app. You download for free today. And that's a nice boogie loop. Can pan out. That one's out the sky. And an inversion, and he recovers. I'd like to see that in a mega loop. Someone do that. What would we call that? I think that would have to be an osmosis loop or something. That would be the right name for that.
Osmosis loop.
There's a mega loop with the guy on the foil out the back, which not sure you could see on your screens.
Casually looping in on a foil.
Yeah, like decent height. Coming up in the next heat, then Max Tullett, Charles Brodel, and Marion Ploeg. As you've just seen a big boost on your screen, which wasn't what he wanted there. It's all right, just slam it. It's okay. Just that was talking to Aaron about the door. That was the door we were talking about.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the three-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's a bit livelier, a bit quicker to depower, has a little bit shorter bar stroke and a little bit quicker turning.
He also adjusted the aspect ratio, resulting in increased power delivery and more responsive feedback at the bar. Material tension has been tweaked on the flex struts to move the draft back, resulting in quicker and more complete depower, smoother turning, and more vertical lift in jumps. By dropping a further 15% in weight, the usable wind range has increased, and the Rebel SLS boasts impressive power generation in light winds, with no lag on the upstroke, or when the kite is turning low in the window. The Rebel SLS is the choice for freeriders and big air enthusiasts who want the best gear to take to the skies, while the intuitive, user-friendly nature and incredible sheet-and-go instant power continue to make this a favorite of kiteboarders of all levels.
Having the new Rebel in SLS with the Pentatex materials unlocks some potential from this kite. Boosting super high and the hang time is just insane.
Flight 99 bridle lines offer a thinner diameter for reduced drag, and every construction detail down to the stitching has been revisited to maximize performance.
Et on est de retour, mon ami Lewis Crater est allé sur la plage. On est de retour pour la seconde division. On est au hit 4 des deuxième division. Hit 4, round 1, on a Max Tullet, Charles Brodel et Marine. Je ne pourrais pas prendre son nom de famille malheureusement. Et on va se régaler. Max Tullet vient de poser un bon gros boogie. Pour son âge, il est en 4 dice si je ne me trompe pas. Et là, on a Charles Brodel qui arrive full speed avec son foil. Il est vraiment confiant. Beau saut. Un beau saut, on a été coupé, je m'excuse. On a un beau saut de Charles Brodel qui peut montrer qu'en foil, on peut quand même tout faire. Et puis, on a Marine qui... je l'ai vu rider au cap. Et c'est quand même un bon rider. Il y a beaucoup de tricks qu'il pose et qui valide. Voilà. Donc, on fait un petit moment de speaking en français. On en profite que notre ami, notre légende, Lewis ne soit pas là. Voilà. On a Marine qui apparemment saute à droite, qui va démarrer son saut. Et qui a un beau kite loop. Faut poser. Oh, il a fait une petite manœuvre de chat là, il a bien posé. C'est ça qu'on voulait voir, c'est beau, c'est bien exécuté. Du beau kite. Et on a Max Tullet. On va attendre le score de Marine qui va tomber. Mais on a Max pour le moment qui est en pole position. Et je vais regarder. Mais il me semble que Charles Brodel est juste parti au vent. Et du coup, on a Max qui est premier, qui fait un deuxième loop avec un beau tail grab. C'est ouf. Et je crois qu'il a 12 ans. Je crois honnêtement qu'il a 12 ans. Et franchement, c'est méga stylé. Il est là, il ride dans les mêmes conditions que les pros. Il est en 4 mètres carrés. Je ne sais pas si vous vous rendez compte à quel point c'est rapide. Mais en tout cas, il est vraiment, vraiment doué. Et on a Charles Brodel qui arrive. Il y a son drapeau qui est levé. Donc je rappelle, on ne l'a pas dit en français malheureusement, mais les riders ont tous une couleur de lycra. Bleu, blanc, rouge. Si le blanc est levé, il a 20 secondes pour faire un tricks. Et si le bleu est levé, il a 20 secondes pour faire un tricks. Et le rouge aussi, bien évidemment. Et on a maintenant Charles Brodel qui part. Back roll, kite loop avec le foil. Il met un grab. Et il pose clean. Je sais pas si vous vous rendez compte à quel point c'est technique de pouvoir poser comme ça avec un foil. J'entends la foule qui siffle, il se régale, tout le monde se régale. Et je pense qu'il a mis un bon score sur le tableau. Ça va apparaître bientôt le score de Charles Brodel. Là on a Max Tullet, petit anglais de 12 ans. De 12 ans, magnifique. Et on a Marine qui arrive pour un autre tricks, il saute. Il n'a pas pu faire le loop. Je pense qu'il n'a pas senti la rafale. Il n'a pas dû sentir la hauteur qui montait. Et franchement, il se débrouille bien. So for the English people that are watching also are speaking French, for my French people, yeah, I'm just speaking now to you guys. We have Max, Marin, and Charles being in the Heat 4 of the round 1 of the second division. And there's the media team right in front of me. Shout out to them. They're doing a great job. You're going to see the after movie is going to be sick. And we have now Max leading with a 6.45, Charles with a 6.26. And he's enjoying it, apparently. And we have Max with a nice late back run and tail grab, sticking it nicely on the 4 meter. I don't know if you know how technical that is to land this on the 4 meter kite. I repeat myself, he is 12 years old or 11 if I'm not mistaken. And I saw videos of him putting double loops. And yeah, honestly, big ups to him. He's really one of the, I thought Andrea, Principi and them were the new generation. But there's a new one coming already. I'm starting to feel old. Although I'm only 20, I'm starting to feel super old with seeing this. I remember when I was 11, I was learning how to kite. And now he's like coming here, 11, and he's competing with the second division in almost 35, 40 knots. So yeah, big ups to him. And it's now going to be Charles' turn. He's going to come to the crowd, jump, loop it. Nice extension on the leg, putting the star under control here. Unfortunately, ripping out. Yeah, that's also how hard it is to do this on the foil. Ripping out the landing and unfortunately missing the landing here. Je vois Louis qui est en train d'arriver. Donc, pour mes Français, on a vécu un tour chez les pros qui était magnifique. Honnêtement, on s'est régalé. On a vu des double loops, on a vu des S-loops. C'était beau, c'était magnifique. C'était magnifique. Et on aura les résultats ce soir, sûrement après les amateurs. Et on a Marine là. Ouh, un bon saut qui est bien monté là. Il est bien monté, mais ça ne scorera pas beaucoup, je pense. Et voilà, il y a Max qui va passer. Il leur reste tous 2 tricks à partir de maintenant. Ils sont sur 5 tricks. Et voilà. So Louis is going to come now to the commentator booth. He's now went to the beach for a little chilly walk. And we have now Max sending it for a nice... Oh, is he going to... Crazy how he sticked it. Crazy.
He's got that cat-like instincts to land that. Yeah, I did just go down to the beach for the first time today, actually, at nearly 5 p.m. to actually go and check things out. And I thought, I've got to come back in here and talk a bit about Max Tullett rather than watch him down there live, which was really fun. But what an interesting heat here. We've got a guy on the foil that I've been told won this division last year.
Yeah. He came first last year into the amateur division. He actually won it. And check, massive kite loop, board off, and check how easy it's going to be for him to stick it. Oh, that's the difficulty with the foil. Eh? When you land, you didn't land. You still need to use your foil, put it in the right place, right angle, right direction. And it's super hard.
That's really some talent. So I expect that he's going to be competing at the freestyle foil World Championships at the GKA, which is another big discipline that's emerging. And that's why when you see that now, I mean, definitely for me at home, if I started to hear about people messing about on foils and doing freestyle, I wouldn't think about the level being that high. But when you see it firsthand and see he's going as high as the guys on twin tips and taking the board off just as well, if not better.
Yeah, if not higher also.
Yeah, and landing it. So let's see how he does stuff here. So that's Charles Brodell, but right now it's Max Tullett. It's the UK rider who's dealing with it. I think he's the only rider from the UK in this event anywhere. Certainly, no, we've got Francesca in there.
Yeah, in the women's. Also, great level from Francesca. I'm waiting to see her tomorrow.
Yeah, fresh off a great result for her. Winning in Cape Town, actually, at last year's.
Yeah, winning twice in Cape Town. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. I don't think she's competing that much. She's just now starting the competition.
I think more so in racing. I think she's an experienced racer and knows what she's doing very much so in that. But with the twin tip style of things, she's just new in some ways to it, but it's actually really doing well.
Yeah, definitely. We're probably going to see the women's tomorrow, and we have a big back row with another rotation here from Max. I was asking myself, how old is Max?
He's 12 years old, and he's flying a 5 meter out there, and he's getting 10 meter boost. Now look at how soft he can land, 3.4. I wonder if that's down to his body weight as well. But he's covering big distances, 56 meters he just done there. Good hang time. And it looks to me that he's leading this quite well. But I think Charles has got another move as he comes upwind on the most ridiculous angle in front of us here that we don't usually see. There he is in your screens. He's next to boost. What's he got for us? Look at that for a massive boost. Wow.
Other boats. Yo. Nice. How hard is it to land this on a 7?
The crowd really like it. It's a 17.6 meter jump. That was his last jump, though.
I think he's aiming for the surfer up highest jump of the day.
Yeah, I think so. I don't. Maybe he just thinks, "Hey, I can't." But he wasn't far off, though. You know, he was only sort of 0.4. He's only got a 2 for that, so he's not going to be able to take on Max. And I think this is going to be hard for Max not to walk away with first here. This needs to be decent. Although that's quite a good kite loop. I know he lands it as well. Nice landing from Marion, which might give him a chance then to take on Charles. But that is trick attempt number 5. That is round 1, heat 4 done. That brings us to a close of round 1. We will be back shortly with round 2, as it looks like this one's just for the crowds for Max Tullett. We're going for an ad break.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind.
Stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Żegorzeski took home his 2nd ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind, and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite Beat. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
One in Baccares in the south of France. It's the Lords of Tram 2022, and what a place we're in. For the first time, we've moved the event to here, a bit further south than it's been in the past, and you can see why. Look at this flat water that they have to ride, about 30 to 35 knots now maybe coming in. A bit more consistent than what we saw of the pros earlier, and that's a nice boogie loop. Oh, I liked that. That was sent. Oh, what a ridiculous landing. Oh, he nearly took it. He nearly took that landing. Wow. So you've just joined us in round 2. Hello. How's it going? Thanks for joining us. Right, you're going to go here. We've brought one of the riders, yeah, and I'm going to go in the middle, and I'm not on my own anymore up here. So I need to get your name right, though, because I think I always say it wrong. How do you... Stijn, thank you for joining us. Fresh from the final of the pros department. You've got gloves on there. Are you still in a wetsuit? No, you're not. You're just wearing cleverly bought. You look like you've kited here before. How are you feeling after that great performance today, which saw you get into the top 3?
Yes, I feel really good actually. I didn't expect it at all to come this far into the competition. I got a phone call like this Tuesday, I think, from, hey, Stino, you can join the competition probably if it's on Saturday, because a few riders dropped out. Yannick was in COVID, and I think I took a spot. I'm super happy with the result. I had a few lucky moments, a few lucky heats. One guy fell out of my heat, Edgar. Recover soon, bro. Yeah, it was a sick day. Strong wind, gusty. I don't know, 20 meter plus loops. It was sick.
Well, the action looked great from our perspective, and we're still sitting here with action still going on. Don't worry if you are watching from home. We are looking carefully as we talk at what's going on here. That was Samuel with a 13.1 meter mega loop. The levels just improved so much over that winter break with all these new moves that we're seeing. As just quickly, we're going to talk you through. Whoa. I think that's Keenan with a massive mega loop with a delayed back roll. Whoa, what happened there?
Oh, man.
Talk me through that, Stijn. I don't believe what I just saw there.
Man, I think he did a late back roll with a kite loop, and just like you can see, it's really windy out there. We're in a big gust at the moment, and the down loop, he caught a little extra gust where he lifted up back in the air, and then he crashed. Ooh.
It was a strange decision maybe to go for a down loop. I'm not sure. It looked so in control for a second. I looked away, and then we saw that happen. And it's great to have your insight to how it feels to ride out there, because you have been out there and in many heats today. Let's just watch this trick first of all from, I believe this is Samuel, who's disappears up into the crowd. No, he's that's not worth it. But back to you and your riding. Is it cold, first and foremost? How cold is it on the water?
Well, I was riding my first heat with the gloves, and then I thought, okay, I can do without. So the other 2 or 3 heats, I don't know, I was riding without the gloves, and my hands were freezing off. It's so cold. The water, it looks pretty warm. The sun is shining, but yeah, it's all in your head. The water, it's super cold. My hands were freezing. Just after water, I had to get back into the gloves to warm them up inside of the fire as well. So let's see. It's Kanan over here. He's going for it. Boom! Big boogie loop. Now let's see his landing. Oh, shit.
And again, it's something about I'm noticing with the very high aspect kites, that the second loop with them, if it's not the good wind that you sometimes get dropped out the sky like that. The kite seems to end up quite into the wind and upwind, and that's certainly causing him a problem in this heat. But let's go back to you whilst we have you here, Stijn. You have finished in the top 3 at this event. I believe it's your first podium on the Big Air Kite League. Where did you finish last year in the rankings? Did you do the full tour?
Well, I did a few of the stops. In Tarifa I did one, and in Brazil. I don't know my real position like from the ladder. I think I ended up in like the 30s or something like this, together with my teammate Michael Schipper. Yeah, I don't know. This is my first podium. Yeah, bigger kite events. It's new for me. I used to freestyle in the beginning, and now I'm full over to big air, and I love it.
Well, it's a lovely story to hear. I genuinely didn't know your position last year, and you could quite easily have said to me 9th, 10th, and I would have believed you. So do you think now that you've maybe realised realised what you're capable of, will you follow the whole tour now?
Well, let's see. I mean, for the next stop in Tarifa, I have to get qualified again. I sent it a really nice video, I think. So I hope they will choose me for the competition. And for sure, if I can do all the events like the whole year, I will do it. And if it's not in Hawaii, it's maybe also affordable. So for sure.
Yeah, Hawaii is a bit of a big one. We're going to pass the microphone over to you, actually, Julian. Maybe you have some questions for us, Dino.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, bro. That was sick. To be honest, I wasn't expecting you to be in the finals, but well done. It's really nice from you. Doing only the tricks you were doing well and sticking to the plan, put it points on the board, so well done for that. And also seeing on Instagram, you guys have a SpaceX group kind of thing. Can you explain what's it maybe?
So yeah, the SpaceX group, it started as a drunk thing. Like we made our own Instagram channel. We thought like, hey boys, let's do this. But let's put some content online of our downwinners. We always do downwinners in the Netherlands.
Okay.
And now, like since last year, we have been posting a lot, and now we have a lot of followers, and now it's starting to get serious. We're hosting our Samuel, big one. Samuel. Ooh no! Again, it's Kai.
Yo, that was a huge one from
Kenan, big one. So the SpaceX account, it started as for fun, and now we're gonna try to make a company out of it with also a lot of events in Holland for the regular kite server, so not for the pros because there's enough competition for the pros, and to reach like a bigger audience for our competitions. So stay tuned.
Yeah, that's sick, bro. Well done. Yeah. Well done. And yeah, we have now Kenan that looked like he's crashed a lot. He doesn't have any points on board. Samuel is now leading this heat. And yeah, he's now in the lead. Samuel, I don't know this guy. I've never seen him riding. I'm pretty sure he got in because of the people that retired from the original list.
So yesterday I spoke to the Samuel before like a few minutes, and he told me he was riding only for 5 years. Whoa, Samuel. And you can really see he's super stoked to be in the competition. He just smacks the water over there because he crashed. It's always hard for us to crash in the competition. Of course, there's a rescue boat to rescue your board as well. Yeah. And you can really see it's gusty out there. You see the white caps on the water. The core kite here, it's flying really stable. But you can see it's like 50 knots blowing out here.
Yeah, definitely. Was the wind actually that strong when you were in the water?
Well, it goes up and down. So, for example, right now you can see it's like, I think it's over 45 knots.
Yeah, for sure.
So what it is, it's a stable of 40 knots of wind, and then for just 1 or 2 minutes, it goes crazy like this. You can really see Kenan ride over here, cannot hold his kite. And that's what happened to us as well. And it's very, very hard and very dangerous and sketchy to do a kite loop in this wind, because also what happens after the gust, it goes away. So then if you're up in the air, you will drop like a rock.
Yeah, definitely. We can see now Kenan battling his way upwind. He was literally in survival mode. We could see that the wind, he was acting like an anchor just to stay in the water, keep his board so he can go. The white flag is up, so it's going to be Kenan's turn. He's going to come jump by the judges, I'm pretty sure. Kenan really needs to put a score. He's going to be second anyway, apparently, but he didn't have any score on board. For example, that's how you got through, Stino, because you did like Samuel, you put its score on board. You didn't try put that extra rotation or that extra 1 footer that will make you crash. Is that your way of riding?
Yeah, so normally I always want to land all the tricks I'm performing. for sure, if you can add extra rotation, for sure do it. And if you land
Definitely.
it, of course, it scores way better. But for me, I always go for as high as possible.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you have to put the kite low, of course, but then you also want to make sure that landing. So be careful with the down loops, be careful with the gust and the takeoff. Just like Kenan, also the down loops. I hope, well, you can really see it's really windy right now.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Our little judging house is shaking. We have a TV, it's also moving. The wind is quite strong. I think they actually have gusts as strong as this morning for the Pro Division. Yeah. It's really high. It's really important to go high doing your tricks in those type of competitions. They're looking for heights before, and also I think what played for you is your kite angle. You have a good kite angle.
See Kenan.
Kite is going really slow and really nicely
Here he
down.
comes.
Kenan going nice.
Whoa!
Nice boost here from Kenan.
Oh, and he sticks it. Ooh, no.
Oh.
Again. Kenan.
Yeah, it's quite choppy. How's the landing? It looks not that bad from here, but I'm sure it's super choppy.
So yeah, the spot where you take off is super flat, which makes it really easy to take off. And indeed, from here it looks pretty awesome to land. But as soon as you land and you have a lot of speed, you go like tak 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 tak. All the little waves. You cannot hold your edge, so you really have to make sure to land with a soft speed. So it's really easy to ride on then. But if you have a lot of speed, it's gonna be very hard. Let's see Samuel. He's coming in, left foot forward.
He's gonna do a jump for the crowd as he did 6 jump already.
Oh.
We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind. We're in.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and freeride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's a bit livelier, a bit quicker to depower, has a little bit shorter bar stroke. And
Now, so we are heat 6, round 2, if I'm not mistaken, of the second division. I'm still here with Tino from SpaceX, and he's gonna commentate for Marin. I'm gonna commentate for Timo. It's gonna be a little Dutch against France here.
Oh yeah. So guys, up here you see Marijn Ploeg. He's also a SpaceX member. He will show you what he's got. He's been training since lately. He started doing rotations during his loop. So I hope he will show you one of his sick mega loop laid back rolls. And also he can do a very nice kite loop with a board off. So let's see if he's gonna show us.
Sick. I'm so excited to see this. Yo, it's always nice when you only two in a heat and you battle out. It's like one against the other. There's no three people. And now Marin is about to jump, coming in with speed.
Yes, there we go.
Nice kite loop. Is he gonna stick it? Nice from Marin.
So as you see over here, he landed with a very smooth landing. He really used his kite to slow down at the landing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he looped it pretty good in the first heat. He didn't really quite get landings, but I think now he knows he needs to put points on the board. And Timo is coming now for his first jump of his second heat. What's he got for us? Boogie loop. Is he gonna stick it? Yes, he can. I don't know who's gonna score high on this one.
It looked quite high, eh? I think it was a very good jump. Over here you can really see that the wind, I think it dropped a little bit, but as soon as we can hear the wind. So as soon as we hear it, we will let you know, guys, because it is kind of scary on the water as soon as the gust is coming. Now Marijn is gonna perform a right foot forward trick. I hope he will do. Oh no, he comes back. And one more tack.
Is he doing the loop board off on the right?
Yeah, he does the loops with the board off to the right. And I think he will do it more on the end of his attempts.
No, we'll see.
On V1, we all have a trick attempt which you can take for 20 seconds. So you can use 20 seconds to perform your trick. You have to take off before as soon as your flag comes up, for example a white flag from Marijn, he knows, all right, now I can do a trick. You have 20 seconds, and as soon as the 20 seconds are over, your flag goes down and your attempt is away. So as soon as you're only 1v1, it will mean that you can only have 20 seconds to get back upwind to perform your trick again. So let's see. He's gonna do a loop. Hoppakee.
Yo, I hope he got his picture with the helicopter, because that was sick.
Are we still running?
I'm pretty sure. I hope so. You want a coffee?
Oh, sorry, no. No, thank you.
Ouais, je suis chaud. Ouais, je suis chaud. Merci. Ouais, pour le moment, on est deux. Ouais.
J'en amène 3.
Ramène-en 2. Parce qu'il est tout seul. Il est parti à Run.
Ah d'accord. Et Lewis il revient?
Ouais, normalement, ouais.
Ok, je lui en amène un.
Is it still working? What's up, guys? So the live is still on. We can see Marijn is having a hard time in the gusty wind. I hope he's gonna do, and he's gonna show his board off for sure to you guys. And what do you think, Julian? The weather looks very nice up here. In Holland, we always talk about the weather. If it's rainy weather, we talk about. If it's windy weather, if it's snowing, we as Dutch guys love to talk about the weather all the time. So now we're gonna look at Timo. He's gonna perform his trick. No. Oh yeah. What? Okay. And a smooth landing. And now he has 20 seconds to go back upwind again. It's pretty hard if there's coming a very big gust. It's also very hard to go upwind because you get pulled so much by the kite. Let's see if Marijn has something sick for us in his fingers. There he comes. All right, you can really hear the wind now. It's gusty. Oh yeah. Whoa! Whoa! The second lift. And a smooth landing. That's what we talk about. Yeah, raise your hand. Sick one, Marijn. Oh, man. Big boost here. Oh. He's done, I think. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
He's doing it?
We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. Let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his
We have Max Tullet going out again on a 5-meter dice, and Romain Juliano, French guy from Almanach. He's riding a 7 bandit now. He looks quite powered on it. Yeah, he looks quite powered on his 7 bandit. The wind is quite strong, the wind is gusty, and that's what we want. So it is going to be Romain Juliano's turn in first. For this heat, is he gonna confirm that he won the previous heat? Back roll, kite loop, late back roll, nice. Trying to reach a tail grab here and sticking it smoothly. Very nice from Romain Juliano. Yeah, sorry for this, and we are back with Max that just did his jump. Unfortunately, I couldn't see it. We have a slight problem on the screen back here. everything is going to be fixed soon, I have no doubt. So we have Max now. So we now have Max that is going to go for his other trick attempt, second trick attempt, if I am not mistaken. There's no flags up, unfortunately, now. I don't know who is going to be running next. There's a nice helicopter there in the background. I like it. It makes it raw, makes it natural, makes the feeling. As you guys can see in the back, there is plenty of wind, and that is very nice. No, actually, this is not Max Tiller. This is Leonardo Casati. I'm very sorry, I don't have the heat ladder here. I don't have anything. I'm just watching, and I switched them up as I am now seeing Max Tillett walking down the beach. So we have Leonardo Casati. I'm very sorry, bro. I'm sure you're not gonna be angry at me. Red flag is up. And who's in red? No one. No one is in red. So who is the red flag for? I don't know. We're just busy fixing this problem now with the direction, and come on, bro, you can open the door. There you go. Got it. And we have a legend here bringing up some coffee. Thank you. Very nice.
You're welcome.
Very nice from you. I like it. Yeah, maybe. And we now have Kenan in the room. You can take the other mic here. How are you, bro?
Just a moment. I'm good.
Feeling good?
Well, was my first session since weeks, and haven't kited here before, so it was quite difficult. But I don't know what happened in my last seat. I felt like I was high or something. Where's the camera? Is there a camera?
No. There's a GoPro here, but
oh, cool.
We know that I have a screen here that is actually just stopped working 5 minutes ago, but normally we have the scores and everyone's turn, and it is now Leonardo Casati's turn coming in. What has he got for us? Nice kite loop. There you go, nice. Yeah. And we have Lewis Crathen also back into the speaker room. So Kenan, tell me more about how it went.
Well, my heat, the beginning was quite good. I was so stoked about the doobie late front, and but I just sucked at variation a little bit. I had to do like a late back roll, but it was a little bit tough. It was quite windy, and I had an 8 meter. I didn't bring a 7, so it was quite tough. And in my second and last heat against Riee, I guess, I didn't land anything.
Oh, yeah.
So it was all crashes.
Yeah. Oh, nice kite loop board off here from Romain Giuliano, the French guy with the F1 kite. I think this is going to score pretty well for him.
Yeah, the foiler guy is crazy, yeah?
The foiler guy is super good. He's Charles, French guy, pushing the foil bigger. He's probably one of the only ones to push it, so it's pretty insane.
True.
And yeah, we now have a red flag up, which is Thibaut, probably, that is going for the jump. Yeah, that is Thibaut. I recognize the style. Is he gonna stick it? No, not quite getting the landing yet.
No. When are you gonna be back in the water?
I'm gonna be back in the water hopefully soon. Hopefully in less than a month. That'll be super sick, or otherwise in a little bit longer.
Awesome.
bro, can you, do you have your phone yet? No, it's fine. Because fuck, we need this because I don't even know who's competing now.
No, it's I can tell you, Hendrik and Bo. Yeah, the other two I don't know. You want me to help you? It's red, so maybe you should turn it on.
Ça va et toi? Yeah. Isn't there something here?
Yeah, you should turn it on. It's red. It's off. Do you have a remote control? Oh, here. Wait. Here. Wait. Aha. Look at that. It's going on.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good, man.
How was it out there?
Was quite windy. I was an 8.
Yeah, we saw you go massive.
Fucking hell, I didn't bring a 7.
No.
And but I don't know what was.
All right, we are back live here. Sorry, we have a slight technical problem, but we're now back fully in this Heat 7. We have Romain Giuliano leading the Heat with a nice mega loop now. And that was Timo with a nice mega loop. He's gonna score some point, at least put some mark on board. And we have Leonardo Casati, which is a super young, talented rider, upcoming generation, super young, one of Max Tudor's best opponent, if I can say. Yeah, we are now live. Romain is leading the heat. They have 2 tricks attempt left each, and yeah, that is sick. Yeah, very nice. You can see the riders are battling it out. It's strong. It is gusty. You can see the wind on the water. It is literally pumping, and it is Leonardo Casati's turn. Little guy, I think he's like 12 and he's riding a 5-meter dice. What's he got for his back roll? Late back roll, massive from this little guy and sticking it smoothly. He's riding in 40 knots on a 5. This is seriously impressive from this little guy. Check out his profile picture there on the bottom left. He's so tiny, he's so young, and that's what I like about this sport. You can be any age, from older people to super young people, still ripping it. And we have Romain still in the lead, going for his 4th trick attempt. A nice jump here, really going high, and nice tail grab, landing it cleanly with a 19.7. That was a huge boost. And yeah, the difference between them is the pros have been pulling mega loops at the side. That's how you compare them. And I'm now back with Lewis, who went for a little walk and a little fill up.
Hi, Julian. Yeah, sorry I left you for so long. But I've returned to the action. But it looks like you've had some good company up here.
Definitely.
I went running on the beach just to get warm.
Yeah, it's super cold. Oh, we have Timo coming in hot, getting the landing on the last second here. And we see Edgar here back with crutches. Surely I can't see. Yeah, he's back with crutches.
I had a chat with him actually.
Really? How is he feeling?
He said he actually done something to do with his hip.
Okay.
That he's done before. So he sort of aggravated an old injury.
Okay.
But he was in good spirits, you know. He was a bit, annoyed, obviously, because he rode so well. Let's not
I can imagine.
forget. But
and we have now a huge gust as we're talking. Yeah, we can see the riders are literally pushing it and riding super strong with a strong wind.
Yeah, and it looks to be very north now as the riders in front of us almost keeping perpendicular with the beach. It does look like, like the winds come from the north to have this
the wind switched a little bit, and we can see there Leonardo Casati, young upcoming rider, riding the 5 dual turn dice. What's he got for us? Jumping. Nice loop and a big yank here.
He didn't really get a perfect takeoff there, but he committed to the loop anyway. So he actually got quite, I think he's going to have quite a bit of pull there. Only 40 kilometers, but it looked a bit more than that, and quite some G-force as well. So he finds himself in second place. That was his 5th move, though, I believe. So,
yeah, everyone did their 5 moves. We're going to get the results soon, and we are going to go into heat number 8.
So this hasn't shown up yet in the brackets on the 5th move scores. I think we're about to cut to an ad, but I just want to make sure that...
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's a bit livelier, a bit quicker to depower, has a little bit shorter bar stroke and a little bit quicker turning.
He also adjusted the aspect ratio, resulting in increased power delivery and more responsive feedback at the bar. Material tension has been tweaked on the flex struts to move the draft back, resulting in quicker and more complete depower, smoother turning, and more vertical lift in jumps. By dropping a further 15% in weight, the usable wind range has increased, and the Rebel SLS boasts impressive power generation in light winds, with no lag on the upstroke, or when the kite is turning low in the window. The Rebel SLS is the choice for freeriders and big air enthusiasts who want the best gear to take to the skies, while the intuitive, user-friendly nature and incredible sheet-and-go instant power continue to make this a favorite of kiteboarders of all levels.
Having a new Rebel in SLS with the Pentatex materials unlocks some potential from this kite. Boosting super high and the hang time is just insane.
Flight 99 bridle lines offer a thinner diameter for reduced drag, and every construction detail down to the stitching has been revisited to maximize performance. The adaptive tip allows you to set up the Rebel SLS for your session. The soft bar setting gives you a softer bar feel and quicker turning speeds. The preferred setting for hydrofoilers and lighter weight riders. The hard bar setting offers a more solid feel when boosting and gives better bar feedback. This setting is suited to riders doing spins and air style tricks, and the preferred setting for twin tip riding and bigger riders.
Welcome back here then to Laws of Tram 2022. It is round 1 of the Big Air Kite League, and we have 6 heats to go in the 2nd division. And we're seeing some pretty epic riding here. So this guy is still in on the foil, I believe. That's is that Charles Brodell, who's apparently won this one last year as well. So on a foil, this guy is absolutely ripping on a foil. Julian, can he win it again?
I don't know. I think last year he just got the highest score and they couldn't run the 2nd division, so he got deserved the win. But I think today he can show if he really deserved it or not a year ago. But I'm pretty sure he's going to pull off some massive tricks. We've got Hendrik coming in first with the core kite, as you see on your screen now. Hendrik rode pretty good. I think he landed quite a few tricks. Steady, nice and controlled, and yeah, hopefully he'll have a nice heat. Coming in now for a nice jump, nice late back roll. Coming back, coming down quite fast, but still sticking the landing. He's gonna get scored well on this one.
Yeah, he's going to feel great. He's got the trick in there. You know, this is nearly all the way. You know, we're not far away now. 6 heats left. These riders be thinking, oh, I just got to keep going. You know, I can actually make it to the semis or final. That would still be a great result for these riders. So I think the way this works out, actually, is if you can win this heat, looks like you're going to go all the way to, quarterfinals, but it just positions you nicely.
Yep. Yeah, that's the last heat before the quarterfinals. We can see the wind is pretty strong. You can watch that Cabrina kite there getting blasted by the wind. It's Samuel, which actually pulled a 20-meter mega loop in the first heat of the second division, which was pretty impressive. And we have Charles now coming in with the white lycra and the orange kite, aiming for a jump. What's he got for us?
I don't think he got as good a lift as he wanted on that jump there.
Definitely not.
For his standards, but still a nice controlled jump. Yeah, I think he wanted to mega loop that. I mean, that's saying something on a foil that he didn't feel he was high enough. As my attention is drawn to a seagull here, trying to fly into the wind. They're always a great measurement for the wind. Certainly where I live, they look like similar breeds that you've got here. And I find if they're just hovering and can't really go forwards, you know, you've got 35, 40 knots here, and one of them's reluctantly going back with the wind. If you don't see a seagull, it's 50 knots. So we're not quite at that strength, but it's definitely picked up this afternoon again.
Definitely. We can now see Whitecaps. I don't know how Charles is riding a 7 and a 4. He must be super powered. And we now have Samuel coming in for the next trick, for his first trick attempt of Heat 8. So what's he got for us? He is powered there. We can see it.
He's got a lot of board edge on there. He's gone big. Oh yes, that's a big one. That is a massive mega loop there. He's been really all about that, hasn't he, Samuel?
Yeah, that was nice from Samuel. He went high, pulled his loop, stick the landing, 16 meters, 15.8. That is crazy.
87 kilometers an hour he was yanked through that one. That was big, 89 meters. That was, it looked higher than that to me. It looked like it was a 20-meter one.
And we now have Hendrik coming in for his second trick attempt. He is now winning the heats. We need to see Samuel's score before, but I'm pretty sure he's still in the lead. Yeah, he not by far, by 0.27, so that is pretty impressive. And we have Hendrik coming in for his jump. He has to jump soon. I think it's going to be out of his 20 seconds. And yeah, we have Kenan now getting ready. I thought
he's getting ready to get changed. That's a competition on its own. He's in his wetsuit and gloves and his boots, and he's got to face up to. Have you got any tactics for how to get out of that wetsuit?
Just as fast as possible.
Well, good luck with that. And thanks for joining us up here today. It was a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, we have Hendrik who still didn't jump. That's more than 20 seconds. The judges have been...
Oh, that's a nice big loop as well. Can he stick it?
Nice.
Yes, he can.
landing,
Yeah, we're starting to get to that stage in this competition now where the riders are consistently sticking their moves, and they've got to, because only the winner will advance here, which they'll go into the quarterfinals, but then they'll at least know that they could come second to carry on. But it's Charles Brodel on the foil that's just coming across in front of you now on this crazy angle. He's on a 7. The door slams in the live stream booth as over 40 knots comes in. Look at this. He can't get an edge in to jump here, as he's got to be careful of hitting the floor. He's still waiting to jump.
Yeah, he's super powered on the 7. He's riding the same kite as other guy in this heat except Hendrik on the 8, but he's on the foil, so he has so much power. Check, he's battling his way to the jump side, and he is gonna...
The crowds are cheering him on. They want to see this from him. Whoa. They're loving the fact that he's on that foil. That's so different. Oh, and he just comes... he didn't hit his board on his feet.
Nice, yeah, from Charles. Yeah, I think he's aiming. He's not looping it. He's aiming for the best, the highest jump of the day, which is 21.4, if I'm not mistaken, from Luca Ceruti, previously into the pro division. And yeah, he is now sticking it and trying to do this with a foil.
Okay, so we've had 2 trick attempts for most of these riders, and Samuel, here he comes on this Gabrina. He's definitely really caught my attention in this second division of the Big Air Kite League, and such is the design of this format that perhaps he's caught the attention of sponsors or anybody out there in the world that's watching our live stream right now, or any of the media that goes out from this event. And look at him here, controlling the speed. He's really got a lot of power in that kite. He's checking off the speed, a slow entry into this move, left foot forward for his second trick. He's working on a 5.23. Can he add to that? It's a good takeoff as he jumps over the trees. Massive inverted back roll mega loop. And he's coming in at speed here. Oh, and he just couldn't take it. It just would not allow him to land there, that chop. Such a shame.
Yeah, definitely. He went quite high on this one, 13.2 meters, and he got such a yank from his kite. I don't know this guy, but he's actually sending it, and he is sticking to the plan. He's giving his absolute best, and enjoy this.
I love it. I love it when you're just not sure like what the background of a rider is and they're doing things like that. It's the absolute soul of Big Air. And I love that there's a platform. You know, we might not have seen that today. You know, we would have typically run the pros in many other events and that would have been that. But now we're seeing this great opportunity for the next generation of riders, or riders that actually are pretty handy anyway, that might not be able to qualify for the main event. I think we're going to see, as time goes on, we'll see second divisions becoming a big deal, and then we may even see third divisions becoming a big deal, and promotions and relegations. You only have to look at the evolution of football, for example, or soccer to you Americans that are tuning in, and just look how competitive that becomes, and how much media attention that draws. You know, there is just so many good Big Air riders in the world that there has to be events to cater for that, and the Big Air Kite League is one of them, and the Lords of Tram is supporting that too with this wonderful event here in Les Baccares.
Yeah, definitely. The second division, the level is quite high. We can see people like Milan Lukic or Timo that got drafted literally from the second division to the pro, and we can see that Timo went to quarterfinals or semifinals. Quarterfinals, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, they definitely have the level to compete against the pro. Maybe the video entry wasn't good enough, but I'm pretty sure they'll be in soon. And we now have Charles coming in for a jump. And Hendrik is currently leading the Heat 8 after 2 trick attempts, a total of 10.55.
.6:22 p.m. here then in the south of France. It's really picked up the wind again here. We've had a bit of a dip during the start of the second division. And now the wind is definitely, I mean, it's a constant 40 knots, I would say now, the way it just sounds with a bit more.
And you can see Charles now literally just surviving to keep the foil on his feet. Yeah. He's just acting like an anchor. And he was riding with the foil in the water. He was riding with the board. Couldn't keep the edge because of the gust, was too strong on his 7 meter.
Interestingly, all the flags have been kept low here as I look. I'm just wondering why there's this gap in action. All riders have completed 2 tricks. I wonder if these gusts of winds have just put the event director in a course of just waiting for a couple of minutes to see this clear, because the riders will not go until they see their flag actually up. And that's this great new format, which has been so successful here today. You know, you should have seen the faces of the riders at the riders briefing this morning when they were told you're going to get 20 seconds to do your trick, or you're going to get scored out a 0. And then actually that was enough time in this spot. Let me be clear, that was designed for this spot. There's enough time for riders to have a couple of back and forwards because it's flat water. It's very consistent, as we see a big boost then from Charles. And it was his go, but I didn't see his corresponding flag up on the beach. But he was obviously next to go. Because he's on a foil, I think he's getting a bit more grace, right, Julian?
Yeah. On the foil, he needs he needs the water to be deep. He can't go in too shallows. He has to be super careful with sandbanks. And so I think the judges maybe let him a couple minutes for him to jump. You guys can't see it, but he's in front of us now, and he is super powered on his 7. So big ups to Charles for still sending it on his foil and keeping it dirty.
Just before we see the other 2 riders get going with their tricks as well, it's definitely a place to talk about the beauty of as well here down in the Luca region near Perpignan, especially as the light gets beautiful now. We're just going to see Hendrik go for...
Massive boost here from Hendrik.
Yeah, he's going to cover quite some distance here and touchdown. It's not going to be one of his big scorers, but to talk about what a beautiful area it is, I mean, I've been travelling down here since 2007 in my van. There's loads of places to camp. There's so much nature around you. There's lots of water everywhere in the form of lagoons and big open lakes, and you can really travel around. But it's such a strong wind, exposed place, you know, to kite surf. If you like to go to Brazil and warm climate, it's not for you, that's for sure. But
Definitely.
If you want to experience strong wind and nature and beauty and so many different types of birds, as in the distance I can see just behind the sandbar there was about 30 or 40, I think it was herons or cormorants just taking off and flying into the wind. It's a place of real beauty as the seasons change from very much almost, I wouldn't even say it's spring. Okay, as we see a nice big boost into the distance, off he goes down towards the bottom of the ocean bed. I guess that's best to say. Unfortunately for Charles, it's really somewhere I would recommend you come. Lots of opportunities to fly into Barcelona and drive 2 hours up, or perhaps Montpellier is the closest, an hour and a half drive to the north. Toulouse is even an option, 2 hours over to the west, northwest. And Perpignan, if you can find a flight there, is ideal.
How do you know France so much, actually? Because you're just saying everything right. How do you know France so much?
I don't know. I guess it's the closest country to England, so we pay attention.
Okay. Oh,
to
nice
France.
kite loop here from Samuel. Really sending it, sticking the landing cleanly.
Wow.
Nice.
He's caught my attention today. Yes, probably time to talk about the kite surfing again, as I got lost in the... just telling you about how it's a very important place for me to come and visit, because it's just a real place of beauty. But I mean, look at these gusts coming in now. We're starting to see the smoke, and there's some lovely technique on your screens from the riders, just taking it easy. There's now 45. I'd say that's a 50-knot gust coming in, and it's really a quite welcome climax to the end of the day, to be honest. I think the wind died a little bit. We'd had the pros, and we need this kick up the arse to drive this energy into our microphones to bring you to the end of an unbelievable day of the first event of the season on the Big Air Kite League at the Lords of Tram 2022. Julian, we've had 3 tricks from all the riders. There's 2 tricks left. Let's have a recap of the scores here. Hendrik's in first, Samuel's in second, but he's only got a 0 for his second trick, as well as Charles, who's only got a 0 for the second his trick.
Yeah, Charles and Samuel got a 0, so they need to fill this up if they want to go through. I don't think Charles is honestly really competing for the podium or for the win. I think he's just showing off that he can also go out in those conditions with his foil, and that he's ready to push it this season, because it's the beginning of the season here in France. So I talked to him quickly, and he told me he didn't want to get injured or something. And we have Hendrik now with a nice kite loop and a tail grab, sticking it even though the kite was far behind. And the gust seemed to be a little bit better now. It was super strong for a moment. but we've got Samuel surely after. No, it's Charles again. We have Charles on the foil. Gonna go for his 4th trick.
Maybe some of you are watching this, who aren't so familiar with kite surfing, and we keep referring to Charles here on a foil, and it may look to you like he's on a magic carpet board here. He's levitating off the water. He actually has a wing under his board, which is very difficult to control. It's very sensitive, and it's a very unique style of kiteboarding to combine with big air. But look how well he does it, waving to the crowd. There you can very much see the mast around a meter. What a landing. What a landing, Julian. How did he take that? It was like a bucking bronco, that board.
Yeah. He literally jumped, landed, and jumps again and re-landed. That was crazy. I don't know how he saved this, but honestly, he knows how his foils work for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to see him out in Texas or something, trying to ride those bucking broncos. I reckon he could take it.
Definitely.
It's another career path for him, maybe.
And we now have Samuel, which is 2nd. He just needs a 2nd score, and maybe he can come into 1st position, as he has 2 scores left to put. We're going to see how Samuel is doing. The wind looks pretty strong. He looks super powered. He's running a 7 Cabrina switchblade here. What's he got for us? Now it's coming with a nice amount of speed. Not quite getting the takeoff here.
He's just biding his time. I think he knows that he could make a big difference here. So it's a 5.04 that's part of Hendrik's 2 moves that he's got, which is keeping him in the lead with 10.55. So 5.23, let's try and do the maths there. He's going to need a 5.33, I believe. A 5.33 should take him into the lead then, Samuel, if Hendrik can't improve his 2 scores on his last jump. Still in with a shout then to get into 1st place. And as we said earlier, only 1st place advances. Samuel's got the experience. Oh,
that was big.
There's a big loop. Looked like a boogie loop. I've kicked a drink over here because that could be curtains.
Wasn't expecting this.
Could be trouble for Samuel.
Yeah, he looked stoked from his, I think it was the front row with a contra loop, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. And he looked stoked that he actually landed this. So now Samuel is going to need a little bigger score if he wants to catch up and being 1st. It was Hendrik's last trick attempt. We have Charles coming up for his last trick, and then Samuel before we go on to the quarterfinals.
It smells of Monster Energy drink, punched flavour, as I've just booted that over in here. But that doesn't matter. These riders don't care about that, I'm sure. Neither do you. So here's Charles, and he's gone for the mega loop, Charles. Can he take it? What an unbelievable sight to see. Oh, and he just can't stick it, but the crowd didn't care. They loved that with his last trick attempt in over 40 knots to send it on a 7 with a foil. But let's not beat around the bush here. This guy's training for the World Championships of the GKA foil freestyle, which is a serious discipline now.
It is. It is. He is now showing that 45 knots is... People are now buying foils when there's no wind, but he's actually showing off the potential. I'm pretty sure that you can go higher with a foil. We just need to do some improvements still. But a foil is definitely the future for height and for this. You guys don't see quite now, but he's going super fast up, point tacking super fast. And we have Samuel coming in for his last trick
it's a big moment. For me, he needs a 5.33 to go in front by 0.1 against Hendrik. Of course, he'll get a variation score, but he's got to land something half decent here, Samuel, if he's going to stay in this competition. That's good height. It's a nice inverted back roll. He's got to stick this.
Nice.
And he does stick it with real conviction. And I think we're going to see a nice G-force landing here of around 5 or 6. Yeah, 5.8 is what Samuel gives us. Is he going to get the scores? It's got to be around 5 or more if he can rely on the variation score helping him. But I've got a feeling that 2 of his tricks were pretty similar maybe. And Hendrik's looks like he's got a bit more variation maybe in his scores. But there's the trick score coming in. Unfortunately, it was only a 5.25. So look how close that was in the total trick score. But perhaps Hendrik's going to go Oh, he signs
Nice.
off with a salute. That's very confident in his variation score there for his 5th trick. And there goes Chinook Kitesurfing School. Do you know that one? That'd be quite a good advertisement for them, wouldn't it?
Oh,
As
nice.
it's another big pass straight out your shot goes Charles Brodel there. And there's a big helicopter in the background. We go for a commercial break.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
Three setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your Dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and Pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS.
An area of the sport where these live streams are only getting bigger and better, and we were just having a chat off camera, Julian, until we looked down and thought, oh god, we're live. Hold on, we need to get back to that. But
back to work.
Let's get back to work and our passion. And it's probably the other way around, our passion, which somehow is work, because it's so special. And look at the light now hitting us here. Look at that nice clear view you have, and the sky is cleared now. Is that is that the wind just blew the clouds away or something?
I don't know. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I think it's just gonna get clearer and clearer as the day comes. Tomorrow is supposed to be more sunny, less windy, and a clean tramontane. We have now Nathan warming up for his heat pretty nicely.
So we're going to bring you the heat ladder here. Those of you that have joined us from around the world, because it's live stream. You can tune in from around the world. Here we are in Les Baccarès in the south of France. Nathan just getting a nice 20-meter jump, just as you do, 114 meters across the bay as our surfer app data comes in. 10 seconds of hang time. I mean, to most people, that's like a pretty decent jump. Nathan's just warming up, and we're going to bring you up the ladder, perhaps. No, we're not going to bring you up the ladder. We're going to talk you through the ladder instead, because we are in the second division, Heat 9, which means we are not far away from the semi-finals and finals. So you're going to have to just imagine with me here as I bring up round 3, which was Heat 7 and 8, and only one winner came from those, and the winners of those heats was Raman Giuliano, recognise that name, and Hendrik van der Eems. Unfortunately for Samuel, he just couldn't get in there where he wanted to be. That doesn't have the variation scores with those scores. As highest jumps, wonderful. So
yeah, I'm wondering where Luca is though.
Where?
Where Luca Ceruti is. I'm pretty sure he jumped
Do you think he had a big
20-meter plus jump. I'm sure 100%.
Well, let's remind you, viewers here, then that there's a €500 prize for the highest jump leaderboard. That's wonderful. They're able to bring this live data in. So it's Lorenzo Casati, who is the Spanish flag there. He's currently at the top. And nice for another great bonus for Stino there, who got an amazing podium that he's really stoked about. I asked him where he finished last year, thinking he'd say top 10, and he thinks it's like 30 or 40th in the world at the Big Air Kite League. So what an amazing moment for him that was at this competition. He made it into quite likely, I think, third place maybe. You never know, but he's on the podium, and Jan Zoon is in third place. So, I mean, how big must you have to go to hit 30 meters? We saw how big they were riding earlier, but 30 meters, wow.
Yeah, and we can now see that the 3 first in this rank are from the pro division, but we have 4th place and 5th place Samuel Riee and Romain Giuliano, which are from the 2nd division and are still in this leading highest jump, and yeah.
So thank you for that leaderboard. We now turn our attentions back to this heat then. It's Theo, Nathan and Hendrik. And it's a tough quarter-final here, but the first 2 will advance. The winner will go straight into the final. We have 4 heats left then. of today. We will have the ladies to bring you tomorrow.
Yeah, and we now have Theophile, local boy from Bucharest. You can see he knows the guts. He knows where to jump. He knows how to land. Sticking it nicely. He's stoked about this. He's good scores on the board.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point there, Julian. You say he knows how to land. He just seemed to be very loose and flexible as he came down there. He wasn't solid like a rock. He was acted like suspension and just touched down. And I think that was a good style.
Yeah, definitely. I remember Theophile was in the semi-finals last year. I'm pretty sure in the pro division, but this year he couldn't put a video in. I talked to him and he was so bummed. He wanted to compete in the pro division, but now he's in second division and he is definitely killing it. We now have Nathan going out for his trick, which you can see is pumping. He is on a 8-meter Nash pivot. What's he got for us? Kite loop, late back roll, nice.
It's not going to be as big as Theo's, though. Oh, God, blimey. Look at the way that things can quickly turn for the worse. It's 1 minute you think you've got it under control here, then a crazy gust hits you, and he ended up in a big nosedive there, Theo. I don't think he was going to get scored much more than a 5 maximum for that. It clearly looked a point less than Theo, but all the less, that's a useful score to have with your first trick, so that's not going to be a first score that he wants too much, as the boat just comes over to him. Can we get a shot of the boat? Only because it's like, looks quite like a nice boat, but maybe not. It's just over to the left-hand side, and the reason why the next rider isn't tricking is because the boat just recovers his board downwind. That's just to the left of our surfer app data. In the bottom corner is where this is taking place, so the next rider with the core can't go, and I think that's Nathan, or is it Hendrik?
That's Hendrik now getting into place for his next jump with the red lacquer and the core kite. Coming in with nice edging and nice speed. What's he got for us? Nice doobie loop. That was he didn't quite get the height, but he's sticking it, putting some points on the board. I think he's quite stoked.
I think that was a double back roll kite loop. Just something about that. 50-50, I don't know. It's either one of those two.
Yeah,
the way he came out of that was quite weird, but he didn't get... I think he would have struggled more to land with a front rotation than the way that back roll came in, but it's not going to be a huge scorer anyway. And coming in now on this Rebel is...
Theophile, nice and control. Kite loop 1-footer with the handle. This is actually pretty technical. I'm pretty sure he didn't want to go for this.
Yeah.
But if that's the tricks you want to do, it is quite hard.
I think you have to be able to adapt. These riders are showing, lots of skill in adaptation, and that also counts for adapting in the air. If his other foot didn't come out, still going to get a good score with a 1-footer, that's for sure.
Definitely. We now have Nathan. He needs to put some score on the board. He doesn't have any score as now. Theophile is still leading with a 10.85, and Nathan is coming. We have some little birds singing with us. And
big crash. That's a big crash on a bomb out boogie, or a BOB as we call that, a bob. And he just raises his hand, which says to me that he's okay. That was more of a thumbs up. So I think he took it. And I think there's one thing about a big crash that I've learned. I think that it's better to have had a big crash and take it and ride away to then never have had that crash before. Definitely. Because you sometimes get that crash thing. It's a kind of a sign of your fitness. If you're strong, you're like, wow, I just took that. And it might be what he needs here to wake up and get some good scores on the boards. But meanwhile, coming in then, it's Hendrik. That's a double back roll with a mega loop, and it throws him into another roll, I think, there. But it looked like he didn't have enough time for it. But landing it very cleanly because Hendrik, I think that's going to score around the 5 mark. So that may well, I think it's going to stay in second. Just a reminder to you then that it's the top 2 tricks of your 5 trick attempts that form the basis of your total score, which you can see clearly in the total column. The best scores featuring those best 2 tricks you've had. In the last column there, that's the last trick that the rider has done. In the brackets is how many trick attempts they've had. But there is an extra variation score for 5 points. Is that in place for the second division?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still in place. for the second division, and the total is out of 25 at the end.
Yeah, so it's not all done. If you look at those totals, so if it's close, there's still a chance. And this is big here. I know. I don't believe he's ridden through that. That's unbelievable. There is no way you can ride through that.
No ways.
That is unbelievable.
How? How? Yeah, Lewis now just stood up to scream because that was how? How?
A 9 G-force landing from Theo. That was a 9 G-force landing. I cannot believe. I don't even know if that was a butt check. It was more that the sea just would not allow him to enter. He could not penetrate. It said, "No, you will not penetrate me." That was unbelievable. You will not penetrate me. That was unbelievable. There was, again, my mind went, I've been there before. Kite was very out the side. He was dropping. It was an over direction of the kite. He repaired it. That slap you could hear here, and we're sitting pretty much at least in an upwind angle.
Yeah, definitely. We
unbelievable.
Now have Nathan coming in with 3 tricks attempt left. So he can still do anything in this heat if he lands everything. So what is he going to do for us? Nice loop. Straight loop. I think he wanted to go for, nice floating, yeah. He's going to add some scores for him. Super sick, super sick. And so it just switched. Hendrik is now first in this heat from point 2 in front of Theophile. And Hendrik still has another trick attempt. So Hendrik is now leading this heat. Hopefully Theophile and Nathan can respond to him.
Meanwhile, Max Tullett to the corner of my eye, just going out again on looks like a 5 meter. It might even be the 4, getting ready for his quarterfinal. I still can't get over what I just seen there. Perhaps he was just deducted a few points for just the sort of, we're talking like a 30 meter butt check slam, but it was riding through it with speed. He was planing through that butt check. Like it was unbelievable. 9 G. I don't think I've seen a G-force landed like that. And you can get part of this as well with the Surfer app. Start tracking your sessions for free today. Any old phone as well. You don't need your brand new phone if you're one of those
people. Unfortunately, he missed the board, but that was really big from Hendrik. You could literally see that he wanted to send it.
Apologies, I missed him there. He came out the side of my view. I was looking out the window rather than the screen. I just saw feet coming out the screen. And just getting back to the Surfer data, it will update very quickly to the live data, just a couple of seconds after you land. And we're getting some great data here today. We're getting the speed through the air. And there's the boat.
Nice boat.
Nice. We see the boat now. But it's nice to show you at home sort of the level of support we have here for safety. There's a boat, jet ski, and the boat's actually going in now to rescue the board. And that will just help to clear the rider out the zone. But I think he's going to go anyway here, though.
And you have Theophile now coming back with a massive boogie loop with a
redirection. I think that was with a redirection as well. So a rewind, a boogie loop, and then it's sent in weirdly into a back row after. And that takes some confidence to come and do after you've nearly had your biggest crash ever. That was pretty impressive. He's on my radar right now to be one of the guys that might take this thing today with the way he's responded to that big last move. Still finds himself in second here from Hendrik, but...
Yeah, surely the score is going to replace his 5.15. He was really controlled on the way down, and we now see Nathan, who can still do anything in it.
He's got yanked out. Can he take it? Probably not. No.
He is sending it though. We can't take that off.
At least his board's downwind as well, but he just got out of shape. I often find with these mega loops, especially in gusty winds, once you've lost that core tension, I do like myself to promote like a tucked body position, less center of gravity. More center of gravity, and he just got pulled out of a rotation, but he did very well to adapt to it and move. So the boat's just coming to him here, which may well put on hold the 2 riders that you can see in your screen because he's in the landing zone. And I think he's okay. He's just gone for a body drag downwind here, so he won't as a seagull comes and checks out his board. Cool, there's some real strong gusts coming into our live stream booth now, Julian.
Yeah, definitely. We can now see the whitecaps coming back. They've been coming and leaving today, those whitecaps, but when they're here, you know that it is strong, that the kite surfers are holding onto the kites for sure. Super sick. And we now have Hendrik on his way for his other jump. I don't know if he's going to jump now because the boat is still in, but he is surely going to aim for another jump. Yeah, we now have Hendrik getting ready for his nice kite loop on Ferreira. Oh, that was a hard landing for him. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the landing. Theophile is still leading, still has one trick attempt for the Frenchie in this competition. The local boy, I'm pretty sure everyone knows him here. Yeah, he has such a good style. Always stylish, always, you know, slow rotation, pulling your kite with it. Always sick to watch him kite, and he's now gonna show us how he can send it. I'm pretty sure. Come on, bro. Theophile getting ready. He's gonna pop soon. And a massive loop from Theophile with a late back roll here. Sticking it nicely. Nice. I don't know if this is gonna replace one of his core though, but he is still leading by more than a point. Well done for Theophile for now.
Yeah, that was a nice clean loop. I think it was sensible. I think it starts to get to a point where if it's closed, the judges think, oh, who's landed most of their stuff here? You know, how much variation was it? Sometimes just a straight big mega loop adds to that variation if you haven't done one before.
Yeah, definitely. Theophile is showing that he can literally do anything, front rotation, back rotations, pretty sticks. And we now have Tristan that is in the live stream with us. Organizer of the Lord of Jump, good friend of mine. I'm sure everyone knows Tristan. He's a legend. Honestly, thanks for putting this event together. You legend. And we now have Nathan that couldn't get the jump. Oh, incredible. Tristan actually sat with us here on the chair. Pretty sick. How are you, bro?
Hey, guys. Hey, Lewis, Julian. Good. It's a long day.
It's a good event?
Yeah, super good event. Absolutely crazy. All the stuff is super good. And
hey,
I see my face on the TV, bro. Hey, with a legend and a future also legend, I hope.
Thanks, bro. Et ouais, du coup, on est avec Tristan, là, on va parler un peu en français, comme ça, on va pouvoir un peu papoter.
Absolument.
C'est vraiment cool. En tout cas, l'event, mec, il est méga cool. Moi, en tout cas, sache que, gars, tu m'as régalé de speaker avec une légende comme ça, c'est magnifique. Ce matin, on a vu des double loops, des S-loops. Est-ce que tu es fier de tes riders?
Je suis ultra content, je suis ultra fier de ce qui s'est passé. Tout le monde a suivi, si tu veux, le jeu. Attention, Nathan, attention. Nathan, il fait le show.
Oh, Hendrik, oh no, oh, he saved it. I literally thought he was gonna. Okay, he's alright. He's just gonna have a little swim.
Ouais, on est fiers d'avoir eu les conditions météo. On est fiers de nos speakers. On est fiers d'avoir toute cette communauté avec nous et pour un organisateur, c'est très stressant. Le Big Air 1, chaque saut, c'est un infarctus, mais on aime ça, hein, à force de rider ensemble à travers le monde. Mais ouais, super, incroyable. Je prendrai la mesure de ça plus tard. Mais
ouais,
folie,
exactement. Ouais. En tout cas, il y avait des conditions super aujourd'hui. On a eu des bonnes rafales, on a eu des gros sauts, des doubles loops, on a vu des Riee en 7, des Evan en 7, des Andrea Principi en 6.
On a eu quand même officiellement 2 World First. Hein. Alors elles étaient déjà posées en vidéo, mais dans différents milieux comme le skateboard. Hein, les World First, elles sont valables quand tu le poses en compétition.
Exactement.
Et bravo à eux. Giel s'inscrit dans l'histoire avec un S-loop magnifique et un boogie double loop late 3 à la fin. Extraordinaire.
Ouais. Magnifique. En tout cas, merci Tristan. Je suis sûr qu'on en parlera plus tard. Je te laisse aller travailler, je suis sûr que tu as plein de travail, mais je te check ça, tu es un bon, tu m'as régalé.
Thank you, Lewis.
Et en espérant que les autres Lord of Tram soient aussi bons, je te le souhaite.
Sick. Je ne comprends pas.
Je ne comprends pas. Yeah.
Lovely to have you here, Tristan, and to actually see you sit down for about 10 seconds because you've been so busy. No, you don't have to sit anymore. I know you have things to do. But this event is really going well today. We've got through so many heats, and I hope you're still with us here on the live stream at Lords of Tram 2022. It's the first round of the Big Air Kite League, and it really does look beautiful out there now. The light has changed. It's got lower. It's pulling around to the west, and we're having a 10-minute transition now after this heat. Okay. No problem. It's fine. Sorry, guys. We've got more action for you rather than... Oh, wow. That's the biggest slam of the day. Tristan, he hasn't had much experience with this door, to be honest, though. Most people have got it down to about 5 Gs, worst case. But that was about a 20 G-force, that door slam.
Definitely. So, yeah, Tristan, he is the organizer of Lord of Tram. I know for a fact that he's super stoked. He can't trade now. He has so many things to do, to put together, but he's super proud of everyone that rides, even the people that haven't ridden yet, all the women that we are going to see tomorrow with a nice show. Yeah, Tristan is also a good bigger riders. To know yesterday that they were missing one guy on the second division, and I tried push Tristan to take his place. It would have been super sick. He knows how to do boogie board offs and all the stuff, and he always rides here. So it would have been. Imagine if he can win his own events. Yeah, he would be super sick. Yeah.
Both divisions, pro and second, and women.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, he's been working super hard on this event, getting all the partners, everything. I did the Cape Town season with him, and he was working every day on his laptop, calling people, always trying to figure out all the things, and he's super stoked now for this event. I'm pretty sure he's proud of everyone.
And okay, there you go. You got a nice shot there, just to right-hand side of the Big Air Kite League flag coming down, and the blue rash vest flag coming up, which is nice and clear to Peo here. Right, get on with it. You got 20 seconds to go, and he looks a bit careful into the box there with a boogie loop that's going to be around 6 to 7 meters, I think. But careful start for him. But top 2 here will advance. Top 1 will go into the final, and the second place will go into the semi-final. So it's smart here to just make sure you try and land as much as you can.
Yeah, definitely. You need to put some scores in if you want to go through. I think it's the most important. Sometimes you have to avoid that last rotation. And we now have Max Tullett, young upcoming riders from the UK, with a big front roll crunch loop, if I'm not mistaken, and the rotation on the way down. He's gonna get a good score for this. Super impressive, eh? You know Max?
Yeah, I know him very well. He's on the duotone Grom team in the UK, and I believe he's on his way into the international Grom team, and he's definitely going to be one to watch at 12. He knows all the moves. I know he very much looks up to Aaron, and we have really good contact with our young riders in the UK through our UK Grom search, as we see a back roll, a mega loop to complete the first set of moves from Roman Giuliano. But back to Max, he's very driven, and he aspires to be like Aaron, really. I know he looks at him and thinks, I want to win everything and do everything, and at 12 already, he's already someone to watch out for. And actually, interestingly here, he's gone bigger almost by double than the other riders from our Surfer app data. He had a 10-meter jump, gone straight into the lead with a 5.54, and his father, Ian, who's also a very good big air rider, will be watching, pretty happy about how things have started here on the beach, as Peo gets a bit of bad luck with that jump, and I'm sure Max's dad will even be happier now on the beach.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, it's the first time I'm actually seeing Max riding not through social media or Instagram, and I think he's riding pretty good. Look, heat 10 is still competing on his little 5 dice. It's pretty impressive. Putting all the trick, we're going to see what he got for us now.
Is he going to send it? Nice wide angle. He's got this competition experience. He could have easily sent that. You know, when that screen cut to the wide there, we thought, right, he's going to send it, but he's decided to go right foot forwards and demonstrate that he can comfortably do a mega loop with a delayed back roll, with a grab, with style. 2 tricks in the bag already. Max is looking good for the final.
Definitely 2 tricks, 1 on each side, so he's already playing on his variety score. That's very smart from him. And he's in the lead already. So we're going to see what the others has to offer for us.
tough heat for the others to find themselves in. And, you know, that's for the 12-year-old. In many other sports, you'd be like, oh, I got the 12-year-old, but not the case.
Yeah, definitely. We now have Romain Giuliano aiming for the spot where he's going to take off. He's going to take off soon. What's he got for us? Back roll, kite loop, late back roll with a tail grab.
And
another
third.
back roll. Sticking it nice.
Yeah, that was nice. Bit of variation there. I like that. That was very much reactive to how the jump went. Oh, some lovely colours now as we look out. It's not so harsh with the sun.
Yeah.
Now, as it was high during sort of the mid part of the day, now everything just looks golden and it almost doesn't look cold out there for a second.
Almost. And we now have Peyo going for his second jump, third jump, trick attempt, back roll, kite loop. Is he gonna stick it? Nice.
Nice landing.
Nice landing from Peyo here, putting some points on the score again. He's gonna have to push it a little bit more, I think, if he wants to take Max's first place. But Max is aiming for his third trick attempt. Big boogie loop here from the young rider, second rotation. And I think he's enjoying it.
Oh, he is enjoying it,
Definitely.
you know, like, and there's such a nice story with this too. And that's a big one for him because I just noticed the score's got a bit close again with Roman. He's obviously a bit older and bigger and went quite big in one of his moves, so scored a 6.
Yeah.
Because Max is only on a 5, sometimes even a 4, so he finds it hard sometimes to get those heights. He's just got such a light body frame to do it. But then you see he's definitely going to score something big there. So only a 5.55 for that move. I'm surprised it wasn't higher, but it keeps his lead comfortable by sort of 1.79.
And Romain Giuliano going for the kite loop board off here on the right side. Can he stick it? Yes, he can. Nice here on the right side, adding points to his variety score also.
I can tell you somebody who wouldn't be maybe too happy about that, and that would be Ian's dad, who's watched that and thought, oh, that has presented some problems. But problems that may well have solutions from Max, because he may well be forced to go for his best level riding and perform a mega loop board of his own at some point. So this is all good for his upcoming career as we see Peyo, the nice standard mega. There's a lot of consistency in this heat here. We haven't seen this so much in 3-man heats.
Yeah, and we can now see that Romain took the lead by 0.78. It is super close from those two riders. Check last trick attempt, 5.77 for Romain and 5.55 for Max. You're going to see what Max has to offer us. He's going on the right side now. Surely aiming for a jump. What's he got for us? The young rider. Back roll, kite loop, not quite getting the height here. I think he's a little disappointed.
Yeah, and you could see that in his body language when he landed. He sort of threw a hand up to the air as if to say, oh, come on, I wanted a bit more, because that big score from Roman coming in for that mega loop board off right foot forwards is now put him in the lead by 0.78. So Max has got a lot of work to do here. Certainly Peyo has, but Max will advance into the semi-final if he doesn't quite get the top spot here. But it still all to play for here with a couple of moves left here. And so he didn't send it there. He maybe just didn't think, oh, massive massive down loop at the end. He sort of went with it. So Peyo looks to be, sorry, that was Roman, I think. That was Roman there who was performing his 4th move, which got a 0, unfortunately for him. But maybe that's a bit of an advantage back over to Max.
Definitely.
You know, so I think Max is going to need a mega loop board off here if he's going to get into the judges' heads, as Peyo it is now, who just
thought
gets
he
a
was
nice
going to do a
big
control
boost.
loop. I got scared.
It could possibly be. I know he can do double kite loops, Max.
Yeah, I saw.
And he's got a
saw
small
video. I
kite.
was like, what?
And he's on his 5th trick here now, and couldn't it be nice to just get one big move in to know you're in the final rather than have to go up to the semi? So what are we going to see here from Max Tully? Are we going to see the double kite loop? I'm looking out the window. I want to see it. He sets up for it, and it was a mega loop with a board off. So he was thinking correctly with his competition mind. So unfortunately that crash might mean he could have to settle for 2nd. But as we remind you, there is a score out of 5 for variation, but Roman has the mega loop board off, which may well see him through in 1st here.
Yeah, definitely. It's also crazy to see how Max is riding. You quite an experienced rider, and you were saying he needs a kite loop board off if he wants to go through, and if he wants to take this, and he actually just does this straight away. So I think he's super focused into this competition. We have Romain's last jump to see, but I think he's still going to take the lead for this one, but Max is still going straight to semifinals.
One more move then for Romain. And I think, he still wouldn't mind upgrading his 5.77 just to be sure, but is it worth going so crazy you might risk injured? Little pop, there's a nice big takeoff. Just a big booster for the crowds. Come on, let's have a quick guess. I think that's going to be 15 meters.
I think it's going to be 14.8. Oh, nice.
Oh. Nice little bit of skill. Oh, 16.5. Nice. Okay, that is the end of our first quarterfinal. We're going to cut to a quick ad break before we are joined by the next riders.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
Three setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your Dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS.
We're in a climate emergency and we all must make changes in order to achieve the goal of net zero.
We've now got 10 years to fix this. So through my lifetime, I guess the urgency has increased and increased.
The only way we're going to do this is by using clean, renewable energy. We have the solution, the wind.
We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands to... Here's the 2021 tour so far. We had a smashing start to the year with 40 knots. Many young riders stepped up to face some of the big names. Cape Town local Ross Dillon took the win. Next up was Full Power Tarifa in Spain, which produced nuking wins and some of the best big air the world has ever seen. Red Bull athlete Yannick Zagajewski took home his second ever Bakel win. We had our biggest fleet to date, with pro, amateur and women's divisions all going absolutely nuts. In September, we made our way to Brazil for warmer waters, consistent wind and an opportunity to ride with South America's finest. Our team worked extremely hard to bring you our finest live stream to date and several days of big air action. The competition was fierce, but we saw Yannick emerge victorious once again, followed closely by Beto Gomez of Colombia and Giel Vlugt from the Netherlands, who by then was no stranger to the podium. Our riders hurried to get aboard planes and make their way to France to compete in the well-established Lords of Tram. We had some difficulties and didn't manage to bring you a live stream. The conditions were a bit light and extremely challenging, but that didn't stop many of the riders from stepping up and putting on a show. We saw Andrea Principi, the young Italian, make it onto the podium once again, taking his first ever Bakel win. And here we are in Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, for our final stop of the 2021 tour. We had a small delay due to COVID, so we had to extend the window period to the 30th of January, and we're just waiting for some nuking wind so the riders can pull off those amazing tricks that you guys know and love. Let's be sure to give them all the support they need and cheer for them super loud. Thank you for tuning into the Big Air Kite League. It's for the riders.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app. Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out
Hendrik van der Eems, who's had a big blowout bomb out there. And he's up against Max Tullett, the 12-year-old, looking to try and get on the podium here then in his first event of the Big Air Kite League. And I'd go as far as saying I think it's his first international kite event. And not the worst start for him to be involved in. The other guy, Hendrik here, has got a 0 and a 0, and Max Tullett has got a 4. So leading 4.0420 with 1 trick attempt to 2 in favour of Max, because he's coming in here now looking for good tension. The bar sheeted in on that 5 metre, and he just decides to abort as the wind's just dropped now. I think we've got about 30 knots here, maybe a little bit more, as Max on the 5 with a back roll, mega loop into a second back roll. Just can't take it. Got a bit unfortunate with that landing, did Max. So it's going to be a high G-force. It's going to be visual to you at home. 6.1 G-force coming in, and that's live, just coming off his board. 4.6 seconds in the air, 41 metres covered, and a 46 kilometres an hour. We're in Europe, I guess it's fair to put it in kilometres an hour, of yank from that kite as he went through the air. Only 12 years old. He's up against Hendrik van der Eems in the last 3 heats of the day. Sorry, the last 2 heats of the day. As Hendrik really didn't get the win. That's a caner right there. Hendrik has not found the rhythm then, and he's only got 2 trick attempts left to try and deal with this. So this is really looking good for the young English rider. He throws his hand out to just be like, what the hell? I don't know who he's throwing his hand out to, because it looked to me like that was him that performed that move. He's only got 2 trick attempts, as I fumble my words. And who will join Theo and Romain in the final? It's looking like Max. Can he get a big pressure score on here? It's a boogie loop with a bit of a grab, and he ends up riding out on the other direction. It's not going to be a huge score, and Max now looks a bit underpowered to me. Both the riders do. As we come to a close in this unbelievable day of action, to my count, we've been going for about 7 hours here, and it's just been an absolute pleasure to talk to you at the round 1 of the Big Air Kite League here in Les Baccares in the southeast of France. It's a beautiful evening, 0 degrees wind chill, but I forgot all about that with all this action, which has been on fire today. As whoa, that's a doobie. What is going on at the end of that move? This could be curtains already for Hendrik. And say goodnight, you fans of your Netherlands riders, because you probably do have one in the final. Yeah, there's a Van der Beek. I'd probably argue that is a Dutch rider, but one of them who definitely isn't going to be in the final, Julian, is Hendrik here. He's just had 4 blowouts in a row.
No ways. Yeah, I went for a little walk. I actually saw Theophile on the way there. I told him he was riding super good. If he's feeling ready for the finals. He's getting into the little bubble, the little bubble of the final. Need to get into the zone and everything nice. And yeah, Max with a 4.04 and 4.2. Nice.
It's in the bag. You can get out now, Max. He's I think he's just going over there speaking to his dad. That's his dad, possibly with the crouching down. Just saying, look, you can get out. You don't need to go and break your legs or do anything silly, because...
Or just do a nice board off for the crowd.
What's he going to do? Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, maybe it's a chance to train. I'm not sure, but it couldn't have gone any better for the Brits. And just take it easy. No need to do anything for Max. Great result for the Brits. We've got somebody out on the water, and it looks like they're going to be in the final as well for the second division. So perhaps you just have joined us here at the Big Air Kite League here in south of France. It is the Lords of Tram 2022 event, and it's been a superb day of action. We've had the pro division, which we saw so many firsts. I mean, how many first tricks did we see today? Double kite loops.
A lot.
S-loops, we saw the lot today. It was absolutely amazing to be part of that. And then we followed up here with this really successful and a lot of high participation here in the second division, which is designed to be just that, a second division, a stepping stone for these riders to get into the pros, or perhaps even be an area which can allocate some of the riders that couldn't make it into the pros. I mean, some of the riders have been in the pros. They're in the second division. So this is becoming a serious competition on its own, Julian.
Yeah, definitely. I have some people in mind, like Theophile or, for example, Timo, that is now riding at the back. You guys can't quite see him. But he was competing in the pro division just earlier in the day, and he went from the second division. He's following the steps that those guys are following. We now have Max coming in for one of his last trick.
So right in front of us, I can see the dad, Ian, running down the beach here. I'm not sure if we can get a shot of him, maybe. He's, I don't know if our cameras actually film that. Hold on, I'm going to shout to him. Oh, he's too stoked to bother. And Max with a nice little bit of riding blind. There he is then. Oh, no, that's not the happy rider we wanted to shoot. That is, unfortunately, Hendrik, who's... I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's got...
Where's my mic? That's sick.
Yeah,
Come on. That's also... Is that a world first? It is a world first. He's just casually chilling.
Yeah, so hey, let's get to the point here. That definitely is a non-alcoholic beer.
For sure.
And perhaps maybe that was the best way to deal with that.
Yeah. And he was live. I can't believe the camera was on him at this moment.
The camera was on him.
Sick. Sick. And also, we're going to go soon to the finals of the second division. We can now see that the wind dropped a little bit. And I just want to congrats the safety in the water, because I know one of my friend is on the actual jet ski, and he told me it was super cold in it. He spent the whole day on the jet ski. 50 knots. We got 50 knots easily earlier in the day. And the boat, they've been bringing the board, being super efficient. So really well done to them for holding on to it.
All right, so I also wanted to give a shout out to Hendrik, actually. He might have had a bad heat that time, but he's found himself in 4th position of the second division, and he's worked his way all the way up through this heat ladder. Coming up next then, it will be the final of the second division. Max is going to get a slight break here, as I think he's going to change kite. So we will commit to one more commercial break before this last heat of the day. We will have you back soon.
The 2022 Rebel SLS takes the class-leading big air and free ride platform of the Rebel and packs it with SLS technology to bring the performance to another dimension. Exclusive to Duotone, the Rebel SLS incorporates Pentatex, the material that has revolutionized the industry and opened up the door to new possibilities in kite designs. 5 times the strength of Dacron and significantly dropping the overall weight by 15%. To obtain the next level in performance and achieve the maximum results from the Pentatex material, designer Ken Winner redesigned the center and quarter struts. Working to accommodate the stiffness of the Pentatex, Ken added more panels to streamline the 3-dimensional shapes and provide the perfect profile for the ultimate lift.
So overall, the Penta TX gives us a kite that's...
All right then, welcome back here to the Big Air Kite League. Some major drama then that's just taken place, because we've just been told that we have now cancelled the rest of the day. That doesn't look very good. Straight into the recycling. The last heat has been abandoned then. So Max Tullett, that looked like he just had almost a bye into the final. And I actually do respect this decision, Julian. Tell me a bit about what's just happened.
Yeah, I think it's fair. They cancelled the last semi-finals because the wind dropped. We could see that. I haven't watched the heat, to be honest with you guys. But Hendrik didn't land any trick, and apparently was struggling a little bit, so maybe you're giving a second chance because he was riding awesomely today. He literally made his way through where he was now. He didn't steal it, so I think it's fair for him.
Yeah, so we had such a difference in body weight between the two riders. Obviously, a 12-year-old up against, well, he's on the beers, so I'm going to say at least 18, maybe 17, I don't know, but he looks older than that. And so one rider couldn't really perform in those wins, and the other could. So they've deemed it that it was a bit unfair. So we're going to rerun the semi-finals and the final of the second division, and that's going to happen tomorrow. So I'm sad to say that does bring us to a close of this incredible first day of the Big Air Kite League here in Les Bacares. It's been wonderful. First stop of, first stop. It's been the first time that Lords of Tram has ever been at this spot, but it's been a successful return of the Lords of Tram event, and we're going to sign out now. So it's a goodbye from me, Lewis. I look forward to joining you tomorrow. Julian, it's been a pleasure today.
Definitely. Also enjoy this live with you. Can't wait for tomorrow already to be speaking again. And tomorrow we're going to have the semi-finals of the second division and the final. And we're also going to run the whole women's. So I'm super stoked to see them ride. I hope they're going to get some win. They can send it high because I'm sure they can give us an awesome show.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Introducing the latest kite to the SLS range, the Dice SLS. Now faster, sharper, and packed full of performance. Loop bigger, jump higher, and with improved drift and light wind performance. The Dice SLS featuring Pentatex brings the progressive design of the Dice into new realms of performance. Designer Ralph Grossel has brought design changes to the geometry to incorporate the stiffer and lighter Pentatex across the leading edge and center strut, providing the Dice SLS with a lighter, more rigid frame. This translates into lightning-quick responsiveness and a lively, crisp feel at the bar. The stiffer frame perfectly complements the Dice, allowing you to get aggressive with your jumps and loops. The control and feedback is confidence-inspiring. Fast and continuous power through kite loops, and holding its form when conditions reach the limit. The significant weight savings of the kite, plus the material properties of Pentatex, translate into a rigid frame and light kite, holding perfect form and generating immense power on the upstroke, even in light conditions, extending the usable wind range.
The kite features the Pentatex material, which is absolutely essential for the flight characteristics. But this time I also changed the bridle geometry, especially in the tip area. We increased the structural stiffness to the point where the kite is absolutely not deforming anymore, even in the hardest conditions.
The 15% weight savings is especially noticeable when it comes to drifting down the line when wave riding, with the Dice SLS simply hanging in the air. And with 5 times the tear resistance of Dacron, it's ready to stand up to anything you throw at it.
I've been working on the new Dice SLS with our designer Ralph. Really happy with how this kite's turned out. Lower loops, bigger jumps, and you just really feel comfortable in the air.
Three setup options on the trailing edge pigtails enable you to perfectly tune your Dice for the session. Use the soft pigtail setting for wave riding to get the ultimate drifting abilities and fast, responsive steering. The hard setting is best suited for unhooked tricks and kite loops. For anything in between, use the medium setting. The canopy uses the exclusive duotone Trinity Tex with a recently revised trailing edge reinforcement system that maximizes durability while significantly reducing flutter. The Dice SLS features our MaxFlow system to get you on the water in record time and for quick pack downs at the end of your session. The Dice SLS has taken a significant step forward in performance. A kite that can loop like no other and offer incredible drift for the waves. The blend of geometric adjustments and Pentatex has supercharged every aspect of the versatile Dice SLS.
We're looking for brands to partner with to grow the Big Air Tour. If you know someone at a brand that might be interested in partnering with the Big Air Kite League, then please send them an email introducing us. Our email is team@bigairkiteleague.com. Please be sure to CC us in the introduction. And let's grow the Big Air Tour together. We're looking for brands